Harry Potter, a certain ancient rune professor of Hogwarts, TL. Synopsis. 3 years after graduating from Hogwarts, Felix enters the school again. What will happen when Muggle wisdom, innovation, and magic come together? PS1. Professor of Ancient Magic Runes. PS2. Timeline, second year of the Golden Trio. PS3. MC don't know plot of the HP, other than its adventure of 3 friends with 8 movies. Author, Han Yuzi. 1. Chapter 1 Felix Hap. London, July 1992. Inside a building in the heart of the West End business district, well-trained white-collar workers are working non-stop with discussion and keyboard crackling noisily. And in a small, casual meeting room, a serious conversation is taking place. Felix, have you really made up your mind? You've been with us for less than a year, but I swear, your talents have been recognized by everyone in the company, and if you stay here, trust me, you'll achieve great things. A typically middle-aged British man said, with a typical business suit and neatly groomed, slightly curly hair. A young man around 20 years old, with a handsome appearance and particularly attractive pale blue eyes, seated opposite him. At the moment, Felix smiled, "Chief, I've made up my mind." The middle-aged man's eyes fixed on Felix for a moment, and seeing that he did not waver in his thoughts, he sighed helplessly, "All right, you win." With a gentle smile, Felix stood up, picked up the suit that he had hung on his chair, and shook his hand with the middle-aged man who also stood up. The middle-aged man came forward, opened his arms, and gave him a tight hug, muttering in a small voice, "Every man for himself, no? I think we've lost a potential recruit." Felix blinked his light blue eyes, "You'll find someone better eventually." Half an hour later, Felix gathered his things and walked out of the building. As he neared the door, he watched the crowds of people on the street with anticipation. Holding a small suitcase, Felix made his way through the street, occasionally halting to avoid traffic passing by, while he gazed at the brand and style of the car with interest. Antique cars, hey! His pace is light, and the relatively long walk doesn't tire him out, but rather makes him giddy. After walking for almost an hour, he finally arrived back at his temporary home, or rather, house, in this city. As the streets became more familiar, Felix saw more than one familiar face. "Good afternoon. Mrs. Murphy." "Good afternoon. Mr. Hap." After responding to some familiar faces, Felix finally arrived in front of his house. Taking his keys out, he opened the door. Steps in and closed the door. Yahoo! Felix gave a loud happy cry, as he closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, and in that very moment, the mundane house seemed to come to life all of a sudden. The suitcase broke free from his hands and floated towards the cupboard, its doors opened by itself and on the upper shelf a dozen clothes hovered, its hem slightly lifted so that the suitcase could fit comfortably inside. The suit and white shirt automatically slipped off of Felix's body, while the tie jumped off with a wiggle and hung on the horizontal bar of the wardrobe. There, it laid alongside 3 other exquisite ties of different colors. The belt around his waist loosened by itself and, as he stepped forward, the blazer separated smoothly with a flick of Felix's hand. A blue silk pajama set flew out in a flash and fit over him, with a snugly fitted buckle. Felix snapped his fingers lightly, and light music played. His eyes remained slightly closed. But his hands waved like composers, and there began a tinkling sound in the kitchen. Halfway through, a cup of aromatic, steaming coffee floated in front of him. He swirled the cup and took a sip accompanied by the music, smiling with the utmost satisfaction. Felix Hap was an adult wizard in addition to being a recently departed freelancer. He graduated from Hogwarts, the best and only wizarding school in Britain. 10 years have passed since Felix received his letter of enrollment bearing fancy coats of arms at the orphanage, 10 years that have not only allowed him to successfully graduate from Hogwarts but have also transformed him from a young boy into a mature 21-year-old adult. How fast time flies, I've already graduated for 3 years. Felix sat on the sofa, slightly emotional. Then he muttered slightly in a low voice, "It's also been 21 years since I crossed over." That's right, apart from being a working freelancer and a hidden wizard, Felix also had his deepest hidden secret, and that was being a transmigrator. God knows how surprised and excited he was, who had planned the course of his life, when he received an offer from Hogwarts. This is a world of Harry Potter. A magical adventure of Golden Trio. But alas, they were nowhere near being the same generation. When he entered Hogwarts, he foolishly asked for information about Harry Potter, only to realize that he was a whole 9 years older than him. That is to say, the type of person whom he could not even meet, from the time he enrolled into the time he graduates. Felix, who was no fan of Harry Potter, had to admit that he had only a basic knowledge about the plot. A bit of knowledge, a bit of information. After all, he couldn't predict the future, would have known he was going to cross over to the real world of magic, and he would have memorized every word of the book in advance. The only thing that really gave him an idea of the plot was the short videos that sprang up later, as in a specific popular clip. And with this, he was able to vaguely string together a plotline. But trying to remember all the details? That's pure fantasy. The good thing was that what he truly was interested in is magic, the world of magic that is alive and can be touched and felt. And he got all that. Late evening. Felix sat at his desk, quietly flipping through a book about magic, the clock ticking away, making his mood somewhat restless, lacking his usual calm. He was waiting for a letter. A letter of vital importance. The hours ticked by, and finally there came a click 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 from outside the window, and an owl stood silently outside, tapping on the window. At last. Felix's heart raced as he pulled out his wand and waved it gently, opening the window and allowing the owl to fly in. The owl circled twice above his head, dropped an envelope, landed herself on the desk, and pecked her feathers gently. Felix quickly picked the envelope up. On the back of the envelope, there was a wax seal, a coat of arms, with a large H surrounded by an eagle, a lion, a badger, and a snake. He opened the envelope and pulled out the letter, which read: Dear Mr. Felix Happ. We are pleased to inform you that your application for a professor job, Muggle Studies, has been accepted, and the interview will take place on July 21st at 10 a.m., please be prepared in advance. Also, please enter the school via Flow Network, location, Hogwarts Deputy Headmistress Office, if you prefer any other means, please let us know in advance. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Felix couldn't help but pump his fist and gulp down the cup of coffee floating on his desk. I am going to open P_Atrian with 32, Chapter 2 the first half of my life. He has been waiting for this day for 3 years. 3 years, a really long time. Felix leaned back on his chair, his mind relaxed, with the fragrance of tea, as his memory went back 10 years ago. At that time, he was just a naive 11-year-old kid with aspirations and dreams. He was like an ordinary migrant worker who had just entered the city with big expectations and hope. Felix admits he's very ambitious, as anyone who has a mature mind and knows some outline of the plot in advance certainly wants to make a living out of it. So it was only logical that he was sorted into Slytherin House. But this house, where ambition, blood, and pride are the keywords, was not entirely friendly to him. At the time it was less than a year since the fall of the Death Eaters, the remnants of their pure blood philosophy still held out in Slytherin, the home of the pure bloods, was a source of unrest. The fact that a Muggle orphan was sorted into Slytherin at this time, although one of his parents may have been a pure blood wizard, which was not impossible given the circumstances, was a shock to them. In fact, cases like Felix's were not uncommon, but rather rare. If Felix had been just a simple kid or even an ordinary reincarnator, his 7 years of school life would probably have been accompanied by campus violence, bullying, indifference. These are the things that would have probably affected him throughout his life. But alas, Felix is not just any guy, but a man, boy, with a golden finger. He could, through repeated practice, allow himself to force the power of certain spells he practiced to advance beyond his own current theoretical grasp on magic. Of course, not an unlimited advancement. For example, if his magic theory level is level 1, then he can make that specific magic spell level up to level 2, or even level 3. The higher the level is, the more difficult it becomes, through repeated, extensive, super intensive practice. Although his golden finger isn't incredibly powerful, it helped him get through the initial years of difficulties. Looking back over his first 3 years in school, it could be considered a masterpiece in the realm of face slapping. Prior to enrolling here, because of his curiosity about magic and certain paranoid delusions of insecurity that belonged exclusively to adults, he spent most of his time mastering 2 spells, Petrificus Totalis and Protogo, in addition to trying some simple spells. These are the 2 spells he mostly practiced, Petrificus Totalis and Protogo. One for attack and one for defense, in line with his neutral mentality while playing games in his previous life. Comparatively speaking, Petrificus Totalis is an easier one, and after thousands of boring spell casting sessions, Felix has forcibly pushed it to level 2, while Protogo just barely reached level 1 spell casting stage. This is a miracle for a person whose theoretical level is almost 0. The wizarding community should have honored him with an Order of Merlin badge for this feat. And with a level 2 Petrificus Totalis, Felix fucked over the entire Slytherin first year during his first week as a student, and knocked out a second-year boy who had released a vicious hex against him and left them hanging in the washroom in the cold overnight. This act had a huge impact, or at least gave a headache to Snape, who had just become the youngest ever head of Slytherin House. Snape had to deal with external pressure from other Slytherin House families while dealing with the extremely complex internal conflicts within the house. To be fair, this put Professor Snape's management skills to the test as a newcomer. Snape's headache was further increased, when Felix flipped the entire second-year class at the end of the first-year term, leaving many empty seats at the House Cup night of that year. As a logical consequence, Felix stayed behind during the school holidays as a detention for the entire period, and that was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, he wondered if some parents would have found him and put some vicious hex on him. In those circumstances, this was not an empty delusion. And in the second year, Felix, Under Snape's oppression, restrained quite a bit, and instead of sending Slytherin students into the infirmary on a large scale, he sent them one by one. By the end of his third year, Felix became the most powerful student in Slytherin, practically, the uncrowned king. The effect of this was remarkable. No one in the whole house had the courage to treat him disrespectfully. Of course, a few people still spout off and threaten to give him a good time outside the school, wherever he hides. Yes, Felix stayed the whole 3 years at the school. At most he went to Diagon Alley to buy textbooks, and never visited any other place. Pathetic school life. Of course, there always exists a twist in most stories, and the twist that belongs to Felix is during his 4th year. In the 4th year holiday, Felix finally walked out of school and took down 7 adult wizards who tried to attack him, and sent them to Azkaban on that holiday. This was kind of big news at the time, but even bigger news came later. At Felix's 5th year entrance night supper, a pure-blood family duel had been proposed against the Shafik family, which belonged to one of the 28 sacred pure-blood families. Felix can still recall the look on the ever-stoic Professor Snape's face as his mouth wide opened and Dumbledore's eyes glazed with amusement. Caught up in memories, Felix gave a childish smile. The so-called pure-blood family duel is a very old form of dueling in which the members of the families are pitted against each other until one side is completely down or dead. Even in the most chaotic and disorderly times, such duels were extremely rare. But it has to be admitted that this type of duel existed and was not abolished. When Felix stood before the only Shafik in the Slytherin house and shamed the Shafiks, one of the necessary steps in a family duel, in front of the crowd, slowly with the ancient dueling etiquette, the 6th year Shafik fell straight to his knees, with his body wobbling. Even when Headmaster Dumbledore advised him after the party, he did not withdraw his idea about dueling, and he still remembers what he said to Dumbledore at the time: "Headmaster, Shafik attacked me twice in the summer holidays. 4 of them in total. The first time 1 person, the second time it was 3. Do you know what spell they used on me?" Dumbledore's hair ran white, his eyes were deep with wisdom, but he did not speak. And Felix said calmly, "It was the one of the unforgivable curse. Apart from the Avada Kedavra they used the other 2 curses. Of course, it didn't hit the home, they failed because I used Protego. I find it difficult to believe that someone would still attempt such a thing after 4 years of the fall of the Death Eaters." Dumbledore said a little wearily, "The Shafiks aren't Death Eaters, at least not all of them, they're just a family that holds to the philosophy of pure blood, quite stubbornly. But it doesn't make much difference to me, does it? They sent out 4 guys over the holiday, and as far as I know, the Shafiks aren't that prosperous. 4, of their family counting the old, young ones, 10 more. The Shafiks simply can't afford to play. Felix's fighting prowess has been recognized over the summer, and after the 4 Shafiks have been sent to Azkaban, there are less than 4 left to fight. They could only use their influence to resort to off-board tactics, but it had little effect, as family glory was most important when it came to pure-blood families. This unfinished duel caused an uproar throughout the British wizarding community, and after a little over half a year of various twists and turns, it ended with the permanent withdrawal of the Shafik family from the British wizarding community, and the pure-blood family duel, which had existed for almost 1,000 years, was officially abolished by law under the influence of some people. This event, known as the August 7th Showdown, was as potent as the fall of Voldemort for some diehard families. During the 5th year break, Felix paid visits to a handful of pure-blood families and, in summary, achieved a friendly meeting and reached an amicable consensus on certain issues. Felix was relieved that the purebloods were reasonable too. During his last 2 years at Hogwarts, Felix became harmless and explored the mysteries of magic. The rest of his time at Hogwarts was a comfortable one, and the little Slytherin were very well behaved, until he requested to remain at the school to teach, which Dumbledore refused on the grounds that he was too young. To sum up, he had had a pretty good 7 years of school life. Of course, Professor Snape didn't necessarily think so, and according to the latest Hogwarts gossip, a certain professor's bad character had something to do with a nasty student he had taught in his early years. I am going to open P_Atrian with 33, Chapter 3 Interview. July 21st, 10 am. Felix, in informal dress wear, stands in front of the fireplace, as he sprinkles a handful of fluo powder and said Hogwarts Deputy Headmistress's office. Professor McGonagall had a stern look on her face as she sorted through the school's files in the Deputy Headmistress's office. The Professor of Transfiguration, who is known for her stern face, is in a good mood at this moment. Gryffindor House had won the long-awaited House Cup in the previous academic year, which kept the happy mood of the head of Gryffindor House alive. Puff! A pale green flame flashed from the fireplace and a handsome, refined young man walked out of it. Felix looked around him and saw that nothing has changed. It's been a long time. He smiled gently at McGonagall. Hello Professor McGonagall, it's been a long time. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, which meant that her mood was rapidly changing for the worse, or to the work mode. Long time no see, Felix. Professor McGonagall also taught him once, being one of his professors. She had mixed feelings about this great student, certainly not the kind of mixed feelings Professor Snape has. Before their long-awaited House Cup, Gryffindor lost 7 times in a row, and that history had much to do with Felix. Apart from the first 3 years, when Felix had to fight back because of the poor learning environment he had been exposed to, and therefore lost a lot of points, after that he finally seemed to realize that he himself in fact a Slytherin student and should be fighting for the honor of the house. Following years in which he managed to mingle with the young snakes effectively. The next few years can be described as glory to Slytherin. Felix stepped forward and glanced at his pocket watch. I hope I didn't miss the interview. Professor McGonagall, whose flashback was interrupted, stood up and led him to the headmaster's office. Chocolate Frog. She recited the password and escorted Felix in. Before she left, she remarked, "Your books are very good, you seem to have spent the last 3 years very well." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." He froze for a moment, smiled, and then walked up the steps. All his 3 years after graduation hadn't been for anything. Especially after his first unsuccessful job application, he pondered over it, suspecting that he had been too raw as a student, and followed Headmaster Dumbledore's advice to travel more and see more. He spent a year traveling around the wizarding world and the remaining 2 years working, studying Muggles. The results are remarkable: 3 books in 3 years, 2 on Muggle studies and 1 on ancient magic runes. He also amassed a considerable fortune. After walking up the lengthy staircase, Felix entered the headmaster's office, which was filled with books, artifacts, and portraits of successive Hogwarts headmasters on the wall. On the side of the headmaster's desk, a phoenix rests with its eyes closed. Dumbledore is studying something and the office is quiet. "Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore," Felix greeted out loud. With his words, the room came to life. The portraits of the headmasters opened their eyes and looked at Felix, pointing and whispering. One of the portraits exaggerated, "Ha! The best Slytherin is here." The man in that portrait, with his goatee and slender eyebrows and wearing the robes of Slytherin, is Phineas Black, voted as the least popular headmaster of Hogwarts by the students, also from Slytherin. Felix gave a very graceful bow. At this point, Headmaster Dumbledore finally looked up, his appearance very different from the norm, with a silvery white beard that trailed down to his chest, unkempt robes, and with a pair of crescent-shaped eyes. But his eyes were very bright, his blue pupils gleaming with light. Felix stood lost in thought. Time had not left many traces on this old man, and yet it seemed to have left too many. "Ah, ah! It's Felix." Dumbledore rose to his feet and came striding forward, his movements measured. "I've been waiting for your arrival." Felix shook the headmaster's hand with a certain amount of formality. After all, he had come to the door to ask for a job and had been turned down 3 times so far. The two sat down in their seats, Dumbledore gazing at him through the thin glass while waving his wand. "What can I get you?" "Pumpkin juice? Tea?" Then with a wink, "I also have some fresh butterbeer here." "A cup of tea, please." Dumbledore waved his wand and a cup of steaming tea floated to him. Felix took a sip. A bitter taste washed over him. "It is an antique tea." The headmaster seemed to be not drinking much tea in general. "Sybil gave me this tea. I can't taste it personally, but she said it came from the Far East." "Liar." Felix swore, "At least one of you two is a liar." After a cup of tea, the conversation got down to business. "Felix, you've done an excellent job over the last year. I've been reading your books and I have to say, you've been very innovative and have a very in-depth view of Muggle studies, which has given this old man a lot of ideas." Felix smiled, "Thanks to your advice, the world of Muggles is a wonderful place, especially in the last few decades, they have developed very quickly. As for the writings, perhaps it is because I was raised as a Muggle myself and have a deep understanding of them further." Dumbledore shook his head. "Birth doesn't take away your efforts. There are many people in the wizarding world who are Muggle-born, but they are not exactly experts in Muggle studies. At best they have a better knowledge of some common sense, but that is far from knowing them. Of course, because I was a pure Muggle in my past life." Dumbledore waved his wand and out of his desk flew a book entitled The History of the Muggle Wars, from 1,000,000 years ago, one of Felix's books. Speaking about the Muggles' race through the ages, written by Felix, and it dawned to him that Dumbledore had just been reading his book. "It's very inspiring to me, I've read it more than once, especially when you look at the history of technology. That's a term, isn't it? The history of technology, how the Muggles have gone from being a beast to what they are now, over millions of years. A marvel, I must say. You also pointed out the rapid leaps in technology that the Muggles have made at intervals, with shorter and shorter intervals, and even predicted that the next leap was not far away. Very enlightening." Dumbledore was full of praise for this book. Felix said modestly, "This idea wasn't pioneered by me. In fact, many sociologists from the Muggle world, oh, that is, scholars of Muggles who study about Muggles, have given me a lot of help with their writings." Dumbledore said calmly, "Many Muggles are equally intelligent, but few in the wizarding world acknowledge that." "I agree with you on that, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore then blinked, seemingly skipping over the subject, and said amusingly, "So you must have read a lot of Muggle books?" "Frankly, a lot of my Christmas presents are books, and they seem to think that I prefer them. In fact, I've read most of them, and I prefer a pair of wool socks over them. Of course, if it's a book from the Muggle world, I don't think I'd turn it down." A clear hint. At least he knows what to get as Christmas presents. Yes, although they don't have magic, some of them are willing to spend more than a decade to complete a book that is devoted to a certain problem, or a theory. Felix softly said, "It's very difficult. And for that reason, it's very precious." Dumbledore got somewhat relieved. "It seems you have really gained a lot in these past few years." Then a question came out of nowhere, "So why do you still insist on teaching at Hogwarts?" "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 4. Chapter 4 Felix's Theory. Felix seemed to be slightly puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "I don't get it, Headmaster." Dumbledore placed his hands in front of him with a questioning gaze. "I mean, you have a great future ahead of you, but you keep on insisting on returning to Hogwarts. I want to know why." The headmaster's implication was clear. "You've already made a name for yourself, and in the 3 years since you graduated, you've written 3 books, each of them quite brilliant." The 2 Muggle Studies books didn't sell much, at least compared to the other professor he was interviewing with, who is also an author. The sales are low, as the 2 books didn't sell much better. But there is no denying that the influence of these 2 books is so widespread that a book, The History of the Muggle Wars, from a million years ago, and the other one, How Muggles Think, has become the guiding books for most of the world's wizarding departments dealing with Muggles issues. At least Dumbledore had discussed some contents of the books with 2 of his friends, both among one who works as head of the Division for the Prohibition of Muggle Abuse and the other one is a member of the Wizengamot. Both were equally enthusiastic about the 2 books. Felix thought for a moment and said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I am very attached to Hogwarts, it is my home, and it makes me feel close to it. Besides, I'd love to teach students, it's a very fulfilling thing to do." Dumbledore interrupted, his azure eyes full of brilliance that it's impossible to tell this is the gaze of a 100-year-old man. "We both know that's not true. I want to know what you really think. It's important, it's about whether you'll get the teaching job or not." Felix felt slightly embarrassed. He subconsciously used the occlumency, but stopped it halfway. This is not a wise decision. Occlumency isn't foolproof, especially when you were the one at the lower level, let alone against one of the greatest wizard of the century. It's a good thing he'd planned ahead and made some small preparations for this in advance. For example, a few drops of elixir. After a couple of seconds of contemplation, he decided to follow his instincts and tell it like this. Felix finally spoke up and said sincerely, "To delve deeper into the mysteries of magic." Dumbledore bowed his head and looked like he is listening. "Headmaster, you have been my headmaster from the time I was enrolled to the time I graduated, so you should have some idea of what I have been through. I spent a lot of time in the practical aspects of magic before my 5th year in order to deal with some trouble, and neglected some theoretical aspects. It's true, he was always very uptight in order not to get beaten up and bashed around a bit. At that time I was seeking power, the power of a single spell, but I was wrong, and it wasn't until my last 2 years at school when I finally had the time to indulge in the mysteries of magic, that I realized what I had missed. It was also true that while his golden fingers had helped him to become powerful quickly, it also led him in the wrong direction, a one-sided pursuit of magical prowess at the expense of the theory behind it." Dumbledore nodded slightly, his tone becoming gentle again, but with a touch of curiosity. "So, you're researching ancient magic runes?" It was not difficult to guess. After all, Felix's 3 books, apart from Muggle Studies, consisted of the exploration of ancient magic runes. Muggle Studies, on the other hand, could not be described as the study of magic. That's right. The more you delve into magic, the more you can't get away from ancient magic runes, especially when you need to trace the origins of the magic, so you need to research ancient magic. I only realized this in 6th and 7th year, but unfortunately, I only got an A in ancient rune on my ALS, so I couldn't pursue it further and had to study on my own. This is even more true, and was a mistake made by Felix in his youthful ignorance. Felix continued, under the influence of the Felix Felicis his instincts were acute, and his words became smoother. "I do have a personal interest. Hogwarts has the largest library in the world and there are many books on ancient magic runes in it. But the books on the market. I've read all the books on the market, and unfortunately they are mostly theory and not much practical. They seem to treat ancient runes as a mere language, used only to translate the manuscripts of their predecessors. And in the process of studying Muggles, I had the unexpected inspiration of trying to combine the two. As you know, ancient magic runes are essential knowledge for alchemy as well." Dumbledore was intrigued. "You mean, if I'm not mistaken, that you want to combine alchemy and the Muggle stuff?" Felix looked a little enthusiastic as he spoke eloquently. "Yes, but this is only an initial stage, which is to transform Muggle items into magical products. An air conditioner, for example, is a cooling device that keeps the room temperature at a comfortable range. Muggles need to be powered by electricity, that is, a form of energy, and the conversion to a magical artifact is much simpler, with a freezing charm at its core, plus a detection spell. Of course, there is the issue of stability to consider, and that requires the use of ancient magic runes. And what I'm working on now is a further step, combining the wisdom of the Muggle with the magic of the wizard. You know, Muggles always have a lot of strange ideas, and it's hard to turn some of their ideas into reality, but when you add magic to the mix, it's easy to do. Dumbledore nodded and commented, the first step is to transform, the second step to creating a brilliant idea. The two of them discussed the subject for a long time, and it was only after 3 hours that Dumbledore snapped out of it. He had indeed just been unconsciously immersed in a discussion with Felix, arguably one of the most remarkable students he had come across in the last few decades. Especially after 3 years of study at his own suggestion, the student had burst into flames. Even though he is a Slytherin. Unfortunately, he is a Slytherin. Dumbledore was silent, he wavered, and time seemed to have travelled back 50 years in an instant. The resemblance seemed too great. The same Muggle orphans, the same Slytherin, the same good and gentle manners, the same obsession with power, how could he choose? If only he hadn't forced that boy to admit his mistake for using fiend fire, if only he had cared more, or even if he had discovered his evil ambition earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a horrible Dark Lord. And what about now? It seemed that he had the identical choice in front of him. The old man is in a trance. He looked across the table at the young, handsome, outstanding student and seemed to see the shadow of another person. Voldemort. On the other side of the table, Felix looked puzzled. I am telling the truth, albeit selectively. I'm telling the truth, and we've just had a good conversation. Why is Dumbledore acting all complicated and glum? What did he say wrong? Did it prick him? What the hell is going on? Felix got a headache. 5. Chapter 5 finalized. In the headmaster's office, silence once again reigned. After a long time, Dumbledore seemed to come back to his senses and he had already made up his mind. Dumbledore weighed his words. I'm sorry, Felix, Professor Burbage has not thought of retiring. Felix wore a disappointed expression. But, Dumbledore began quickly, I can see that you are very good in ancient magic runes. Yes, Headmaster. Felix thought of something and held back the flicker of hope that had risen in his heart as he looked at Dumbledore with dull eyes. The old man in front of him did not deliberately play coy and stated his thoughts straightforwardly, I would like you to teach ancient runes, I wonder if you are interested. Of course I do. Felix blurted out and then slowed down, yes, I do. But, Professor Babbling. Ah, Baths Haida, Dumbledore seemed to mutter with a lament before explaining, she has been in service at Hogwarts for over 50 years, and for the past few years she has been hoping to take a sabbatical for a while to see how the world has changed. A sabbatical? Are you suggesting that I should fill in for the Ancient Magic Runes class temporarily as a substitute? Is it for an academic year? Or a semester? Felix frowned slightly, this was not what he desired. Hogwarts is rich in books, and becoming a professor at the school would come with many advantages. He didn't want just a year and a half, but at least a minimum of 5 to 10 years required, right? Dumbledore is amused, his silvery beard fluttering as he pointed out with a straight face, Felix, Professor Babbling is not a normal wizard, she has a magical bloodline which lets her see time differently than we do. Magical bloodline? Felix recalled Professor Babbling's appearance, which seemed to have remained unchanged from the time he enrolled, to the time he graduated. Could it be because she is of mixed blood? A mix of another humanoid race? It is possible, there was no shortage of them in the wizarding world, the most common hybrid races were humans with giants, dwarves, and fae. As far as he knew, there was more than one in the school. Before he could come to a conclusion, he heard Dumbledore say, as far as Professor Babbling is concerned, it is not unusual for her to take a sabbatical of 10 or 20 years. In fact, when she complained to me about the lack of sabbaticals, she recommended a few candidates to replace her, and among them, there was you, Felix. It dawned upon Felix that he had a pretty good relationship with this professor, although he had been unable to take ancient runes in his 6th or 7th year, he had always consulted her during his subsequent self-study and had never stopped writing to her even after graduation. Apart from Dumbledore, the only professor who kept in touch with him after graduation is Professor Babbling. Professor Dumbledore added, your presence here will make Professor Babbling very happy, she has so many desires to fulfill over the years that she has almost filled a parchment scroll. Felix, of course, nodded his head in agreement at the prospect of such a nice offer. As he walked out of the headmaster's office, Felix breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had returned to this place again. Hogwarts, the center of the British wizarding world. This time, as a professor. He returned to Professor McGonagall's office to see a Phoenix Patroness dissipate, and it dawned on him that Dumbledore had informed Professor McGonagall of the result through the Patroness. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall lifted her glasses slightly, I have received a message from Dumbledore, Felix, no, I should call you Professor Hap from now on. You can still call me Felix, I will always be your student. Professor McGonagall grunted slightly, Professor Snape won't be happy about this. Felix scratched his head, he had made Snape very angry back then. McGonagall quickly skipped the subject, and with a wave of her wand, a dozen pieces of parchment flew out of a large cabinet in her office, smoothed it into a neat stack, showing the stern and serious nature of its owner. These are your class schedules, student lists, obligations, and privileges. Supplies, and anything else I personally think you'll need for the class. The most urgent question, of course, is whether the textbooks need to be changed. Textbooks? Felix was slightly puzzled. That's right, the textbooks. McGonagall repeated, many professors have their own teaching philosophies, and Hogwarts encourages this principle, so they can decide for themselves how they teach their class, the ratio of theories to practicals, and of course, the selection of the teaching materials. McGonagall gave him a look, I learned that you also wrote a book about ancient magic runes. Felix understood, considering for a moment, but he decided not to change it. Professor Babbling's textbook is just perfect, I acquired a lot out of it when I was in the school. All right. Professor McGonagall seemed unconcerned by this move, but Felix heard her mutter something softly which was too quiet for him to hear, but it seemed to involve another professor. If only, professors could be like that. It isn't nice for Felix to ask about it, as a budding professor, he didn't want to make more trouble before he officially hired. As a Slytherin, he has a very strong sense of purpose in his behavior. Professor McGonagall looked up at Felix, who was not budging, and said, Professor Hap, you can go now. We will send you a formal letter of appointment and entry date in the post, and if there is any additional information, it will also be enclosed. Felix smiled, Professor McGonagall, I would like some more time to prepare. As you know, I am still very young, although I have little experience in the field of magic, and I have no relevant experience in teaching, you are very experienced in this field, and I would greatly need your guidance in this regard. I don't know if it is an illusion or not, but Felix noticed that Professor McGonagall seemed to smile a little, or of course, it could have been a twitch at the corner of her lips, as they say that people who are always stone-faced are prone to have a facial paralysis. Felix's mind was spinning with nonsensical thoughts. Felix, you're always so polite. McGonagall seemed impressed, and courteously ceased her work at hand, what do you want to know? I'd like to start by looking at student information, such as academic results, the number of students in each year at each house, some of the best or very famous young wizards, and it would be nice to have a review of each of them. Professor McGonagall gave him a look and waved her wand silently, the door of the large cupboard opened with a crack, and out of it flew a flurry of parchment scrolls. Felix hastily pulled out his wand and with a flick of it, one quill on the table turned into a long table. Professor McGonagall responded and stacked the scrolls on the table, excellent transfiguration. I couldn't have done it without your teaching, Felix said humbly. I remember your first 3 years, you didn't get a lot of credit in your transfiguration. Felix feels a bit embarrassed, as he was so busy fighting the little snakes of 7th year that he didn't even have enough time to practice something other than some magic spells every day, so he didn't have time to focus on transfiguration, which was the reason. It was only later that he picked up transfiguration. Professor McGonagall didn't dwell on his grades because she is well aware of Felix's situation at the time and, to be honest, she had always had a problem with the use of the sorting hat for sorting and had always believed, for a long time, that Felix should have been sorted into Gryffindor. For all his reckless, bravery, who would believe that he isn't a Gryffindor? Even among the young lions, he's the most reckless one. Here's the information you asked for, but there's no evaluation. About some of the best little wizards, I can only stand by my side and name some from the Gryffindor house. That's useful too. Felix wasn't picky. Oliver Wood and Percy Weasley in the 6th year, Alicia Spinnet and Angelina Johnson in the 4th year, Hermione Granger in the 2nd year, then McGonagall pursed her lips, and of course the Weasley twins, Fred and George, for goodness sake, if they put half of their mischief efforts on their studies. Is that all? I remember the famous Harry Potter attending too, isn't he in Gryffindor? Felix was somewhat curious, the name had thundered through him in his past and present life. Harry. I could see that the name is entangling her even more. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 6. Chapter 6 Little Assistant or a Tollman. What kind of person is Harry Potter? Professor McGonagall is definitely one of the most qualified people to answer this question, and it is fair to say that, except for a certain unnamed potion professor, the other members of the faculty have a good opinion of Harry. He is sincere, polite, and has a sense of justice, but on the other hand, he is also slightly impulsive and reckless, which is not entirely a bad thing, and at least fits the profile of a young lion. But these are all just character assessments if you look at his academic performance. I can only say that we can't go into more detail. If you want to go into detail, you can only say that he has a lot of potential. It's exactly the same as what some teachers used to say at parent-teacher meetings in his previous life. Finally, Professor McGonagall described Harry this way: Harry is a very friendly little wizard and plays Quidditch very well. I asked you what subject he specialized in, and you tell me he's friendly? Is there nothing else to brag about besides that? But he's good at Quidditch, and he seems to have a natural aptitude for athletics. To be honest, Felix feels quite envious. Not for being a star figure on the Quidditch pitch, but in his opinion, a person with good athletic talent is at least half a dueling talent. What did dueling depend on? Spell power, spellcasting skill, mentality, experience, and reflexes. He has all the first four attributes, but the last one, reflexes, is just average, although he is not that slow and not that fast either. But don't think that Felix is weak. With his golden fingers, his spells are far more powerful than they should be. As early as the end of the 4th year, he was able to stand toe-to-toe with 3 adult wizards and force his way through their defenses. Not to mention his current self. If we take an unnamed potion professor as an example, Felix's magic theory may be a little behind due to his age, but his spells are definitely more powerful than the others. And this is all because he has spent his days and nights working on it. He practiced the main attack spell 10,000 times, can you believe it? Take one of his most powerful attack spells, Petrificus Totalis, as an example. This spell is the first spell he contacts with, and now he rates it as his top 6 spells, but he can't break through to level 7 at present. No matter what, it's simply impossible for him to move on further due to his lack of magic knowledge. But what does a level 6 spell mean? Just 2 years ago, with 2 level 6 spells and a little skill, he took down 7 of the most powerful wizards in the US wizardry side in a flash. His unparalleled skillfulness and the sheer power of his spells are what Felix has to say about himself. It was because Felix had crossed 2 levels at the end of his 4th year and mastered 2 level 6 spells that he had the strength to face the outside world with confidence. Felix is somewhat saddened that if he had been able to react well, he might not have needed to get this high level in a spell. If only he had better reflexes, maybe he wouldn't need to resort to using elixir to master his skills. But it's a good thing that he spent the 3 years after graduating not for nothing, and he has developed a new form of magic for himself. Felix would like to thank all those dark wizards who have made such an indelible contribution to his wizardry endeavors. Thank you for putting your lives on the line. Felix sat on the other side of the table, flipping through the information provided by Professor McGonagall, occasionally transcribing data and recording statistics, something he had been doing for 2 years in the Muggle world. He had worked for 3 companies in the last 2 years, and each time he quit, the companies were reluctant to let him go, and not because he had cast a hypnosis spell. In the afternoon, Felix and Professor McGonagall enjoyed their afternoon tea together, during which Felix asked a question. Assistant Professor. McGonagall felt slightly puzzled. It's just an assistant, which can be defined as someone who assists the professor with miscellaneous tasks such as organizing research materials, marking papers, supervising exams, auditioning for lectures, and that sort of thing. Felix corrected. Of course, there's no shortage of little perks. Professor McGonagall understood a little, and she rolled her eyes slightly. I think you're just trying to be lazy. As Professor Snape said, that Felix is a standard Slytherin. He just got a teaching job, and he's already trying to avoid his work. I don't think it's right for a professor to throw his work to the students. Professor McGonagall said sternly, pursing her lips. Professor McGonagall, you misunderstand me, I am actually trying to train good students. Professor McGonagall had a look on her face that said, you're not going to fool me. It's true. I don't intend to set up my own club in my first year, after all, I need some time to familiarize myself with teaching and the environment. A club is a place where certain professors invite a group of students from each house who have excelled enough in their courses to get together and study magic. It's called a club. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, for example, held occasional events to learn about techniques and tricks that wouldn't be covered in lectures or exams. Professor McGonagall nodded, precisely because Felix is a newcomer, and she hasn't mentioned this to him yet. So you're saying that you want to find talents early? Preparing for next year's club? McGonagall asked. That's right. Professor McGonagall looked down and thought about it, thinking that this could be done and that it would have many benefits for the students, and just a few extra pointers alone would be enough to attract the top students. As the only outstanding graduate with a dominant rank in the last few decades, Felix was more than qualified. As for some academic dregs? Who cares what those dregs think? It has nothing to do with those academic scums. There are no scums in any professor's club. So, what are your criteria? Professor McGonagall inquired, as such opportunities did not often come along, and she was prepared to use her power for personal gain, no, to give preference to the talents of her own house. Felix thought about it and roughly conveyed a few things. Well, first, active learners, that is, people who are willing to take the initiative to learn and are very eager for knowledge. Secondly, well, the memory should be very good, and thirdly, the year level should not be too high, after all this is my first assistant, so I'd like to spend some time training him or her. By the way, the result of the ancient magic rune is not important, I have special teaching tricks. He added. Felix thought about it again and decided that is pretty much all that he needed. In reality, he was looking for a toolman to help him with all sorts of chores. But there were levels for toolman, and a low-level rubbish toolman was not quite that useful for his magic work. A low-level toolman is not as useful as a wizard toolman, but a tool from a student is different. Not only is it easy to use, but with a little training, it can be developed into a teaching assistant, a magic research assistant, or even a CO partner. Professor McGonagall didn't even want to think about it, and quickly went through the list of little lions in her house through her mind. Wood is no good, his time clashed with Quidditch. Percy is good, but he is already in the 5th year and had owls to prepare for this year. The Weasley twins? They'll be sent away after a couple of days. But those two do have potential. Then, a name popped into her head. You mean Hermione Granger? Felix got a little surprised, the name seemed to be one of the Golden Trios, right? The same year as Harry Potter, so she is only 2nd year, right? Yes, she fits your requirements almost perfectly. Love for knowledge, excellent memory, not too advanced in years. Professor McGonagall spoke kindly, she has a soft spot for Miss Granger, as there is a rumor circulating around about one of Granger's nicknames is Little McGonagall. Seeing that Felix seemed a little hesitant, Professor McGonagall recommended the Weasley twins, but told him in advance of their awful pranking habits. I'll have a chat with them when school begins. Felix didn't make up his mind at the end of the day. 7. Chapter 7 Lecture Planning. After reading the materials, Felix bid farewell and left. On his way back, he stopped by Diagon Alley and picked up 2 sets of 3rd year to 7th year ancient magic rune textbooks from Flourish and Blott's bookshop. One set is brand new and the other is a gem that he has spent a lot of time picking out from the pile of old books. The old textbooks came from a group of students with different handwriting but with uniformly detailed notes, and he thought he could use them as a reference for teaching the students. The next day, he embarked on an intense course preparation workout, starting by looking through the textbooks, which was surprisingly easy. Professor Babbling, as an expert in ancient magic runes, picked materials that were distinctive. They were mainly based on the current mainstream viewpoint, but with a certain percentage of practical magic runes thrown in. The current mainstream view is that ancient magic runes are ancient scripts, used by ancient wizards to record magic, and modern researchers are tasked with translating what is still left of those materials. This is only part of the truth, but in fact, as the name suggests, ancient scripts has a very long history in the distant past. It was used to carry the mystical symbols of wizards, and which was widely used in both ancient magic and ancient alchemy. It was used across the world in various forms. And it was that ancient magic runes that Felix sought out in order to find the truth to the ultimate way. He then went through the notes of a few old students, and the parts of key points, their thought process, and problem solving were very inspiring to him. It helped him to understand how the young wizards viewed the subject. That's why he likes the academic top scorers. After all, things fit together. With the notes from the model students and the syllabus he had received from Professor McGonagall, he already has a clear vision of what he needs to teach. The next step is to consider the style of teaching. Although he already got the teaching job that he had been waiting for, and the 1,000-year-old Hogwarts collection is once again at his disposal, still, he knows as a legendary graduate, and he couldn't return to his alma mater to be criticized for his poor teaching, could he? He couldn't afford to be embarrassed for this. He doesn't want to be accused of being a bad teacher. What should I do to attract their interest? Felix thought about it over and over again, and the first idea that popped into his mind is quiz. At this point, he knew that he was not alone in this quest. In his past and present lives, the psychological shadow caused by many of these type of tests has hunted him. A strange GG laugh came from within the room. Back to the subject, Felix took out a piece of parchment and wrote the words quiz and worksheet on it, which immediately led into 2 branches, one being the pros, with the words quick consolidation of knowledge, and the other branch representing the cons, with the words easy to cheat. Felix, of course, needs to make a name for himself, but he also knows the standard of the little wizards out there and he needs to take it easy if he doesn't want to overtake Professor Binns as the most unpopular professor. The key is to be interesting and informative, but interesting is the opposite of what quiz and worksheet can be. Felix murmured, maybe I can make them write a diary and mini-essay in ancient magic runes. Time passes quickly amidst these thoughts. Final exams are also very important, so I might consider adding a practical section. Ancient magic runes is inherently boring, but it is actually essential knowledge for delving into the mysteries of magic, linked at one end to ancient magic and at the other to ancient alchemy. The former represents great power and the latter represents the once glorious, wonderful creations. Ancient magic is not desirable, I can't even control it myself now. But using what they've already learned to create, or at least repair, a piece of alchemy is a feasible idea. Felix went into some sort of brainstorm, thoughts and inspirations bursting forth, the quill on his desk moving rapidly. As the quill on the table fluttered and twirled, it created a trail of shadows. By late afternoon, Felix had completed the initial design of the course. Not bad from me. He looked at his work with satisfaction, 3 sheets of parchment densely covered with text and flow charts. The only question left is what kind of artifacts to use as the teaching aid. This proved to be a difficult task, as Felix did not intend to prepare 5 artifacts for the grades he teaches from 3 to 7. It would be too much trouble and would occupy his reading time. Instead, he was going to choose an appropriate product and divide it into different difficulty levels. For example, in Year 3, you will only have to complete a few things such as linking, looping, balancing, and coordinating, similar to the physics experiment of connecting wires and switching on and off switchboards in the item. As for Year 7, I'm not asking them to build a rocket, but it's not that hard for them to build a cart, right? What should the object be? First, it can't be too simple, otherwise, it's impossible to distinguish the difficulty, but it can't be too complicated either, otherwise, I'd be exhausted as well. There should be 800, if not 1,000, young wizards at Hogwarts, and even if only a third of them chose ancient magic runes, it would be an unbearable amount of work for someone who wanted to be innovative in his teaching. Felix had a headache trying to strike a balance between efficiency and quality. For 3 days in a row, Felix searched his book collection, but could not find the right starting point. There are so few ancient magic books on the market, and even fewer with a practical focus. Felix wailed in his heart, which made him long for the Hogwarts collection more and more. It would be his one piece. Felix had heard all sorts of strange legends when he was at school, such as the 4 founding heads of Hogwarts each leaving behind mysterious legacies, but it occurred to him that if he could master all the magical knowledge in the library, he would be no less accomplished than any of the Big 4. The greatest treasure is right in front of them, and yet most people were blind to it. It was only after he had missed it that he realized what he wanted. Why else would he have been planning to return to Hogwarts for years? Why else would he have been plotting in the past few years to get back to Hogwarts? With nothing to find, Felix walked out of his house and prepared to take a walk. Mr. Happ, I haven't seen you for a few days. An elegant lady met him by chance. Linda, I've been busy preparing for the new job. You've found a job already? After a short conversation, the lady left with a slight reluctance. It must be mentioned that Felix's gentle personality and attractive looks have always made him popular with his neighbors. The streets of London's Western Quarter. Felix wandered around aimlessly, looking like a world apart from the busy pedestrians on the road. Though that's not a bad way to phrase it. In the middle of his walk, Felix passed by a dental clinic and, looking at the clean and tidy front of the dentist's place, his eyes paused and a thought that had been on his mind for a long time resurfaced. No hurry, let's come back in a few days. As he walked on, he finally stopped in front of a children's activity room and, hearing the familiar words Yo Fakinde and Dog Sene, Felix walked in by accident. Inside, the light is slightly dim, and a half-dozen teenagers are frantically tapping buttons, tirelessly shaking joysticks, and mouthing bizarre words like ha. Fighting games, hey? Felix feels like he has been returned to his childhood, not this one, but his past life one, of course. The familiar characters on the screen made him feel close to them, especially the poorly costumed girl characters. Fireman's skill is so cool. Ice Girl's move is full screen, what do you know? Felix laughed in silence. He is about to turn around and leave when a flash of inspiration hit him. Wait, what is that? Fighting? A fighter? Yes, hand-to-hand one. Felix's eyes lit up, he had finally found something that is complex enough for 5 grades, but not too difficult. Why not a gadget? No, why not a magic golem? He had been thinking about it all along, and he could finally put an end to it. A recreated of some characters from the fighting games, using ancient magic rune circuits as a template. This kind of magical golem, hand-sized one, is acceptable for children in the wizarding world, and there is no psychological barrier for the little muggle wizard. As for the difficulty level, it is easily adjustable. For 3rd and 4th year students, he can just give them a complete magic golem, leaving some nodes and branching structures for them to complete. For the senior students, they need to complete at least one functional structure by themselves. The more Felix thought about it, the more excited he became. He could even start a battle of the knights. After all, children in the wizarding world are so miserable and the entertainment is so uninteresting. What is so great about Quidditch? He couldn't stand Quidditch, and it wasn't because he had failed his first class in flying. An image came to Felix's mind. 2 students facing each other, each holding a palm-sized magical golem in their hands, in a classic dueling pose. Let's have a tense and exciting magic duel. The corners of Felix's mouth curled up in anticipation. 8. Chapter 8 Golem. What does it take to make a real magic golem? First of all, what is a magic golem? Simply put, it's a guardian of the house. As far as Felix knows, there are many stone golems at Hogwarts, which are extremely complex to craft and have survived for thousands of years, ensuring the safety of Hogwarts. But for teaching purposes, there is no need to be so demanding. Good clay, the right amount of dragon dung, and some blood from a magical creature. Dragon blood is best, of course, but as far as teaching aids are concerned, they'll have to be cheap. But he could get himself some high-level battle golems for his personal collection. Felix quickly submitted an application to Professor McGonagall, and after some complicated communication, Professor McGonagall finally agreed to his idea and let him try it out. A formal letter of employment was sent with that letter, along with a small bag of golden galleons. Felix quickly gathered the materials for the student version of the magic golem, digging the clay himself and scavenging dragon dung and blood of magical creatures from the black market. He then spent the next 3 days traveling around Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, as well as a few different wizarding black markets around the world, before finally assembling the high-level materials for his own refined version of the magic golem. Afterward, Felix wrote to his dear old Slytherin classmates and borrowed a temporary loan of house elves from their home to create a magical version of an assembly line. Felix emptied a room and cast a spell to undetectable extension charm, transforming it into a big square room. In front of him, a row of house elves standing straight. "Gentlemen, I'm counting on you." After Felix had demonstrated how the golem models were made, he took a step back and delegated the tasks. As for him, he is busy himself. As well as redesigning his own refined battle golem, adding all sorts of restrictive and powerful enchantment circuits to it, he also has to keep the house elves well fed so that they can concentrate on their work. Felix is not just talking out of his arse, as testified by the house elves. Mr. Hap is really great. XN. Time slipped away, and before we knew it, half a month had passed. Felix looked at the hundreds of models of magical golems with great satisfaction, even though they did not have a single magical circuit and could barely be considered as a rough piece. But that is enough for now. On the occasion of their farewell, Felix prepared a sumptuous farewell dinner for the house elves. "That was very generous of you, sir." XN. After another wave of thanks, Felix sent the volunteer laborers away. For the next week, Felix began to carve ancient magic runes of varying degrees of difficulty, according to the number of people in each grade, while using reinforcement enchantments to prevent damage. After all, it's all worth money. Felix worked himself to death to get it done. "I'll never do that again. I'm so tired." Felix felt drained and pale, but his understanding of ancient magic runes had taken a big step forward. At random, he picked up a half-finished magic golem, a palm-sized, about half a foot, humanoid golem that looked like a young man of proportionate size, dressed in a Japanese school uniform and wearing a pair of black gloves with exposed fingers and a golden sun emblem embedded on the back of both the gloves on the top. After a few minutes of filling up the ancient magic rune circuit, he waved his wand and the golem immediately moved. First, it moved its arms and legs as an experiment, kicking and punching, then it raised its index finger in a classic pose, paused for a few seconds, and then swung its arm violently, sending a ball-sized flame following the predetermined ancient magic rune circuit, flying half a meter from its finger. He. Felix's magical golem, although inspired by a fighting game, is not an exact copy, with some modifications to its appearance and moves. There are 12 different puppets, ranging from pretty boys and girls to old men and little kids, so students can choose the one they like. In addition to the basic character fighting moves, each puppet also has an external skill design. However, in view of the reality of the situation, Felix did not make it too complicated, but divided it roughly into 4 types: fire, ice, lightning, and slash. In the case of fire, for example, given the safety concerns, and not to underestimate the bears among the young wizards, the student version of the magic golem's external skill is the most common type of fire, with a cooler appearance at best. He is so well versed on this point that he even magically altered a character's skill to transform into a flaming bird, yes, a phoenix. Felix was very pleased, perhaps he could bring a new trend to Hogwarts. With the teaching tools sorted out, Felix turned his attention to his own refined battle golems. There are 6 of them. If I had to put a label on them to satisfy everyone's imagination, they could be summed up in the following keywords: Hot Fiery Sorcerer, Miss Ice Cold Beauty, Beautiful Lightning Miss, Cute Sister, Master of Blade, Miss Beauty of Speed, Seductress Metamorphosis Pro. The features are surprisingly consistent. All in all, he has added 2 new types to his collection, the Fast Assassin and the Shapeshifter. These 6 figures are not just a bunch of cheap stuff, but rather they are gold pieces that have taken him a lot of time to complete, with a lot of high-level materials, complex ancient magic runes, and preservation enchantment. The Fiery Sorcerer, for example, is inscribed with a powerful magical flame that is extremely hot and can be projected over a distance of 20 meters, with the strength to shatter a wall and maintain this level of combat intensity for 10 minutes. According to his estimation, one of these 6 magic golems could easily beat a 7th-year graduate. The 6 golems are a combination of long-range attack and melee, speed and strength, attack and disruption. They can be used individually or in teams of 2, 3, 4, or even 6, and their power can increase exponentially over time. Well, Felix thought with malice that the 6 golems together would have no problem holding off an anonymous potions professor for 10 minutes. The only drawback is that they would require a wizard to control them. But the point is that Felix himself is much better than these magic golem. Felix shook his head, there is still a lot of room for improvement. At the very least, they should be given a certain amount of battle intelligence. Looking at the rest of the ingredients, he thought about it and decided to mix some inferior materials and make 5 more golems, stronger than the student version and weaker than the collection version. Consider it a prize for each year, 5 grades, 1 for each grade. Perfect. Felix took out a little box and put the teaching aids in it. Needless to say, the box is also under an undetectable extension charm. Without thinking much about the 6 artifacts of his own, Felix waved his wand and let them drift up to a green ring on his left index finger. The ring, which resembled a storage ring, is essentially an alchemy creation with an undetectable extension charm and a reinforcement enchantment. It is also engraved with a hidden magic circuit to limit magic fluctuations, to look like a fancy gem ring. But this ring holds a third of his fortune from all his travels. But Felix has already built 2 of these types of storage space and still wanted to make 1 more, as his 3 rabbit hidden caves. He had already found an idea for the 3rd one, the other day. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 9, Chapter 9 3 Caves. Felix caresses the back of his wrist, where a tattoo the size of a fingernail is visible in a pale white pattern that few would notice unless they looked at it thoroughly and carefully. The pattern is actually an ancient magic rune circuit that hides a small space within. In this space, there's a spare wand. After all, the pattern is so small that there is not much space to hide anything else. The ancient magic circle is closed all the time and can only be unlocked if the conditions are met. The only condition to open it is by smearing it with his own blood. This is his most hidden, and almost undetectable, backhand at the moment. When he is at a disadvantage, or when he is disarmed, loses his wand, or even has his ring taken from him, this magical circuit will help him to turn the tables in his favor. As long as he is not killed on the spot, he has a chance to turn the tables. The ring on his left hand is shown in front light, and the magic circle on the back of his right wrist is hidden in the dark, a near-perfect combination of light and dark. And now Felix is about to build his 3rd cave. This caution is not because Hogwarts is a tiger's den, or because he is plotting to do something shady, but because he knew he would be officially involved in the plot. He knew that the day he became the ancient magic rune professor at Hogwarts, his involvement in the plot would become a reality, and with his meager knowledge about the plot, it was difficult for him to be foresighted, so he had to take precautions. He doesn't believe in the so-called fairy tales, he only believes in his own power. But even if he didn't understand the plot, he still knew some of the most basic things. For example, the adventures of Harry Potter in his previous life were made into 8 films, 1 for each year, which is 8 years in the wizarding world. This fits Felix's imagination, 7 years of school adventures, plus a year after graduation to defeat the Death Eaters once and for all, no problem. It's his very strict logical deduction. Now that a year had passed, if nothing else, Voldemort would be utterly destroyed in 7 years. Felix slightly relieved by this thought. He is certainly no match for Voldemort now, but there is no guarantee about the future. As Felix plotted his future strategies, he left his house and walked through the streets of London. Half an hour later, he stood at the door of the same dental clinic he had found earlier in January. Felix pushed the door open and the bell on the doorstep chimed clearly. A middle-aged man in a white coat poked his head out of the room, looked at Felix twice, and asked, "Are you here for a dental appointment?" Felix replied briefly, "I want a filling." The dentist nodded and led him in the direction of a seat. "Please sit down. My name is Will Granger, you can call me Dr. Granger. I'm Felix Happ." Dr. Granger had him lie down in the seat and looked at Felix's mouth with a searchlight-like thingy with some confusion on his face. "Mr. Happ, your teeth are in excellent condition, very clean and neat, very evenly sized." Felix pointed to the upper left side of his cheek. "I would like to fill wisdom teeth." Dr. Granger was flabbergasted. This was an odd request. Wisdom teeth are not very useful. He said sincerely, "Mr. Happ, I don't recommend that you fill wisdom teeth because..." Dr. Granger then showed his professionalism by giving him a full 20-minute lecture on dental knowledge. In the meantime, a young girl with fluffy hair, about 12 to 13 years old, came in and took a look at the two, especially when she saw how Dr. Granger kept talking, so she gave a look of "Here we go again." Finally, Felix had to interrupt him. "Dr. Granger, how about this, you can make me a tooth first, and I'll try it out and then decide if I want a filling." Dr. Granger thought about it and thought it made sense. He took out a pen and paper and noted the dimensions of Felix's mouth. After tracing them on the paper, he soon confirmed the size and shape of the wisdom teeth. He then went inside and started to work. Felix looked around the clinic with interest, particularly at the small glass case hung on one of the walls, where magnified models of the teeth could be seen through the glass. As he looks around intently, a confident voice come out from his left. A filling isn't the best option, especially for a disposable wisdom teeth. Felix turned his head to look at the young girl, and then heard her add, "It hurts." "It hurts? How much does it hurt?" "A hole will need to be drilled in your cavity with a small drill, then the same hole will have to be drilled in and screwed back in place with your artificial wisdom teeth." Felix suddenly got a bit of a toothache. And the little girl's sermon continues, "Even if you get a filling, it's not a permanent fix. On the contrary, a damaged cavity is more vulnerable to damage, and if you have bad oral habits, it can lead to decay and plaque, causing the original tooth to loosen and fall out, which must be repaired." "Stop it." He already had the image of it in his mind. Although he could use magic for repair and pain relief, now his mind is traumatized. Looking at Felix's uncomfortable expression, the young girl tossed her long, fluffy hair and ran off to the corner to read a book, seemingly in a happy mood. Nearly 20 minutes later, Dr. Granger came out again. In his palm, he held a silvery white tray with a man-made tooth that had been polished and finished. "It looks great, doesn't it?" Dr. Granger complimented himself for his craftsmanship. But Felix simply nodded his head, intimidated by what that little girl had just said. As Dr. Granger had advised, he tried out the artificial wisdom tooth without drilling or wrapping the wire, of course, just to test the comfort level. "It's great," Felix praised. "But I've decided not to have any fillings." "Really? You seem to have made the right decision." Dr. Granger was happy for the client rather than upset that he is missing out a business. But the client made a new request, "I'd like to buy this tooth as a souvenir." "A souvenir?" Another strange request, thought Dr. Granger, and even the little girl who was quietly reading a book glanced at him. "That's right, a souvenir." "All right." In the end, Dr. Granger only charged for the materials. As Felix walked out of the clinic, Dr. Granger still felt something strange in his mind and he muttered to his daughter, "A very strange visitor, won't you say, Hermione?" Hermione Granger looked up as Felix disappeared around the corner, shook her head, and went back to her book. 10. Chapter 10 Felix's Wisdom Teeth. At home, Felix went to his lab and began to modify the teeth. First, he drilled a hole in the bottom of the tooth to create a small cavity. Next, the hole got repaired by smoothing it out. Then he placed it under the microscope and, using a carving knife purchased from a microscopist, carved out a regular pattern of ancient magic runes, nesting together to form a circuit. This is very delicate work, constructing magic circuits in the tiniest spaces, something that very few people in the entire wizarding world can do. But Felix, with his expert carving tools and the latest generation of overpriced microscopes, has reduced the difficulty of the process by 2/3. This is one of the results of his theory of combining Muggle wisdom with magic. Muggles' wisdom is not just about their whims, the tools they use to study the world and transform it with are equally fascinating. And few in the wizarding world are able to do this. Pure-blooded wizards aside, some of them hate Muggles, others are not repulsive at best. Mixed blood, or some wizards from Muggle families, may be more familiar with the Muggle world, but at the critical point of their life between the ages of 11 to 18, their focus is primarily on magic. By the time they reach adulthood, their mindset is already set, and it is impossible to deeply embrace the best of both worlds. It was not until the afternoon of the second day that Felix completed the structure of 12 sets of magic circuits, each of which consisted of 3 to 5 ancient magic runes, or some have more than 10. As the last of the ancient magic runes were constructed, he carefully linked the 12 sets of circuits together to form a complete body as a whole. One by one, the circuits were lit up, and the glow of magic burst across the narrow square space of the tooth. With the last circuit lit up, the 12 circuits finally form an everlasting unity, a single brilliant and unified mystical pattern. The tiny hole inside the tooth began to expand without a sign of stopping, soon becoming the size of a suitcase, and the expansion did not end there. Finally, the inner spaces of the tooth expanded to the size of half a room, and then the concealment circuit came into play. The fluctuations of the magic that surged through the tooth were quickly reduced to insignificance, the stability circuit began to stabilize the entire structure of the magic runes, and the reinforcement circuit made the tooth very strong and unbreakable object. The most crucial thing is the activation circuit, which only activated according to the conditions he had set. Felix smiled with satisfaction, the third cave, complete. He took out his suitcase and transferred the items he had already prepared into this cave, which Felix described as a carry-on spare storage room, containing not only 7 to 8 wands, obtained from dark wizards by defeating them, but also various types of potions, flying brooms, tents, and other materials. Once this was done, Felix stuffed that teeth into his mouth and fixed it with magic. He smacked his teeth, but there is nothing unusual about it, and then he ran his tongue over the wisdom tooth deep in his mouth. Felix sat silently at his desk, his gaze calm and relaxed. All of his belongings, most of which were commonly used and less important, were in his suitcase. The more indispensable items, his backup, are divided into 3 sections, known as the 3 caves of the rabbit. The first is his left-hand ring, which contains some of his valuable materials, potions, books, and some of his research, and it is also inscribed with an invisible inscription rune. The advantage of this ring is that it can be carried around with him, making it easy to use in daily life. The disadvantage is that when it is used more than once, it is inevitably noticed, and it is difficult to escape the eyes of the senior wizards. Felix's definition of it is intended to be an everyday object and something to draw attention in plain sight. The second cave, the magic circuit at the right wrist, stores a mere spare wand. Its greatest strength is that it is extremely invisible and almost impossible to detect by conventional means. Felix's definition of this is something that can be used in a desperate counterattack. The third cave, Felix's wisdom tooth, holds a large amount of routine and strategic items. The advantage of this is also its invisibility. Felix's idea is to provide him with sufficient supplies when he is in grave danger and has to flee secretly. This is pretty much safe. Felix believed that people as crisis-aware as he is rare in the wizarding world, perhaps some experienced aurors had such a mind, but their methods certainly wouldn't match his own. Especially since he himself is an expert in occlumency and standard torture would never get him to reveal his secrets. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, and Felix didn't think he would end up in this situation. But things are always unpredictable, and one must be prepared for them. In the years to come, a shadow is known as Voldemort will loom over Britain's wizarding community. Felix never dared to underestimate him. The second Dark Lord may have a questionable IQ, but he is definitely a genius in the field of magic and had been studying it for far longer than he had, not to mention that his research is focused on the deviant and sinister subject of killing and destruction. With less than a week left before the start of term, Felix intends to relax, he's been so tired for some time. Watching films, listening to concerts, and enjoying good food, after all, he has £100,000 in his account. He's going to spend most of his time in the wizarding world, and he can't convert all of it into galleons, so it's a waste for the time being. Felix spent a large amount of pounds on a selection of muggle items to keep him entertained while he went to work. In particular, he spent £8,000 on a compact projection unit, the kind used in cinemas, and accompanying replicas of classic films on the market. As for Hogwarts not being able to use muggle items, is that a problem for him? Similarly, music is a priority, and Felix considers himself a standard Slytherin, and he will enjoy his life as much as he can. As school began, Felix organized his room and put all the magical items in his suitcase. It would be a big problem if a thief came to his door and took 1 or 2 things. What else do I need to prepare? Felix thought for a while and then suddenly slapped his wise little brain, oh yes, books. Remembering the headmaster's hint at the interview, he bought a few pairs of wool socks in different colors and then started to shop around in all the major bookshops. He picked up both his favorite books and Christmas gifts for the various professors, whether they were useful or not, but he had them on hand. Felix was going to give his former head of house a copy of A Guide to Common Experiments for Middle School Students, well, one with lots of illustrations. I hope he'll like it. I'm sure he'll like it, after all, I am his best student. Felix is looking forward to his new job. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 11, Chapter 11 Entry. September 1st. Inauguration time. A lazy man like Felix, without a doubt, continued to use flow powder to reach the deputy headmaster's office, where he emerged from the fireplace in a bright green robe, his hair neatly groomed, and carrying a small suitcase. Professor McGonagall. Felix greeted her with a smile on his face. Professor McGonagall is busy sorting out events for the day, she is responsible for the annual opening dinner, and it is arguably one of her busiest days of the year. Oh, thank goodness you're here at last. Is something wrong? Felix asked. I need you to do some work for me. With pleasure, ma'am, Felix spoke with elegance. Professor McGonagall handed him a series of jobs and left in a huff, muttering things like, Dumbledore never cares about this. I'm on my own. She seemed to have a strong opinion about the headmaster. Felix looked at the parchment in his hand with interest. Let's see, the first job, decorating the Great Hall. The Great Hall, dining hall. Felix waved his wand and placed decorations around the ceiling, arranging the 4 long tables and spacing out each chair to perfection. Then came the weather at the top of the Great Hall. Honestly, I've wanted to play with this for a long time, Felix muttered, waving his wand. Above the Great Hall, the original high noon weather suddenly became cloudy, with thick black clouds pressing ever closer as if they were going to stick themselves firmly in the sky the next moment. Then, Felix continued to wave his wand, and the dense black clouds dispersed, revealing a large, miserable green glow from the sky, making the entire auditorium look like a cursed place. Yahoo! Felix felt so happy he created a big viper, which opened its bloody maw through the green light, and something come out of its mouth, a miserable green figure twisted and formed, looking and acting like a certain professor. Is this what you think of the professor who has taught you for 7 years, Felix? As Felix was having a great time, A hollow voice suddenly surfaced. Felix turned around to see his potions professor and head of the house, Snape, appearing like a ghost with his arms waving. Snape's face looked expressionless, his eyes unswayed by emotion. He spewed venom slowly and deliberately. Are you expressing your displeasure with me? Or the 3 years after graduation filled your head with inappropriate muggle thoughts and made you so arrogant and cocky that you've lost your manners? Cough, cough. Felix felt a bit embarrassed to have been caught red-handed in the middle of the fun. Even more embarrassing is that the long snake above his head poked its head down and the miserable green professor in its mouth was wiggling and swaying. With a wave of his wand, Felix turned the long snake into nothingness. He quickly adjusted his expression as if he had just seen Professor Snape, first with a look of surprise, then quickly stepping forward and greeting Snape with utmost courtesy. Professor, your magic has grown steadily in 3 years. Snape looked him over expressionlessly and mocked him in a rhythmic tone. 3 years has opened my eyes, but I would have thought you were a stupid lion if I hadn't taught you. Felix gave an embarrassed look, his eyes darted away in embarrassment and suddenly looked behind Snape in surprise. Professor McGonagall, when did you get here? Startled, Snape turns around quickly to find the hallway is empty. Turning back, he found Felix with a confused look on his face. Hey? Did I just make a mistake? Snape is so angry he couldn't speak. There you go once again. The boy always found an excuse to get away with it since he was in school, gagging and talking nonsense, but Snape knew him well enough to know how dangerous this boy could be. In fact, he had just left the headmaster's office this morning after a big fight with Dumbledore when he found out that Felix had come to teach at Hogwarts. Snape approached quietly and said in a volume that only 2 people could hear, Felix Happ. You can call me Felix, Professor. Felix interjected. Snape. Again. Always interrupting his speech. But who told Snape to speak slowly and with a musical aria? The others may have been afraid to interrupt because of Snape's oppressive demeanor, but Felix knew him well enough. So well that he knew his deepest secrets. Snape raised his voice, Felix, I don't care what you're doing here at Hogwarts, but I'm going to keep an eye on you. If you're going to use the students at Hogwarts to promote some of your dangerous ideas. I see you've read my work too, Professor, what an honor. Snape is at a loss for words. Professor McGonagall. What are you doing here? Felix suddenly turned his head to the side and spoke. Don't be a smart ass. Snape said angrily, and then he felt someone approaching quickly behind him. And this time it's really true. Felix quietly gestured to his back and before Snape could turn around, he heard Professor McGonagall approaching with a stern and impatient tone. Professor Snape, you have come just in time, I have something to discuss with you. Professor Snape was then dragged away by McGonagall, and Felix made the gesture of goodbye, prompting Snape to give him a fierce glare. Looks like the professor has a strong opinion of me, muttered Felix. I just threatened you once, it's been a few years, look how much he remembers that grudge, shame on him. Well, Felix did threaten Snape, not exactly once, but for 7 years during their time at school. That's another long story. Anyway, Felix continued to tidy up the Great Hall, not daring to play any more this time. Waving his wand, he turned the sky above the Great Hall into a bright starry sky. He deliberately enlarged and brought some stars closer together, a full moon as bright as a disk, crimson Mars as red as a furnace, and a yellow-brown Saturn surrounded by a ring of broken stars. In the distance there were brighter, smaller stars, constantly shining and twinkling, decorating the Great Hall beautifully. Excellent charm. A shrill voice appeared and Felix glanced back up and then lowered his head. He smiled, Hello, Professor Flitwick. Oh. Felix. Professor Flitwick looked thrilled, but in fact, he looked like he is going to faint. A talented Hogwarts graduate returns to school. How wonderful! I still remember your brilliant performance on the Newt's Charms test, perfect, perfect. Professor Flitwick looked thrilled, despite his small stature, he is affectionate and had no prejudice against the houses. It's good to see you, Professor. 12, Chapter 12 Unencrypted Conversations. An hour ago. Snape strode into the headmaster's office, his face looked tense, but it is easy to see that he is furious at the moment. Headmaster. Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked up from his desk. Ah, Severus, what can I do for you? Snape stood in front of him, he didn't sit down but kicked the chair out of the way, and with only a table between them, he asked angrily, You recruited Felix Happ as a professor in the school? What were you thinking? Dumbledore put down the book he was holding. Severus, I see no problem with that, Mr. Happ is excellent, and his talents are widely recognized by the wizarding community and, of course, by me. Snape is rather impatient, I didn't say he isn't good enough. I have taught him, I know what he is like. Indeed, you once rated him, a standard Slytherin very high praise. Dumbledore chuckled. Snape grimaced, that was not a compliment from me. But a taunt. Dumbledore nodded, we all know Mr. Happ quite well, and I know what your concerns are, and since he's going to be teaching at Hogwarts, this issue worth a little time, let's sit down and talk about it. He waved his hand and beckoned the chair back. Snape sat down stiffly, as if underneath his bottom is not a cushion, but a giant fire-breathing dragon. Pumpkin juice? Tea? Or a butterbeer? Dumbledore asked, a cup materializing out of thin air with each word he spoke. I don't need any. Snape is very dismissive. A cup of tea then, Mr. Hap, very fond of it. Dumbledore placed a cup of tea in front of Snape. But the way Snape looked, it appeared as if he had swallowed a fly. Dumbledore said gently, let's talk. I used to have the same misconceptions about Mr. Hap, but as he grew up, so did my opinion of him in general. It was only recently that I had an in-depth conversation with him and I finally made up my mind to hire him. I think you're getting senile. Snape taunted. I'm getting older, but over the years, I've become soberer. We're always more likely to make mistakes when we're young, aren't we? Snape grunted and then said, that Felix boy is up to no good, he's got into so much trouble by doing whatever he wants at school because he's strong. Do you know how I got through these years? Because of him, I've met almost half of the purebloods in Britain. I got letters of complaint from them almost every day. Dumbledore seemed to laugh a little, but he quickly concealed it with a large gulp of pumpkin juice. He agreed, true, Mr. Hap was frantic for power in his junior years, but we all know there's a reason for that, don't we? Snape pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He knew, of course, that Felix was in a rough spot, even worse than he had been back then, and at least his enemies were not from his own house. Dumbledore said calmly, Minerva once complained to me that the Sorting Hat did not accurately assign students to the right house, and she always thought Mr. Hap should be in Gryffindor. What do you think? The boy is a standard Slytherin, Snape said in the same mocking tone as he had back then. I agree. Dumbledore nodded, Mr. Hap, he is a brilliant wizard, extremely brilliant, one of the most gifted person I have ever met in my life. He is always in search of power, I could see that clearly, even though he rarely showed it after the 5th year, he never stopped chasing it. Even after graduation, that was one of my biggest concerns at the time. Snape listened quietly, he didn't deny Dumbledore's wisdom, the old man's experiences were legendary, and he intended to hear what had made him change his mind in the first place. He applied to stay here when he graduated and, frankly, he was more than capable, more than I ever was in charms alone. But I turned him down, not only because he was too young, but also because he had such ambition in his eyes that I was afraid he would go off the track. But fortunately he listened to my advice. After his first year of travel, he settled in the Muggle world and began to study them. It was at this time that he and I started to exchanging letters. Snape listened quietly, not expecting such an experience between the two of them. You know, when he found out that Felix had become a Muggle researcher, his eyes almost bulged out. Maybe he's faking it. Snape jabbed reluctantly. No, no, Severus, Dumbledore retorted, I can still read people's hearts and minds, living a long life has such advantages that I can tell what most people thought even without relying on magic. From the time he entered school until now, he has shown no discrimination against Muggles, on the contrary, he has studied the Muggle world very deeply, as this clearly evident through his books. He does not consider wizards superior, on the contrary, he draws a constant stream of wisdom from the Muggle world. Snape retorted, I didn't say he discriminated against Muggles, Dumbledore. But his ideas are just as dangerous, you know what he states in his book How Muggles Think. As if he were reciting a book, he spoke quickly, bloodline theory is also prevalent in the Muggle world, but unlike the wizarding world, more and more Muggle nations are abandoning it, thanks to the fact that they are hundreds or thousands of times more productive than ever before. The abundance of resources has provided them with a solid foundation to promote education, while the commoners, who are not of good blood, have shown an exaggerated potential to bring the Muggle world up at the speed of a flying broom. When Dumbledore tried to interrupt, Snape continued, in the Muggle world, if the proportion of nobles is 1, the proportion of commoners is more than 10,000. And when the rulers liberated the commoners, their efficiency in development overcame all obstacles with unstoppable force. The whole headmaster's office fell silent. Even the portraits listening at the side of the office had their mouths agape. These words did not seem to mention the wizarding world, but simply described and analyzed the development process of the Muggle world, but they implied the present-day wizarding world in every way. One of the portraits shouted in rage, this is betrayal. A rebellion against the glory of pure blood. The other portraits also began to chatter. Snape glanced at the portrait and said sarcastically, Headmaster Black, that boy is not a pure blood. 13, Chapter 13 That boy is the next Dark Lord. The portrait of Headmaster Black began to cuss, and soon the other portraits were unable to keep their mouths shut and retorted, with one grumpy headmaster charging straight into the frame and thrashing him. Dumbledore ignored the portraits, looking as if he was reminiscing, Mr. Hap is indeed very perceptive. In my opinion, it's a Muggle wizard's declaration of war against the purebloods. He's more ambitious than you can imagine, he's the next generation of Dark Lord. Dumbledore looked solemn, that is a serious accusation. Severus. You always trust people so easily, Dumbledore. Snape grunted, perhaps he won't start a war, I know him, he's afraid of getting into hassle. But as you say, he has so much potential, if I had to say who else in this century could catch up with you and that man, it would be him, and there would be countless people willing to be under his wing, watching his every expression, studying his every word. He said sarcastically, history always goes around, and maybe this time, it's the stupid lions who will follow him. What will they call him? The White Lord, perhaps. I never knew, Severus, that you had such deep prejudice against him. Dumbledore looked astonished. Humph. As I said, I know him better than you think, and I have taught him for 7 years. Dumbledore weighed his words and decided to confess, I did hesitate for a long time, I saw in his reflection another man. The same Muggle orphan as a child, the same Slytherin, the same brilliance, the same pursuit of power. But they are different nonetheless. Voldemort used his magic to intimidate his companions and gathered them as his goons to fight off those who tried to bully him in the orphanage, and he keeps in touch with some people in the orphanage till the day of his death. Voldemort was passionate about authority, and during his time at school he formed a core group around him. It was the prototype of the Death Eaters. Felix, on the other hand, didn't care much about authority, as you said, he hated hassle, or maybe you could sum it up, he didn't want to put much thought into things he isn't interested in, and authority is one of them. Voldemort was very good and polite at school, he had a very good relationship with every one of his professors, whereas Felix only spent his energy on the subjects he was interested in. As far as I know, he never tried to pass his courses in the history of magic, divination, astronomy, or flying. This is in spite of his record-breaking grades in charms of all time. Voldemort pursued power with a fervor, and to that end, he delved into black magic while still at school, in which he possessed great talent. Before he graduated, his level of black magic surpassed the level of some dark wizard's efforts in a lifetime. And Felix, Dumbledore hesitated for a rare moment, I have to admit that he also delved in black magic, right here in the Shrieking Shack. But before I could think of the proper way to intervene and dissuade him, he gave up on his own. Snape stared in awe, the headmaster had got to the bottom of the boy. There is so much about the past that even he didn't know. Dumbledore concluded, friendship, rejection of authority, dedication, calmness, and thoughtfulness, he had a lot of merits after all. Snape opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally refrained. Then he smiled sarcastically, only this time his sarcasm directed at the headmaster, you're still so concerned about your students. Why don't you tell me more about his experiences in the 3 years after his graduation? You're not hiding in the bushes somewhere peeping while he travels the world, are you? Severus, don't be so harsh on an old man. Dumbledore wore a sad expression, but the next moment his words left Snape dumbfounded, but I did visit some of his colleagues in the Muggle world, and they spoke surprisingly highly about Mr. Happ, and I made sure that there was no sign of any magic being used. At the wide-eyed appearance of Snape, Dumbledore blinked, Severus, you don't think I'm really muddled, do you? Would let him be a professor at Hogwarts without knowing anything about him. As Snape emerged from the headmaster's office, he admitted that he was somewhat persuaded that the boy didn't seem that bad. Even if he had threatened him with his deepest secrets. But when he walked into the Great Hall and saw Felix waving his wand and turning the ceiling into a giant snake with a silhouette in its mouth that he could see in the mirror every day, he nearly exploded. He was wrong. Felix Happ is an asshole. Felix doesn't know about the conversation at the headmaster's office, or that he's even been given the title of White Lord by someone, are you serious? He went through his duties, and during the course of the day, the Hogwarts professors arrived and Felix greeted them all. He knows the importance of relationships. Until someone unique appeared, a very handsome male wizard, wearing emerald green robes of a similar color to his, with light, silky hair and white teeth. Who is this Slytherin? Why, it didn't ring a bell. Felix wanted to take a closer look, but soon that wizard approached him, Felix Happ. I've learned a lot about you, and I've been looking forward to meeting you. And you are? Felix always felt that this man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember. The wizard seemed to have heard something incredible, his mouth wide open, and he seemed petrified for a couple of seconds before his smile quickly returned, and he spoke eloquently, Felix, you must be too busy studying Muggles to pay much attention to the wizarding world, but that's okay. I can reintroduce myself and believe me, you are worthy of this honor. Felix, if you please. I, the male wizard winked, am Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd class of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't put that on my face anymore. I don't smile to banish the ghosts of Valiant. Gilderoy Lockhart? Felix remembered he had read his biography, quite an adventuresome one. Experienced and intelligent. But he seemed to be a bit of a prude, writing books where he usually concealed half the story, never revealing the key stuff. Interested, Felix wondered how he could get something out of him. So it's Mr. Lockhart, I've read your book, it's excellent, your experience is fascinating. Felix said flatteringly, and in less than 3 minutes he had become a friend of the new professor of defense against the dark arts. He also impressed with the courage of the new professor, who didn't mind the curse of the Dark Lord. He knew how dangerous this course is, and even though Hogwarts is always short of professors, he didn't dare to take that job. What a brave man! However, from the experiences described in his books, it seems that Lockhart is an extremely perceptive and talented wizard who always manages to turn the odds in his favor. I guess I'll have to pay more attention. What kind of miracle would this professor create? Felix is in deep thought. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 14, Chapter 14 Opening Banquet. As time passed, the sky turned dark. Thousands of candles were lit in the Great Hall, the ceiling is adorned with beautiful starry sky, and the tables and chairs were set up in an orderly manner. All the professors have arrived, even Dumbledore, and Hagrid is the only one who is away to pick up the first-year wizards. Not far away, Professor Lockhart stood with Professor Flitwick and Headmaster Dumbledore, and his self-promoting words could be heard throughout the Great Hall. Yes, it's a simple matter, my badge is not a fake, ha ha ha. Felix and Snape were in a corner all alone, watching everything that is happening in the Great Hall close to them. Felix felt very puzzled at this moment. Just now he had spent some effort in guiding Professor Lockhart to speak comfortably, he was even willing to share his own knowledge in exchange, provided he even made a proper comic relief on the sidelines. But, had a very little harvest. Is Lockhart wary of him? Not at all. Is he acting? Gathering information through exaggeration and bragging? Felix is puzzled, as well as a certain professor. Snape stood in the other corner with a mocking smile on his face, not knowing who he was laughing at. What had happened to Professor Snape? He hadn't had such a grim and sarcastic face last time he was at school? Had something happened in the last 3 years? Feeling that his normally clever brain is not working well enough, Felix became more and more cautious, and then he joined Professor Sprout's conversation, talking to her about magic plants. Felix, I have to say, you didn't put too much thought into your herbology when you were in school. Professor, I was distracted by other things, I was too busy. I don't think so, you were asking me all sorts of questions about those dangerous plants and what their weaknesses were. Sprout remembered this vividly. Another black history, well, he truly wasn't interested in herbology back then. Did herbology offer him strength? No. He didn't know what to say. So he never did well in herbology, hovering between an A, pass, and a P, poor, but he was very good at dealing with dangerous magic plants, even going to great lengths to identify their weaknesses and try to solve them in the least stressful way possible. This was also his philosophy for his Care of Magical Creatures course, too. Let's just say that he did get a little carried away during those years. There were a lot of clamors in the distance. The students are here. Professor McGonagall stood up and departed in a hurry. Felix tried to join Professor Snape in an attempt to see how he had changed over the years, but he dodged fast. Felix had no choice but to aim for a seat next to Lockhart as his second target. Professor Flitwick, who seemed to have been pestered by Lockhart, saw Felix approaching to free himself and without hesitation, he gave Felix his seat. After sitting down, Felix started the conversation with ease. Professor Lockhart, your book Travels with Vampires describes the vampire species very well, but I have a few questions. Now it seems Lockhart's turn to fidget, he's a bit of a fence-sitter, always missing the mark, and Felix has to wisely stop the conversation. Am I hated now? The atmosphere became a little awkward, but soon Professor McGonagall led the students into the Great Hall, where the young wizards from Year 2 to Year 7 were seated on either side of 4 long tables according to their houses. Professor McGonagall seemed to be in a very bad mood, though, as she quickly approached Dumbledore and whispered something, and the headmaster's face immediately turned serious. He said a few words to McGonagall, she nodded, then she called Snape and the two of them left the Great Hall. Is something wrong? Felix is tempted to intervene, but this is not the right occasion for snooping. On the other side of the Great Hall, the young wizards, who had just enrolled at school, were very excited, chattering away and making the Great Hall very lively. The professors were quite open-minded and did not step in to stop them, and Headmaster Dumbledore's face became smiling again as he watched the proceedings, as stroked his silvery white beard. Felix also looked around with interest. There were a lot of people he knew here, after all, he had just graduated 3 years ago, in other words, all the students from the 4th year onwards had met him before. Slytherin House. The tall Marcus Flint is talking about his summer holiday like nobody's around, and his voice can be heard across the 3 seats, and as he's speaking happily, a fellow student quietly tugs his sleeves. Marcus Flint got a little impatient. Why? Don't interrupt me, Muggins. Don't interrupt me from sharing my fascinating experience. When his companion pulled him harder for the second time, he finally turned his head and saw the boy with a frightened look on his face, shooting frantic glances at the professor's seat. Did something interesting happen? A new professor? Isn't that normal? Isn't there a certain course where professors get changed every year? Marcus Flint looked over at the professor's seat, his eyes glanced over the place, looking for an unfamiliar figure. Well, a handsome-looking male wizard, and so he is their new professor for defense against the dark arts? Nothing special. Wait. Who did he see? Marcus Flint suddenly let out a short cry, as if he had been bitten by a mouse, and his expression became equally terrified, in sync with his companion beside him. It is that guy. How could he be here? For a moment, his already dull brain became even duller. With a cry from Marcus Flint, the rest of the Slytherin students followed his gaze to the professor's seat and drew in a cold breath. Almost instantly, silence fell over the majority of the Slytherin table. The remaining minority of junior students quickly noticed the unexplained silence of the senior students and also stopped talking, staring at them in confusion. Malfoy looked at this strange scene at his house and wondered, what's going on? As he tugged the senior next to him. "SHH, shut up and keep your voice down." The senior rebuked in a low voice, lowering his head and not daring to look at the young man's figure, but pretending to look at a silver tray with keen interest. Then he whispered, "Draco, keep your voice down, that sir is back." "That sir?" asked Malfoy, somewhat puzzled by what sounded like the honorific title of a nobleman. The senior spat out a few words in a low voice, "The 8-7 duel." Hiss. Malfoy also took a long breath and couldn't help but look at the young professor in the professor's seat quietly. "Is that him?" And as the Slytherins suddenly settled down, the other houses noticed something strange about them as well. Hermione had already noticed the figure of Felix earlier, and with her excellent memory, she immediately recognized him as an odd guest she had met during the summer holiday. So he is a wizard too? No wonder he had such strange requests. I wonder what course he'll be teaching? The two unfamiliar faces this year, Lockhart was already acquainted with them, the new professor of defense against the dark arts, and she had read all his books. His experience is fantastic. And the other professor looks young, not too far ahead from their age. Hey? Why is everyone so quiet? Hermione looked around. The students of Slytherin House were as quiet as a royal guard, the other three houses were also silent for a moment, and then the discussion started with a more intense tone, the whole great hall totally exploded. The seniors were all talking about something, with a "I have a big secret" look on their faces. She had been worried about Harry and Ron's safety, but she had already informed Professor McGonagall, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Hermione stretched her neck and listened without making a sound. 15, Chapter 15 Pie from the Sky. In the professor's seat. Felix looked at the scene and felt strange, he didn't seem to have done something horrible, why were the students of Slytherin so afraid of him? Since 6th grade, he's been a gentleman, and the oldest of the wizards around here is only in their 2nd year at that time. This is a smear on his reputation. If the words got out, it would look like a mobster had come to the school posing as a budding professor. The other professors also looked at Felix with a slightly odd look, as most of them had experienced Felix's 7 years of brilliance, and it's been 3 years since he left the school, yet he is still so influential. It's this look that made Felix want to punch someone. Dumbledore smiling all the time as if what just happened is completely normal. Felix could hardly bear it, but he still pretends nothing has happened and had an awkward conversation with Lockhart. Bang, bang, bang. There is a loud knock on the door, and then the door is flung open, and a giant strode in. Behind him were rows of first-year students who resembled a row of herds. Professor McGonagall, who had originally left, returned and led the new students forward and placed a tattered sorting hat on a small stool. The next moment, the cap began to sing. Felix grinned, still so peculiar. At the end of the annual song, the hats began to divide first year into 4 houses, and one by one the young wizards put the hats on their heads and waited to find their calling. What nostalgia! After the end of the division, the whole campus began to enjoy dinner, but Felix noticed that Snape hadn't returned yet, and none of the professors mentioned him. Well, you're not very popular, Professor. The good news is that Professor Snape returned once in the middle of the dinner, and Felix was relieved that his fears had not become reality. The professor has not been captured by the unknown monster. But what mysterious development happened when Snape leads Professor McGonagall away? Felix's imagination is playing with him, and he is now so happy that even looking at the transparent Bloody Baron in delight. After a few more moments, McGonagall and Snape returned. Felix rushed forward and pulled Professor McGonagall aside to describe a little method he had thought out for his class. Open class. Professor McGonagall repeated, with a look of intense distrust in her eyes. Yes, I'm a new professor after all, and the first class is very important, and I've used this long holiday to prepare for it, so it would be a waste to split it into 5 years. But if you bring 5 grades together, they won't learn anything. Felix explained, my first lesson doesn't contain any theory, it's a demonstration class and all they have to do is watch with their eyes. My aim is to show them the wonders of ancient magic runes. As long as they're interested, I'll be able to teach them later. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. She didn't like to break the rules, but nevertheless asked, "What day are you going to put the open class on?" "Thursday afternoon." "All right, I agree." Professor McGonagall behaved like a deputy headmistress. Felix looked a bit embarrassed. "Any more questions, Mr. Happ?" "Call me Felix," he replied quickly. "Thursday afternoon is my well-chosen time, but there's still a lesson that clashes with it." Professor McGonagall sighed. "Which professor's class is it?" "Professor Snape." McGonagall's eyes widened, and she gave him a stern look. "I'll talk to him." Felix breathed a long sigh of relief. "Eat, eat, keep eating." When everyone had almost finished eating, Headmaster Dumbledore stood up and under his command, the crowd sang a school song and then dismissed completely. Felix ate and drank enough and is ready to go back to his professor's office, watch a film and go to bed. For the rest of the week, all he has to do is prepare for his open class. What's there to prepare for? Let's go to the library tomorrow. Dear Hogwarts Library, I've missed you so much. The fantasy interrupted and this time, it's Professor McGonagall who pulled him out of it. The two of them went to the corner where 3 young wizards were already standing, 2 boys and 1 girl, all in Gryffindor house gown. The 2 boys looked exactly identical and were looking sad for some reason, the other girl he had seen before during the summer holiday. He had a suspicion in his mind. Are these the 3 that he and Professor McGonagall had discussed as his assistants? So, in other words, the Weasley twins and Hermione Granger? Sure enough, after introducing them, Professor McGonagall mentioned Felix's need for an assistant, tool. From the looks of it, the twins were somewhat disinterested, while Hermione Granger is somewhat tempted, but also seems to be less interested. Indeed, is there any appeal for a temporary worker? It's not going to work. Felix decided to say something, and he is sure that when he did it, they would change their attitude completely. Here, see how it goes. Felix gave Professor McGonagall a glance, followed by a slight cough. He looked at the 3 young wizards and spoke gently, "Hello, I am your new ancient magic rune professor," then glanced at Hermione, "and probably your future professor." Hermione looked a little more formal, the twins were much bolder. One of them asked with a leap of hope, "Professor, is it true that you defeated the whole of Slytherin House when you were at school? And you drove the Shafix into submission?" Well, Felix is a full 7 years older than the twins, and he graduated before they enrolled, a seamless connection that is perfectly lost. That's bold. Felix took pause. He didn't respond positively, however, and said, "There are often some strange rumors circulating at Hogwarts. I even heard when I was at school that there was a tunnel that linked to Hogsmeade on the 8th floor of the castle." Expectedly, the twins were visibly disappointed, and Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes covertly. "Let's continue where we left off. I will be teaching ancient magic runes at Hogwarts for a long time to come, at least until you graduate. As a result, I'm going to be training an assistant who will be helping me with trivial tasks, such as correcting papers and such." Seeing the lack of interest from the 2 twins, he quickly skipped over this uncomfortable part. "Of course, with loss comes gain. By becoming my assistant, you will also receive some hidden benefits. For example, extra guidance from me. In addition to ancient magic runes, I am also very good at charms, as Professor McGonagall can vouch for me. Secondly, extra bonus points. Assistant work takes up some of your time after school, after all, so Professor McGonagall and I have discussed adding 50 points per semester." The twins looked at each other. That's 100 points for 1 academic year. And Hermione's eyes were just as bright. In fact, she became excited as soon as she heard the first offer. "Thirdly, you will have the opportunity to take part in my research. You will be exposed to a lot of advanced magical knowledge that will not be taught in the curriculum. Fourth, priority to join my Ancient Magic Rune Club next year. Fifth, earn my personal friendship. If one becomes my assistant, I will not refuse the usual little favors." Felix winked and whispered in a seductive tone, "such as forbidden books in the library, weekend trips to the Forbidden Forest, and roaming the castle after hours." Cough cough cough. Professor McGonagall suddenly coughed so violently that she seemed to be coughing her lungs out. Well, the last 2 doesn't count. Felix felt somewhat sorry for himself. When he had been in school, he had strongly wished to be able to do these things openly rather than secretly, 2 completely different experiences. Still, with all those previous perks, it would be enough to excite the 3 young wizards. Sure enough, by the time he finished, the twins and Hermione were so full of expectation that they seemed ready to say "I do" in the next minute. "Of course, it's not easy to become my assistant. You're all the best under the 5th year at Hogwarts, which is why Professor McGonagall recommended you to me. However, there is a necessary test." Felix began slowly and deliberately, like a sinister and experienced hunter, as he drew his wand and turned 2 strands of hair into parchment and a quill, which started to fill the parchment with words in the air. The three young wizards took a peek at what seemed to be a very, very long list of books. The twins' faces immediately turned sour, even sourer than before. After the quill finished writing, it quietly turned into a flame. He stretched out his wand again and clicked on the parchment, which immediately split into 3 copies and floated towards the three in turn. Here, this is a list of reference books, read as much as you can, but by next Monday at the latest, you will have to hand me a paper on the history of the development of ancient magic runes. Felix looked at them with mischief in his heart, no limit to the number of words, but the more, the better, no limit to the number of thesis topics, but the more, the better, no limit to the number of reference books, again, the more, the better. You have 1 week. 3. The more, the better left them a bit confused, but that is none of his business. He expected at least 2 sheets of parchment, not only with extracts but also with their own thoughts, and at least with the reference book list half-read. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 16, Chapter 16 Exploring the Magic Rune. Back in his professor's lounge, Felix began to decorate the room as he sees fit, with items large and small flying out of his suitcase. Once everything had been organized, he watched a film for entertainment and went to bed. The next morning, Felix went to the library and explored the 1000-year-old Hogwarts book collection. As the first day of school just started, not many visitors came to the library, so Felix took the original copy of Ancient Mysteries of the Alchemy from the Forbidden section and read it with great interest. He even discovered 7 ways to make a crystal. However, he was not interested in the alchemy items in the book after all. This book is quite old, and many things were outdated. What he valued most was the ancient magic rune traces hidden in these alchemy items. Ancient magic runes did not appear and fall all at once. In the earliest untraceable times, it was a barbaric age for magic. A few gifted men struggled to build magical towers for defense and research purposes, and they sought the mysteries of magic in magical creatures and plants, accidentally discerning patterns that could store the magic for a short time and transform it into magical effects. This was the earliest form of ancient magic runes. As a result of the efforts of many pioneers, the number of magical runes mastered by wizards increased, and this led to the creation of powerful ancient magic and ancient alchemy, which led to the emergence of human wizards. At that time, magic was a symbol of power. As time passed, more and more potential people emerged, the number of wizards began to grow, and they desperately required a way to record their magical knowledge in words. Some people got together to create an ancient language based on the magic runes and spread it widely. By now, most magic runes were in fact powerless and merely served as a means for recording knowledge. As the years passed, new, magic runes were discovered, and the first ancient languages that emerged were developed, changed, and evolved around the world. This has resulted in a plethora of common characters, synonyms, mistranslations, and irregularities, causing countless problems for future generations in research. There followed 2 major events that affected all wizards. The first was the invention of the wand, which made spellcasting more stable and simpler. The second was the creation of simplified magic, derived from ancient magic, which may have been slightly less powerful, but with the augmentation of the wand, was not too bad. Most importantly, it was easier to learn and safer to use. As time went on, more and more wizards gave up on magic runes, and it simply became a myth. Today, they are collectively known as ancient magic runes, and many wizards simply use them as a kind of writing, the only purpose of which is to translate the ancient grimoires of their predecessors. Felix is not interested in studying ancient history. What he wants is magical ancient magic, or rather, the original magic. As for the rest, what are they? But after all, it's a good idea to learn it, so at least he can use it to teach his students now, right? Those first magic runes are now either lost or exist in ancient magic scrolls, somewhere in the dust. According to Felix's research, it is only in the branch of ancient magic known as alchemy that such runes are best preserved, and have even evolved and developed on their own to create their own logical system. In their present state, magic runes have little to do with alchemy. But in terms of history, a piece of an alchemical artifact often represents an ancient magic path or its evolution. The older the artifact, the more likely it is to be so. And that's what Felix wanted. At the moment, he has only mastered about 200 of the original runes in a dozen or so circuits. There is a long way to go. As the day rushed away, Felix had a great harvest. He had discovered at least 6 new magic circuits. If he could break them down and return them to their original form, bah! If he managed to recover the original magic runes, he would be able to increase his reserves by at least a third. What does it mean to have 1,000 years of thought? This is it. Felix didn't even have a meal today. Hey, who eats when they can have knowledge? A bottle of elixir will do the trick. It's 7% more efficient. No one bothers him. Professor Hap. A quiet, female voice greeted him. Felix looked up and saw Hermione standing beside him, clutching a thick book. Glancing at the title, it is one of the books he had mentioned on his book list. And, as it happened to be his own book, Explorations in Ancient Magical Runes. It is no coincidence that Hermione, a very clever little witch, wanted the post of professor's assistant so badly, but the list he had given her is overflowing with books. A week might be enough for general browsing, but a deeper study? Not possible. She has to focus on one book and use the others as a reference. Just now, when she had spent half an hour picking out all the books on the list, she discovered by accident that one of them actually is the work of the young professor. She immediately decided which book to focus on. Did she need to choose? Anyone who hesitates on this issue is a retard. Felix and Hermione sat next to each other, not disturbing each other until the closing bell rang. Hermione yawned uncharacteristically. "Good night, Professor." She took small steps, holding her book, and soon disappeared. Felix gently turned over his stiff neck, not noticing until now that he starved himself to death. After a last-minute loan of one of the books, Felix waltzed into the kitchen and exchanged the keywords please, please, and thank you for 3 pies and a piece of cake from the house elf. 3 pies, a piece of cheesecake, and a jug of pumpkin juice. On the way, he encountered 2 little Hufflepuff wizards who had sneaked out quietly to refuel themselves, but he simply ignored them. Back on his sofa, he ate his food hastily and fell asleep. The next day, he did the same. The third day, the same. In no time at all, it became Thursday morning. Potions class. Harry and Ron looked at each other as they saw Hermione, who is in a hurry as soon as they got out of class, then they hurried after her. "Hermione, slow down." They both panted. "What have you been up to? I haven't seen you around for days." Hermione is quick on her feet and she replied rapidly, "What did I tell you, boys, did you forget?" Harry chuckled, he had been equally busy these days with Quidditch training. Ron quickly recalled, "You mean you're going to be that new professor's assistant?" "That's right. But I'm not the only student on the waiting list." Hermione pulled out her potions textbook and set it aside, then pulled out another book, mumbling something under a breath. The thickness of the book simply made Ron and Harry despair. "Is this your assignment? To read a book that thick?" Ron glanced at the book with some trepidation. "Not 1 book, 20 books." Hermione flipped through them, quickly noting anything of value as she did so. This is the 4th book she'd looked through, and except for Felix's own work, she'd only read them quickly, looking for any useful information. But the figure of 20 books still left her somewhat desperate, and it had made her rather irritable recently. 17, Chapter 17 Open Class, 1. Soon Professor Snape marched in, and with a wave of his wand the windows were closed, and the curtains shut. A gloomy, eerie atmosphere enveloped the classroom and the young wizards instantly became quiet. Hermione immediately closed the book and concentrated on the lecture. After the herbology class in the afternoon, the 3 of them were so tired and exhausted at the end they went hurriedly to the Great Hall for their open class. 4 long tables had been moved to the corner, and in the middle, there is a round stage, about 20 feet in diameter and 3 feet high. "What's all this for?" Ron asked. "Maybe it's where the professor might stand? There's a bit of a crowd here today." Harry looked around the room, and goodness gracious, half the school is here, and there were also lots of little wizards from the first year. "So popular? Not another Lockhart, right?" Harry mumbled silently. Harry is just thinking about it, but Ron had already spoken up, muttering, "Is it another Lockhart?" "No, I've been in contact with Professor Hap, and he's very good at silent spells." "And Professor Lockhart, he... Hermione became stammering. "What spell?" Harry didn't catch it. "A silent spell, some particularly powerful wizard who can cast all sorts of spells without having to chant them, and it's particularly handy when casting vile jinx over others," Ron explained. Both dismissed the comments about Lockhart on the part of the girl. "Is there any point in discussing that?" Hermione gave Ron a blank look. And Harry thought about it a little more, so this professor seemed to be okay? He is looking forward to the upcoming open class with a little more anticipation. Neither he nor Ron wanted to come, but what difference could it make to them? They had been dragged here by Hermione, who said, "Isn't it necessary to know about an elective course in advance of the 3rd year?" And Hermione wanted to see how well Felix could teach, but she had already read Felix's explorations in ancient magic runes, which gave her a lot of confidence in the new professor. Well, as confident as she is in Professor Lockhart. After another 10 minutes passed, during which some students arrived and a few professors also came to join in the fun, it seemed like this is not a class, but a big feast. Harry caught a glimpse of Lockhart and hastily ducked his head to avoid the sight of the controversial professor. It is never good to run into him. The last few days had been miserable for him from 3 sources: Quidditch training, Lockhart, and that first-year student named Creevy. Except for Quidditch, which was a painful, but enjoyable experience, he wanted to avoid the other 2. At the exact time, Felix appeared. He wore a light blue robe the same color as his eyes with his hair pulled down slightly and with a smile on his face. He looked about 17 or 18 years old. Very much like Lockhart. Many of the younger students whispered in their minds they were really scared by such an outfit. Felix made his way through the crowd and leaped gently up to the stage. With a wand in his hand, he looked around as the crowd settled down. Harry saw the professor draw a mysterious symbol with his wand, and the next second the professor's voice reached his ears, not too loud, but so clear that he seemed to be speaking right next to him. "We are officially starting the lesson." Felix looked at the young wizards below the stage. "I am, Felix Happ, currently the professor of the course Ancient Runes." He waved his wand and conjured up his name. Immediately afterward, he asked his first question. "Does anyone know anything about Ancient Runes?" Swipe. Hermione raised her hand subconsciously, and before she could think about it, her body had moved on its own. "Miss Granger." Felix nodded at her. Hermione opened her mouth and said, "Ancient Magic Rune, also known as Ancient Runes, is a script that was used by wizards hundreds of years ago to record their magic, and, as a result, modern wizards learn this for translation purpose. However, the ancient magic runes were also one of the sources of power for the ancient wizards." The last sentence was added after she had read Explorations of Ancient Magic Runes. "Very good, 5 points for Gryffindor." Felix began to go over the history and evolution of the ancient runes. He pushed through them quickly. They weren't important, or at least he didn't think they were. The young wizards won't remember either. All you need to remember is that the ancient magic runes are a bridge that connects ancient magic to modern magic, and at the same time, it connects ancient alchemy to modern alchemy. Felix nodded in satisfaction as he saw the young wizards murmuring from the stage. "But Professor, why is it that all we learn is how to translate ancient magic runes?" a senior girl from Ravenclaw asked, raising her hand. Felix looked at her. "There are two main reasons. The first reason is that translation is really the dominant view in the wizarding world at the moment. In my opinion, ancient runes can be divided into two, the ancient script and the magical script. The former is a language used by ancient wizards, and the latter is a power wielded by ancient wizards only. Over the long change of time they have become intertwined with each other, making it difficult to distinguish between the latter. The former represents the mainstream view now, and they have made it their mission to inherit and study ancient runes for translating ancient grimoires, which is in fact very useful indeed, bearing in mind that most of our knowledge of ancient wizards has been gained by these people. It's a route that is relatively easy to get in, and even now you can do it. But if you want to master the power of the ancient wizards directly through the ancient runes, it is very, very difficult and requires not only an excellent level of magic itself, but also an excellent research ability." The young wizards were confused, but they got a general idea. The advantage of this is that it's easy to get started and requires little in the way of personal experience, even if you're a dumb wizard. But it requires a lot of time to get your mind straight. The magic world is full of old wizards who have been studying for decades and have finally confused themselves. The other branch, which is based on mastering the powers of ancient wizards, is difficult to get into, so if you're not talented academic, don't even think about it. Felix paused for a moment to give the crowd time to digest before smiling and saying, "Back to the question we just got, as for the second reason, it's because it's not on the exam." The young wizards were suddenly speechless. "This reason is a strong one." "But," said Felix, "I personally think that allowing you to dabble a little in the practical application of ancient runes would be an effective way of stimulating your enthusiasm for this discipline." "Are you going to teach us ancient magic?" one of the twins shouted. Felix shook his head. "No. Ancient magic is known to be powerful and difficult to tame, and I do not intend to teach you about it. Not to mention, my research in this area is just in its infancy." "All right. This is the end of the theoretical part, and as this is an open class, I won't go into too much professional knowledge. Next, it's time for a demonstration." 18, Chapter 18 Open Class, 2. The young wizards were excited to hear Felix's words, their curiosity already piqued. Even the professors in the room were curious. Professor Snape is standing in the corner, wondering what this boy had come up with that he dared to pry into his lecture. Professor Flitwick is very excited. He really loves magic spells, but he hadn't studied much about ancient magic. As for Felix's views on ancient magic, he agreed, as he himself had a few powerful ancient spells, but he rarely used them. Lockhart was envious of Felix standing in the middle of the hall. If he could hold a public class himself, he would get plenty of attention, right? What if he wrote about it in his new book? But what was he supposed to do, put on a stage show? As everyone in the room is having different thoughts, Felix simply waved his wand and all the candles in the Great Hall were instantly extinguished and the sky above the ceiling is completely darkened. The entire Great Hall is plunged into darkness. Lumos. Felix's voice sounded clear to everyone in the room, calming the restless young wizard. This is a common spell that serves to illuminate the surrounding area. It is so simple that even young wizards who are not enrolled at school can master it through self-learning. By the glow of the Lumos spell, Felix's figure is faintly visible to the crowd. Once you have fully mastered this spell, you can make some alterations to it. Like amplifying the glow, Felix said, as the glow from the tip of his wand spread across the platform. Change the color, The mass of light kept switching from white to red, green, yellow, and cyan. Or, can just toss it away. Felix waved his wand and the ball of light flew far from its tip, arcing in midair. The great hall is plunged into darkness once more, and its counterpart, the ancient magic. The next moment, a huge amount of light blossomed from the center of the platform, a milky white glow enveloped the entire great hall. The strangest thing was that the light seemed to spread in all directions, there was not even a single shadow in sight. This is another version of Lumos spell, Felix whispered. Every young wizard in the audience burst into applause. Felix smiled, this is just a simple example, but we can still see the difference. He waved his wand again, the candles relit, and the ceiling returned to its original state. In modern magic, there are boundaries in power and intensity, albeit fluctuating within a certain range, but we can still clearly perceive the limit. Ancient magic, on the other hand, is different, it is simple, brutal, and its power often depends on the size of your magic. For example, if I wanted to, I could light up all of Hogwarts with this magic. A student in the crowd shouted, Professor, I want to learn that. Felix inexplicably wanted to laugh, and in a tone of amusement, he couldn't help but say, give it up, if you learn this magic, it will drain you of all your strength at the first opportunity. Does anyone remember what I just said? Ancient magic is known for being powerful and difficult to tame, and I think most of you only remember the first half of it. But the second half, that's the point. There is a lot of chatter from the students below the stage, their faces intensely excited, as if they were going to learn the powerful ancient magic themselves the next moment. But unfortunately, all the books on ancient magic were in the forbidden section. A strange light flashed across Ron's face, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to learn this magic. It's so cool. Harry is also fascinated by the power of a simple flash of Lumos spell when replaced with ancient magic. Would Hermione's full-body bind curse, for example, be able to completely petrify a person and turn them into a piece of stone? Snape wore the same expression, but this kind of power. So, Dumbledore and the Dark Lord have mastered some powerful ancient magic? Felix waved his wand and a red spark shot out from the tip, redirecting the students' attention. We will now move on to the next demonstration, which is the focus of this open class and, of course, the test for this year's Ancient Rune course. 1. The students' hearts, which had somewhat subsided, stirred again. What kind of open book examination is this? At that moment, Felix came down from the stage, Oxio suitcase. With his spell, a suitcase flew over quickly, and landed on the ground, then popped open with a bang, and a dozen or so figures flew out of it, landing on the stage and standing still. It was only then that the crowd realized that the figures on the platform were half a foot tall, about 15 centimeters. These figures were different in appearance, male, female, old, and child, but each one was very distinctive. This is... Hey! I've played this game before. Muggle-born wizard Justin suddenly shouted, his face flushed red, not expecting to see a figurine at Hogwarts, and one that could move. Harry also seemed vaguely familiar with it, as his cousin Dudley mentioned it before. What's this? Ron asked, as a pure-blood, he had no idea what this is. It's just a toy that moves, what's so surprising about it? It's a character from a fighting game in the Muggle world. Harry searched his brain for more information, but he had never played it, either. A fighting game. It is clear that Ron is more interested in the term. Felix smiled and said, it seems some of you have recognized that these figures are indeed inspired by a Muggle game in appearance, but that is not our focus today. Felix waved his wand and two of the dolls on the platform leaped up and stood in the middle of the platform, while the others retreated to the edge. Does anyone know their names? Fireman and Icewoman. Justin shouted, this is his domain. Felix continued, and do you know their powers? Fire and ice. Justin answered again, for the first time so aggressively. Felix repeated, fire and ice, then. He waved his wand again. And all at once, the figure on the platform moved, the fingers of the fireman's right hand burst into a bright yellow flame, and with a mighty swing, the flame swelled to the size of a ghostly flying ball and flew far away, half a meter before exploding with a bang. The young wizard who is close by could not help but take 2 steps back, and only when he saw that the flames did not fly off the platform did he feel relieved, and then stared at the dolls with a fiery look in his eyes. I want to play with it, I want this too. On the other side, the ice woman kicked out with a powerful and graceful gesture, sending a line of ice blue icicles into the air, causing some young witch's eyes to sparkle. Ah, so cute. I want to hold it in my hands. Felix smiled in control. Now we need to get back to the game. Next, we need a fight. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 19, Chapter 19 Open Class, 3. In the school Great Hall, all the students were silent, their eyes glued to the podium, afraid of missing a detail. There is a fierce battle going on. The palm-sized dolls came and went like the wind, their athletic figures accompanied by large flames and puffs of ice crystals with every punch and kick. Now and then, one of them would pull out some kind of trick, such as Fireman's Big Fireball or Ice Woman's Ice Spike, to bring the heat to a new high. After 3 minutes, the battle ended with Fireman's flaming flurry of moves and hidden magic, Phoenix Transformation, which knocked out Ice Woman. Many of the young wizards sighed in unison. They wanted to see their adorable ice sister in action. Felix's voice came at the right time. This is another branch of evolution from the original ancient runes, the art of alchemy. What you are looking upon is an uncomplicated piece of alchemy, a magic golem. The outer shell is not the key is the ancient magic circuit inside. And the ancient magic circuit is essentially a combination of magic runes. This is the practical part of your final exam. The excited young wizards were a bit confused. They had to do this? Aren't you overestimating us, Professor? You're new here and probably don't understand the reality of our situation. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who can do it. Of course, this golem is still too complicated for you, but the good thing is that the ancient runes necessary to make a golem basically cover over 5 years, and I will divide the difficulty level according to the different years. I will elaborate on the specific requirements later on in the class. The young wizards breathed a sigh of relief. But Professor? One of the Hufflepuff girls raised her hand and asked. I'm a 5th-year student, but all the ancient runes I've studied before are mainly for translations, so do I need to learn something new? But I have to take owls this year. I see, Felix said calmly. First, there is no need to relearn anything new. I have seen your textbooks, please keep a little faith in your professors. Felix made a joke. And it must be mentioned that Professor Babbling is a very good expert in ancient runes, and her choice of the textbook is very appropriate. It contains both a theoretical translation and a few practical runes, although perhaps Professor Babbling didn't elaborate on that part, considering it's a class in ancient runes and not a class about alchemy. But it's quite enough to serve as a guide to get you over the initial hurdle if you aspire to study more advanced content in the future. Many of the young wizards put their minds at ease. Secondly, for this year at least, the practical exams will be mainly an extra credit, and I will also consider teaching more theory in year 5 to year 7. Some young wizards below the stage were happy, while others wailed. Again, some students may worry that the practicals take up too much time, but the two are supposed to go hand in hand, and you may unknowingly acquire more knowledge during the sessions. That's my answer. Felix gave a salute. The audience applauded. Now, we have about half an hour left. Would anyone like to try their hand at controlling these golems? Felix asked. This is not a question at all. The young wizard shouted with enough excitement to lift the ceiling. Oh, you may not be able to use your wands to manipulate the golems accurately, so you'll need this. Felix waved his wand and out of his suitcase flew 12 odd things. In fact, it's a gamepad. You can use it to manipulate the puppets. Let me demonstrate. It didn't take long for the students to get their hands on them. Felix used his transfiguration to create 6 more stages, but after all, there were hundreds of people here today, so it was impossible to rotate it to all of them. Ron and Harry were lucky enough to get a chance. The two were soon exchanging blows, occasionally releasing a trick and shouting with excitement. But no one laughed at them, as most of the little wizards went crazy, screaming in an exaggerated fashion. Felix stood by, discussing the open lesson with Professor Flitwick. It was great. That is what Professor Flitwick said. Professor Snape had left without a word, and no one knew when he had left as much as they knew when he had arrived. Lockhart, on the other hand, looked preoccupied, unaware of what he was thinking. The fun times were always short, as the lesson came to an end and some students arrived at the Great Hall in time for dinner, only to see the duel in full swing, taking a quick glance and quickly forgetting their original purpose and joining the crowd. This delayed the start of the meal by half an hour, and Felix was forced to end the lesson and restore the Great Hall to its original state. Throughout the dinner, the young wizards continued to discuss the open class, especially those who were lucky enough to be selected to play against each other and were so excited to discuss their experience that they seemed to have replaced figurines with each other with knives and forks in their hands. It must be said that the young wizards had no shortage of ways to entertain themselves. At the Gryffindor table, Ron also enthusiastically described his summit duel with Harry, which he had lost by a very narrow margin, but this did not mask his enthusiasm. I've just used the fireman, and it was so cool, phew. Pa! Ron swung his knife and fork and threw a piece of pumpkin pie at Neville's head. Although Harry is not as excited as Ron, he too a bit excited. However, he felt a vague sense that he would prefer to be on the field and take part in the duel himself rather than manipulating a golem. Hermione felt a little unhappy that she had just missed her turn. She loved the ice girl, it was so cute and like a doll, she had when she was a little girl. But, there's still a chance. If she became Professor Happ's assistant, she would be able to get her hands on that doll. Hermione cheered herself on. She could even make her own magic golem, based on herself, but with smaller teeth and smoother hair. The open class proved to be an unquestionable success, and Felix became an instant celebrity. I'm sure the discussion about the open class will go on for a while and become a schoolyard legend of some sort, like so many rumors that one wonders what happened to it. 20. Chapter 20 Popular Professors. Friday. At the start of a sunny morning, the young wizards were still discussing yesterday's open class with great enthusiasm, a wave of enthusiasm that provided a boost to the dull school life. What was the topic of discussion the other day? The perfectly handsome Professor Lockhart? But that news has now been taken out of the equation, not only because Lockhart's performance in class was disappointing, even the word disappointing was the result of some true fans' comments. More importantly, Professor Hap has become the iconic professor of the new generation, stealthily replacing Professor Lockhart, who is known to be the lover of the masses. This has irritated a certain professor of defense against the dark arts. The dozen or so portraits hanging in his office have the same irritated look on their faces. I have to do something, yes, something. God. He's a real show-off. Before coming to Hogwarts, he had thought that the only person qualified to compete with him for the headline page of the Daily Prophet would be the famous Harry Potter, and he was prepared for that. But now he has to admit that he is facing tough competition. This reminds him of that nasty woman, Rita Skeeter, with whom he competed for the title of the best-selling author award a few years ago, and lost because of that woman's trickery when she published his dirt during his school days. Still, he's no slouch. Doesn't Skeeter know how badly he was treated when he was in school? Professor Lockhart loosened his robe, which was strapped tightly around his chest, back in the days when his passions really burned. Now the urge to fight came back to him again. A tough opponent, hey. He paused in front of an edged mirror to cheer himself up. Gilderoy, you're dealing with a tough guy, and someone's trying to take you down. You have to do something. Seeing himself in the mirror, he relaxed a little. How could he possibly lose with such a handsome face? Without mentioning what happened in that small office, Felix's popularity has reached new heights in small and large groups of wizards, and everyone is looking forward to his official classes. Maybe he'll continue with the golem battles in the classroom? You know, a lot of people didn't get their turn yesterday. Ron grabbed a beef pie in his left hand, stuck a piece of potato on his fork in his right, and his mouth isn't idle either. Perhaps, but we're only in the second year, remember, Ron? We'll have to wait at least a year to get into his class. Harry said more sensibly. Ron's eyes widened. Harry, you're ruining my first dream of the year. He nudged him with his arm. You know what I was wondering? I was just imagining beating the crap out of Malfoy with a golem. Ron closed his eyes and made a dreamy face. Malfoy's robe is lit up by a big fireball. He tried to hide, but it is no use. My golem is just too fast. And he tried to cast a wicked spell, but it was no use either because the golem is too small for him to aim at. Harry ate his pie in silence, thinking that Ron is the only one who would miss, as his wand was broken in half. Hermione, who had been reading while eating her breakfast, looked up and pointed out, Ron, I must remind you that Professor Hap said in open class that for the safety of the young wizards, the golem would only emit the most basic kind of fire, which is not as powerful as the fire-making spell we can cast ourselves. Ron seemed to suddenly choke on his beef pie and couldn't speak. He didn't remember Professor Hap saying that, but Hermione is always right about something like this. He muttered a little, it's your fire-making spell, neither Harry nor I know it, I think you forgot. Hermione grunted. I thought you were reading the book, haven't you finished it yet? I think I just told you yesterday that I have 20 books on my list. Ron stopped talking. Harry is interested in what Hermione had to say, and he couldn't resist asking her, Hermione, what do you know about this professor? Ron and I didn't make it to the school opening dinner. He is referring to the fact that he and Ron had made their way across half of Britain in Mr. Weasley's car. As a result, he and Ron had to spend time in Snape's basement, wondering if they would be expelled. Fortunately, they were not expelled from the school, nor did they receive the penalty for their behavior, and Professor McGonagall even prepared food for them. But after what had happened, it was impossible to return to the dinner party politely, and Ron missed his sister Ginny's sorting ceremony for this reason. Hermione quickly and fluently rattled off the information she had heard at the dinner. Professor Hap graduated from Slytherin House. Slytherin! Ron suddenly shouted but is met with a sharp glare from Hermione, and he ducked his head to nibble on his pie. Yes, Slytherin. He's 9 years older than us and just graduated 3 years ago. But he's so well known that all the senior students at school know him well. Professor Hap specializes in ancient runes, spells, transfiguration, muggle studies, and, of course, dueling. Dueling. Harry looked mildly stunned. His impression of Professor Hap is that he is clearly not the fake as Lockhart, but he also looked gentle and somehow like one of his school teachers at the muggle school he attended. It is hard for him to associate Professor Hap with the word duel. That's right. Hermione looked from side to side and carefully lowered her head and voice. I've heard that he's a muggle and that the Death Eaters had just fallen when he enrolled, and the students at Slytherin weren't very friendly to him, but... But what? But he beat them back with his spells. The senior students of Slytherin were scared of him because they had been taught. Harry and Ron had a look of fascination on their faces. To be honest, they wanted to beat up some Slytherin, too. But the rumors Hermione had heard were obviously wrong. Felix had been in year 5 when the current 7th year had enrolled, so why should he have to teach them a lesson? Naturally, they would be lectured by someone else. In potions class, the young wizards were still talking about yesterday's public lesson, and Harry could clearly see Malfoy in the Slytherin crowd, boasting loudly about his relationship with Professor Hap and how his cousin and Professor Hap were close friends. Harry couldn't help thinking that he might have fought for his friendship. Ron is also exaggerating about the time he had fought with a golem in open class, and from what he is saying, it sounded like it wasn't a golem fighting, but rather him and Harry in a real-life PK. Quiet! Snape's voice came from the back of the classroom, and the young wizards instantly shut up. The professor walked with a swagger, his black gown emitting a hunting effect with a 10 pressure. He looked around the room and his eyes lingered on Harry Potter, making the boy's body tense. But Snape averted his gaze, this time on Ron, and in his characteristic low, mocking voice quipped, "Ronald Weasley. Yes, you've certainly made quite a splash these last few days. But you should be focusing on how to improve your terrible potion grade. I don't want to add another T to your final paper." The Slytherin students burst into laughter. Ron's face turned red, and he clutched his duct-taped wand in his hand, wanting to cast a spell on Snape's face. "And Miss Granger, put that extracurricular book away, this is potion class, not some ancient rune class. You're still a year away from that elective." Hermione huffed and put the book away. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 21, Chapter 21 The Dark Lord's Relic is at Hogwarts. Library. Felix has his hands in the books and hears nothing beyond the windows. Yesterday's public lecture did not seem to affect him, even though he was the direct cause of such a stir. He flipped through the book with his left hand and held his wand in his right hand and flicked it in small circles as a single rune appeared and dissipated in the air. Mrs. Pants was watching intently from the sidelines. She had been staring at Felix for over half an hour. Mrs. Pants is a thin, elderly woman who looks somewhat malnourished. But she is well suited to the job of librarian because she loves books and has a keen sense of detection and is always the first to find and punish students who break the rules. If a student dared to pull out their wand and gesticulate in the library, she would have thrown them out, but Felix being a professor made her a little hesitant. Luckily, Felix quickly left with 2 books, saving her from being so stumped. Felix returned to his office and took a piece of chestnut wood out of his suitcase, magic pouring down from his carving knife, carving an ancient rune into the surface of the chestnut. Chestnut wood is a wand-making material, but in itself is like a blank piece of paper with little inclination to be cheap, and was discovered by Felix to practice ancient rune engravings. The magic-infused carving knife leaves magic runes on the surface of the chestnut wood, and with each complete magic rune sketched out, it glows with a fiery red light, which then quietly goes out again, branding it with a black mark. Felix's speed in carving the magic rune was so fast that it kept the surface of the chestnut wood shining. The carving knife kept dancing as if it's writing an immortal chapter that would go down in history, rather than carving a magic rune. After a few minutes Felix had filled the layer of chestnut wood with runes. He drew his wand and brushed it across the top. A thin surface layer of wood instantly detached and flew off to the other side of the table. Felix then took up his carving knife again and continued to work on the chestnut wood. Only when the piece of chestnut had shrunk by 3 inches did he stop and stretch out and back on the spot. In one corner of the table, 30 thin slabs of wood had been piled up like pages of a book, covered with ancient runes in black color. Felix calculated a number in his mind and nodded in satisfaction, 272 runes, that's the amount of power I currently have at my disposal. He got up leisurely and stood in front of the window overlooking the outside landscape. His decision to return to Hogwarts had been so right. This is the life I want. Wow! An owl flew in through the window and dropped a letter on the table. Felix opened the envelope and read the letter, but he couldn't help but frown. It is a letter from an old friend. Felix only had been graduated for 3 years and had only 1 year of real travel experience under his belt, but it had been one rich year of experience, and it opened his eyes wide enough to be well traveled no matter where in the world he went. He could name the nearest wizarding community with his eyes closed. He could name the nearest black market near him in the world. This letter came from a friend he had met in the black market. Felix drew out a parchment and hastily wrote down a string of words, asking him to meet him at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade on Saturday. Until the owl flew away, he was still thinking about his friend's intentions. He recalled the first time the two of them met. The man, who called himself Klein, often wore a hood over his robes, and his face was so misty from the beginning that it was impossible to see who he really was. Klein practiced the principle of equivalent trade, like rare magic manuscripts, potions, magical creatures, etc. He had access to them all. Felix had traded with him 7 times, and they had maintained each other's rules. So he is curious about Klein's purpose in seeking him out for. More intrigued, of course, about what this friend had in stock lately. 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. Felix arrived at the Hogshead Inn. It's still early and there is only one customer. Felix walked up to the table of that customer, smiled at the sight of the familiar misty hooded face, and sat down. As he took his seat, their two figures were hidden and their voices were completely cut off from the outside world. Klein. Felix. It is a neutral voice, indistinguishable from male or female, and impossible to identify the age. There is no shortage of these types of a mysterious presence in the wizarding world, and the reasons were always varied. Like being a dark wizard, or committing some serious sins, hiding from the enemy, or, perhaps, just having some kind of bad edgy taste. What do you want from me? To get some information. What kind of info? The relics of the second Dark Lord. Felix went silent for several seconds, his mind kept turning. Yes, but you'll have to tell me your source of information first. Klein tapped his fingers on the corner of the table as if weighing it up, but he quickly uttered one word, Uagadu. You sought out that mad witch sacrifice group. Felix is somewhat surprised. Uagadu is an African school of wizardry, and African wizards didn't start using wands until the 20th century, which set their path off from that of other countries. For example, they also inherited a branch of prophetic magic, known as witch rituals, although outsiders called them mad witch rituals. This is because this prophecy magic is actually a form of dark magic, and each prophecy requires a price to be paid, such as a limb of your body. And to top it off, the prophecy is not always accurate. Klein mentioned Uagadu, and that was all Felix could think of, since African and Britain's wizarding sides were not that involved, and there was no interaction between the two sides. Go on, Felix said, intrigued. Given Klein's character, there was no way he would get a watered-down witch priest, and it must have cost him quite a lot to get a highly skilled witch priest to make a prophecy. The prophecy stated that the Dark Lord's relic would remain in Hogwarts for a year. Felix's heart fluttered. What exactly is this relic? Not sure, only know that it is very evil. Felix became a little speechless. Why do you bother if you are not sure? And evil, you think you're Auror? Seeming to see Felix's disbelief, Klein added, the prophecy I requested is, the secret of leaping over the dead. Almost instantly, Felix's brain worked at full blast as he said, you say that again. Leap over death. But the Dark Lord is already dead. That's the prophecy. You can look it up yourself. Hogwarts has Dumbledore. You're afraid of him. Klein laughed twice, and although Felix couldn't see through the fog over his face, he knew the other party's face wouldn't look very good at the moment. Felix pretended to ponder for a long time before he said, thank you for the information, but I will not ensure that I will obtain the relic. I can only promise that I won't turn my back on you and go off on my own to crack the Dark Lord's secrets. Klein thought for a moment and said, yes. The two extended their hands, their index fingers touched, and a golden stripe bloomed. It's a temporary magical pact for a year, with no penalty for Felix if he broke it, but at that time, Klein would have his location at his fingertips for a year. If you are not afraid of the revenge of a mysterious wizard, you can always break the pact. 22, Chapter 22 Rat Language. Felix walked out of the Hogshead Inn and let out a deep breath. You can't underestimate someone. Look, a dark wizard has the ambition to pry into the secrets of the Dark Lord, so isn't his own goal of discovering the true meaning of magic a little modest? Felix thought carefully about it and decided that his own ambition seemed loftier. As for the pact with Klein, pew pew pew. Does he think he's a fool for getting into trouble under Dumbledore's nose? Besides, he already knew the answer to the question. What's the secret of the Dark Lord's leap over the death? The Horcruxes, that is a concept he already knew. So as long as he didn't look for that soul artifact, the pact would naturally be solved in a year's time. Since the prophecy was that the Dark Lord's relic will only remain at Hogwarts for a year, which meant it was only a passing guest, so the pact between the two would only need to exist for a year. That was Klein's thought. Felix, on the other hand, guessed that the relic would probably be destroyed by the protagonist group. The protagonist group had no peace each year they were in school, so perhaps they would have to wait until they graduated before they got a complete break. But that reminded him that the crisis of this year's plot would come from the Dark Lord's relics, the Horcruxes. Which Horcrux could it be? That was the question Felix had been thinking about since he returned to his office. He vaguely remembered that there were 7 Horcruxes, most of which were the relics of the 4 giants of Hogwarts, which corresponded to Harry's 7 years at school. So what did they destroy in the first year? The Ravenclaw crown, the Slytherin locket, the golden cup of Hufflepuff, all of these were the ones he knew, so by definition, the Gryffindor sword should also be a Horcrux? Which one of those had been destroyed last year? The first film seemed to be called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, so the Philosopher's Stone was a Horcrux? Felix guessed wildly without care. The information he had at hand was not really useful. For one thing, you couldn't prove what you said because he didn't know where the Dark Lord kept the Horcruxes, and for another, it was too taboo, because Felix already had a bad name, and telling Dumbledore about Horcruxes out of the blue, sounded like he wanted to research Horcruxes, no? So, let it be, he at most knocked on the side of the drum. It's a perk for his assistant, tool person, Miss Hermione Granger. Yes, the assistant slot has been booked for her for one reason or another. Two of the only three candidates had hung up. The Weasley twins had approached him yesterday and voluntarily withdrawn. Because they were busy with Quidditch training this week and were expected to spend every weekend for the following year on it. Felix had heard them imply that he had to put the wood guy in detention, and it was for the whole school year so that they would have time to do other things. Was this something he could agree to? The professor blatantly used his power for personal gain, would he still be able to mix around with others? The main thing was that the terms and conditions were not agreeable, they were asking for too much in terms. Detaining a student for an academic year for no reason, even Snape wouldn't do that. This left Felix a bit speechless. He had wanted to return a favor to Professor McGonagall, and it had developed into this. Are there any good students left in other houses? But the good thing is that Miss Granger is very reliable, and she could be met in the library every day, and it was evident that she was working so hard that her eyes were darkened by 3 extra circles. The next day, the library. Another uneventful day. Felix picked out a copy of The Secret of Dueling from the Forbidden Books section and gnawed on it with gusto. The book, which was mainly an archive of secret stories of various duels between wizards throughout history, is placed in the Forbidden Books section because it contained many taboo graphics. In the days when the laws of the wizarding world were unregulated, dark magic flourished for its rapid progress and immense power and weirdness, so duels in those days were bloody and brutal, and could even be bizarre. For example, he now sees the image of an unlucky wizard's head irreversibly pumpkinized, not swelling to the size of a pumpkin, but becoming a complete vegetable. Even more miraculously, the loser survives, only to die 3 years later. There is some fighting instruction in the book, and the scale is huge, with Felix even seeing how to incorporate a curse within a normal charm. New tricks to acquire. It's nearing noon when Felix stepped out of the library to enjoy his lunch. On the other side, Hermione hesitated slightly before decisively followed. Professor. Professor Hap. Felix stopped in his tracks. What can I do for you, Miss Granger? He didn't tell Hermione the fact that she was already the only candidate for an assistant. Learning more wasn't a bad thing. It's like this, I read in a book that some exceptionally gifted wizards can hear things that others can't, is that true? Hermione asked as she calmed down her breathing. Felix looked stunned, Chief K? But he quickly dropped the thought, that didn't ring a bell. Can you be more specific? You're giving too broad terms. Hermione considered carefully, seemingly organizing her words. It was a short story about a young wizard and his father, transcribing material in a castle, and then the young wizard suddenly heard strange words, but his father didn't hear anything at all. Strange, why did Hermione always pause on the word father? The thought flashed through his mind and Felix pondered it carefully before replying, there are a lot of little stories that are actually made up, so what you were told isn't necessarily true, but we can discuss it for now. Hermione nodded cheerfully. The first possibility is that the young wizard is lying, and he's trying to use this to gain his father's attention, something that is very common in the Muggle world. Felix began by stating the answer he thought was most likely. Seeing Hermione trying to answer, he shook his head. The second possibility is that they are making a transcription of some dangerous grimoire. Be aware that some ancient grimoires contain enchantments or have been specially tampered with by their former owners, and dangerous consequences could easily result from unqualified people touching them. Looking at Hermione thoughtfully, he added, there are quite a few of these books in the forbidden section of Hogwarts. They were all locked up with magic chains, though it's strictly forbidden for young wizards to peek at unless you had the professor's signature in your hand. A third possibility, Felix raised his volume slightly, is that the young wizard has awakened some talent, such as prophecy, perception, or a sudden mastery of some language. Can you elaborate on that, Professor? Well, as you know, some young wizards have special talents, such as animal affinity, or a natural talent for casting spells without a wand, and a rarer one is the gift of prophecy, which Professor Trelawney's elders seem to have. Oh, and Trelawney is a professor of divination, you probably will take her class. As for the gift of language, it is often related to their ancestors. If their ancestors mastered a mermaid language, this gift may be passed on to the next generation, or it may suddenly appear in the bloodline hundreds of years later. Felix gave a random example, the young wizard in your story, for example, may well have had an ancestor who spoke the rat language, and he just happened to overhear a certain ratty gentleman chattering that day. Hermione remained in place until Professor Hap's figure left, thinking. Could it be that Harry's ancestors had an odd wizard who spoke rat language? She became somewhat confused. 23, Chapter 23 A Snake Tongue, a diligent Hermione. This, can't be. Harry argued irritably when Hermione relayed Felix's words to Harry and Ron. He didn't want to admit that he had an ancestor who knew rat language. Harry felt like he'd had a terrible first week of school. Being detained for driving across Britain, being forcibly assaulted by Lockhart, a crazy encounter with photography enthusiast Colin, plus heavy Quidditch training. And with his detention yesterday, he had to write back to Lockhart's fans, one letter after another, endlessly, for 4 whole hours. That wasn't the worst of it. In Lockhart's office he heard the disconnected voice, "Kill thee, rip, die." When he told both about it this morning, they looked as if he had finally gone mad. And then Hermione volunteered to ask Professor Hap about it, and the answer she got broke him down a little. "Well, that's not always the case, mate. I've heard rumors of something like that," Ron whispered, pulling a fat mouse out of his pocket. This one looked a little shriveled up. "You could try it, by talking to Scabbers." Ron held Scabbers in his hands and handed it to Harry with anticipation in his eyes. Harry had to lower his head and meet the mouse's eyes. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Scabbers rolled his eyes and turned sideways without looking at him. "Harry, don't use the human tongue. You just spoke in human tongue," Ron said. "Harry, I know what you mean, but can you be more civilized for a change?" He tried a dozen times more and the rat didn't respond a bit. "No." He breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, things hadn't gone in the worst possible direction. Hermione looked at the farce that had just happened and spoke up to warn him, "Harry, Professor Hap was just giving an example, there are other possibilities." Ron, however, disagreed. What else could be in the castle besides rats? It can't be bugs, right? The conjecture is even more terrifying, and Harry's body shuddered as he quickly turned on his mind and searched his brain, trying to divert the topic. Maybe it's a snake. Snake. Ron and Hermione fell silent for a moment, both of them looking at each other with a strange expression. "You mean, you can talk to snakes?" Ron swallowed heavily. Harry didn't notice this. He got excited now and recounted his experience of visiting the zoo and talking to one of the snakes in it before he started school. "A python told you that it had never been to Brazil." Ron's voice sounded very weak. "Is there anything to that? I bet there are many people who could have to do that. It's what Professor Hap mentioned, that talent." Ron didn't say anything and Hermione whispered, "Harry, talking to snakes is the hallmark of Salazar Slytherin. The ability is called Parselmouth, which is why the symbol of Slytherin House is a snake." "But I'm not." Harry somewhat confused. But then he suddenly remembered that during his first year sorting, the sorting hat had strongly recommended that he should choose Slytherin House, and the thought of that made Harry shut his mouth tightly. "It's okay, mate." Ron patted him on the shoulder in mock relief. "Pure-blood wizards often intermarry with each other. Maybe you're a great-great-great-grandson of Slytherin." Seeing that Harry showed no sign of relaxing at all, he added in a whisper, "Really, if you really want to get down to it, most of the pure-blood wizard families can be related, and I'm still related to Malfoy." "You and Malfoy?" Harry was shocked. Ron shrugged. "There are only so many pure-blood wizards out there, it's normal for them to intermarry with each other. If you ask me, the true pure-bloods would have been long gone, they wouldn't have been passed down until now if it isn't for the intermarriage." Harry finally calmed down. "Harry, it's best not to say a word about this to the outside world," Hermione suggested. Harry nodded. To his death he wouldn't say a thing. He didn't want to be related to Slytherin. And Hermione brought the conversation back on track. "Since you're a Parselmouth, the sound you heard the other day was most likely a snake, probably it was moving along a gap in the wall. But I heard it saying things like death, killing, and tearing apart to pieces. Maybe it was hunting at the time? You know, just chasing some rats, little bugs, whatever." Ron speculated. Without proof, the trio had no choice but to let it go. "It isn't that big deal anyway." "Hermione, how's your thesis coming along?" Harry asked. "Oh no!" Hermione exclaimed and quickly left, leaving the two dazed in their places. "Has Hermione been reading herself silly lately?" "It's the first time I've seen her in this state," Ron said. Harry shrugged. "Library." Hermione is all alone occupying a large table filled with thick books, a sheet of parchment in front of her, in which she's furiously scribbling away. It would probably be an all-nighter today, with less than 10 hours before the library closed. "Come on, Hermione!" She cheered herself on. She had only read 12 books so far, and she had only read them in general, skimming through them and remembering no more than 50% of them, which was a far cry from her usual habits, and she hadn't even memorized them. Not only that, but she had to give up her reading habits for the sake of her thesis. But she had decided that when she finished her thesis, she would review this list of books and memorize them all. She flipped through the pages with a clatter, all the while jotting down appropriate arguments and justifications with madness in which she didn't even notice Mrs. Pants walking past her several times. She stayed until closing time when she finally finished 16 books and staggered back to the common room with the remaining 4, and the thick parchment, yawning. Tonight, she is going to struggle along with the books. Pushing open the door to the common room, the other young wizards had already gone back and only 2 remained. Harry, Ron. Hermione somewhat surprised. Hi, we didn't see you at dinner and thought you shouldn't be gone and brought this for you. Ron gestured to the table in front of him, on top of which is food wrapped in parchment, which soaked right through the outer layer and oozed with an oily stain. Hermione covered her mouth, forcing herself not to burst into tears. Harry chuckled, we can't help with the thesis, and this is all we can do. Come on, Hermione, you're the smartest person I've ever known in my life. Hermione nodded heavily. The 2 of them left and Hermione opened the parchment, inside were 2 pies, which she gobbled down. She is now all alone in the quiet common room. The next day, Monday, Hermione is in a trance all day, and nearly made Harry the object of her transfiguration while practicing transfiguration. By noon, she had to make a trip to the infirmary. There is no second period in the afternoon, and she intended to finish the last 2 books having stayed up all night. She had finished her thesis, but she always thought that she must finish them all, and perhaps it would help to add something new to her thesis. But she is so tired that when Harry finished Quidditch practice, he found Hermione asleep in the common room. Hermione, Hermione. Harry. Hermione's eyes opened sleepily, her hair getting more bushy and ruffled looking. She quickly woke up and let out a squeak. What time is it, Harry? What time is it? 8:30, Hermione. Fred, who had also just finished training, replied, I'll never forget that bastard Wood. Our first weekend of school we trained until 8:30. And starting the second week, he pushed it even further. On the sidelines, Wood had a dark look on his face. I'm still here. He isn't the only one, the members of the Gryffindor team were all here, covered in mud and too tired to speak. Hermione jumped up at once and hurried out the door, not taking more than a few steps before turning back, sorting her parchments on the table quickly, mouthing some words, and confirming that they were in order before tugging up her book bag and quickly disappearing from their sight. What a hard-working, studious girl. Angelina commented. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 24, Chapter 24 Thesis. The Office of the Professor of Ancient Magic Runes. Felix had finished his work for the day. He had 3 classes today, but half of them were allocated to tests, which he termed as a way to keep track of the student's learning, a term used in his previous life, called diagnostic assessment. Diagnostic assessment is defined as an evaluation of a student's current level of progress at the beginning of a term or a semester. It is quite apt for this purpose. The other half of the class is spent reviewing what has been taught. This was a huge disappointment for the young wizards, who thought they would have the opportunity to continue the magic golem battle. Luckily, the professor told them that they would see them in his next class and there is an extra reward for their good conduct. Felix watching a film in his office, and as he watched it with great attention. Thump, thump, thump. A quick knock on the door interrupted his entertainment time, and he opened it to see an out-of-breath Hermione. Professor, sorry, I fell asleep and missed the time. Hermione's chest rose and fell violently, her face suffocating and a thin layer of sweat dampening her hair. Looking at the young witch's desperate look, Felix told her to take it easy and led her into the office. Please sit down. Hermione sat down obediently and, as in hindsight, noticed the film being projected on the wall in front of her. She swung her head from side to side and quickly saw a projector. Hermione became a little confused. Am I still awake? Aren't Muggle items unusable at Hogwarts? But she didn't dare to move, so she could only watch the projection, and after a few minutes of watching it, she found that, it is quite good. The film is about a princess who visits Rome and accidentally meets a journalist. You could tell the film was a bit old, but the story is so well told that you couldn't help but get immersed in it. Just in time to see a sequence where the princess smashes a violin over the jerk's head. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Then she heard the footsteps and immediately curbed her smile and sat upright. Felix had a drink in his hand and handed it to her. It's butterbeer, I've added a little invigoration and a sleeping draught, they'll give a little help and allow you to sleep well when you get back. Thanks, Professor Hap. Hermione took a sip, it tasted a little odd but not unpleasant. She found her spirit lifted and the exhaustion of the past week swept away. Remembering what she is here for, she quickly opened her book bag, pulled out 7 sheets of parchment, and handed them to Felix. Professor, here is my thesis. Felix took the thesis and read it while he waved his wand without looking up and several plates of small snacks flew to Hermione. You can eat and watch a film first, you probably haven't had time for entertainment these days. Hearing Felix's words, she realized with a jolt that she had once again missed her supper and at the moment every cell in her body is complaining to her. She flushed slightly and took small bites of the snack, glancing now and then at the professor who is now concentrating on her thesis, and quietly speeding up as she saw that he had no intention whatsoever to look up. Before she knew it, she had finished her butterbeer and eaten all 3 plates of snacks, and the film had come to an end. The feeling of fullness made Hermione's mood pleasant again. She craned her head to look at the professor and found that he had finished reading her thesis and now in the middle of reading a book with great interest. Professor, I'm sorry. Felix looked up with a smile in his eyes. I thought you quite liked the film. Hermione. Well, let's talk about your thesis. Afraid of the little girl's thin skin, Felix hurriedly changed the subject as he picked up Hermione's thesis and praised her, a very excellent thesis. Logical, smoothly written, and with references to 18 books, every supporting evidence is just right. Hermione hung her head, a little embarrassed by the compliment. Congratulations, you are now my assistant. Felix stood up and walked over to her. Hermione's eyes blossomed with a radiant glow. Really? Ah. Professor, I'm so excited. You deserve it, Felix said gently, you've worked so hard for this, far beyond my expectations, to be honest. Hermione wanted to cry, she had a tough week. As my assistant, you are bound to put some extra time aside in the future. Professor, I'll try. No, you misunderstood me, Felix smiled, something has to be given when something has been taken. For that reason. Gryffindor plus 50 points, each term. Hermione returned to the common room a little dazed. Harry and Ron were playing wizard's chess and the twins were curled up in the corner with a piece of parchment in their hands, muttering something. A number of the young wizards looked up when they saw Hermione enter, the gossip traveled fastest, and they already knew that Hermione is likely to be that new professor's assistant. And Felix, who had just finished his open class, is now in the limelight. Harry hurriedly leaped to his feet, and casually brushed the chess pieces aside. Hermione, how did it go? Hey! I'm about to take the general. Ron muttered in displeasure, though his mind isn't on the board either. I did it, Hermione announced the result straight away. Yoo-hoo! Hooray for Gryffindor's Miss Know-It-All. She's become the youngest teaching assistant at Hogwarts. The twins cheered, and they both put their hands behind their backs as they scurried around the common room in a mock aeroplane stance. A few fireworks went off with a bang and the common room is in a sea of joy as the young wizards came together to give their blessings to Hermione, ignoring her whispered explanation that she isn't a teaching assistant, but an assistant. The twins quietly disappeared for a while, bringing back a large bag of all kinds of food to add to the joyful atmosphere in the common room. Halfway through, they brought Professor McGonagall to the table, who pursed her lips and seemed to be wondering how many points to deduct from the Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall, we're celebrating Hermione becoming a teaching assistant. The twins hurried to explain. Professor McGonagall gave Hermione a quick glance and couldn't help but smile when she saw her nod. That would be fine, but, you guys need to keep your voices down too. Professor McGonagall quickly compromised. This is your thesis. Professor McGonagall looked over from the cheering crowd to the parchment in Hermione's hand. Yes, Professor McGonagall. McGonagall picked up the parchment and counted the number of sheets in surprise before quickly reading it. It had both Hermione's original text and the annotations added by Felix. Professor McGonagall flipped through it quickly at first, but soon slowed down. Although Hermione's paper is more akin to some sort of overview, it still is very concise and clear, nearly recapping the entire development of the ancient magic runes. Basically, anyone who read this thesis of Hermione's would have a more comprehensive understanding of ancient runes. A very brilliant paper, I think it qualifies for publication in a magazine. I'm still a long way off, Professor Hap has helped me revise a lot of it, Hermione whispered. Professor McGonagall also felt a little speechless. In her eyes, Hermione's thesis is already very good, but the fact that Felix had managed to come up with more corrections showed how accomplished the brilliant graduate is at ancient runes. Felix's comments, however, were not so much a fault-finding remark as a remark along the lines of suggest reading page 170–174 of the History of Ancient Magic Runes to deepen your understanding, which in fact meant that Hermione had not thought deeply enough. He's too harsh. Even Professor McGonagall, who is known for her harshness, couldn't help but side with Hermione. Professor Hap considers me as qualified, and his annotations are what I'm going to do in the next stage, Hermione explained. Professor McGonagall nodded at this and looked at the thesis. The more she looked at it, the more she loved it. Tell you what, when you've revised your thesis according to Professor Hap's annotations, I'll pass it on to a friend of mine for you, it might have a chance of being published. The young witch looked like she is worshipping the big shot. 25, Chapter 25 Lecture Time. The next morning, when the young wizards got up in the morning only to find that Gryffindor had an additional 50 points to their house points at once and leading the house cup as first, there were many inquiries about what had happened yesterday. And so it was announced that Hermione had become the new ancient rune professor's assistant. Gryffindor was naturally the proudest, and the other houses were inevitably a bit skeptical that a second-year student who had just started school could become a professor's assistant. Was there something fishy going on? So there followed a very nasty scene on the pitch when Draco Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood and Ron, in a fit of rage, used his half-ruined wand to inflict a curse, which he hit himself instead. Hermione felt very upset, but Hagrid reassured her, he must be jealous, that wicked boy. Our Hermione could write a difficult thesis, yet they couldn't think of one. But soon the tide changed. This was because the professor of ancient magic runes had released an extremely long thesis to be distributed as supplementary study material to every young wizard who had taken the ancient magic runes course, including 7th years. This paper, naturally, is from Hermione's work. Numerous senior students tried to find an omission in it, but at their level, they could not find a single error. It is not that Hermione's level of ancient runes surpasses that of the 7th graders, she hasn't even begun to learn them yet. Rather, it was that she had, almost single-handedly, reorganized the history of ancient runes, the directions of research, the major achievements, and the theoretical schools of thought, and she had brought the material up to date to the last year. No one has bothered to do this work for nearly 30 years, and as a result, all those who study ancient runes have an outdated version of the history of ancient runes at their fingertips. That is what made this Hermione thesis so valuable. Several professors expressed their fondness for this thesis on different occasions, notably Professor Flitwick, who nearly fainted with enthusiasm in class. And so all the controversy came to an abrupt end. Especially after Hermione's reference list was kindly shared by a Gryffindor student, the debate has now changed from Hermione is quite perverse to the new professor is a sicko. It's not too much to say that a second year who reads 20 books and writes 7 sheets of parchment in a week is a bit perverse. Countless young wizards who had chosen the ancient runes trembled. Professor Felix Happ felt his reputation had been tarnished. Even Professor Snape followed suit when he mocked Neville in his recent potions class by saying, with your intelligence, I would sincerely advise you not to take ancient runes in your 3rd grade, you'll make the professor think he's teaching a troll. Felix's ancient magic runes course is starting to get on track. 4th year class. Welcome to the classroom of ancient magic runes, this is our first class. Felix looked down at the young lions and the young snakes. In there are 2 other familiar figures, the Weasley twins. I don't want to spend too much time repeating the significance of this class, some of the information I have already revealed in advance in the open class. You need this class if you aspire to trace the glory of wizards as they once were, and to decipher the mysteries of ancient wizards' magic from murky magic manuscripts. You need this course if you aspire to create mysterious artifacts of alchemy, to reproduce the relics of magic that belong to legends and fairy tales. If you wish to study the true meaning of magic, to uncover the greatness and glory that belongs to the wizard alone, you need this course as well. Felix watched the young wizard's expressions closely and felt slightly satisfied to see them involuntarily rise in solemnity. It seemed that this opening statement could be delivered a few more times. But it will all start with the basics. On the podium, Felix waved his wand and a suitcase opened abruptly, from which dozens of golems flew out and landed precisely in front of the young wizards. Cool. The twins looked at each other and exclaimed in unison. The other young wizards also excitedly grabbed the golems and held them in their hands, playing with them over and over, while many others pointed their wands and tried to get them to move. Given that 3rd and 4th years are the least bothered about exams, our lessons will be mainly practical. There is a cheer off the stage. Felix waited for a moment, letting the young wizards toss the golems in their hands as they pleased, before continuing, I think some of you have noticed that the golems you are holding can't move. He smiled mysteriously, with a certain mischievousness, in a sense, they are half-baked. The young wizards looked at him dumbfounded. That's right, half-baked, these magic golems are missing some key magic runes at the magic nodes connection, consistency, balance, coordination. These are the 4 practical types of magic runes you are covering this term, and there are 27 altogether. Once you have mastered all of them, you will then be given a true magic golem. Plus, of course, 482 theory-based magic runes, and that's all of you will be learning this year, Felix added. One of the twins shouted, Professor, hurry up and let's get started. Felix gave him a satisfied look, not bad, he's a funny guy. In today's lesson, I will explain the 4 magic runes involved in the role of the connection, and if you can successfully master them, you will be able to make your magic golem active. Move. The basic movements, such as punching, kicking, rolling, etc. Professor, can you teach more? Of course. I can't. The young wizards then stayed focused on class like never before, each trying to master the 4 magic runes as quickly as possible, yet only Fred Weasley succeeded partially. By the end of the class his golem could keep swinging its right arm, but only its right arm. Plus 10 points for Gryffindor. Near the end of class, Felix began to assign homework. The homework is to practice today's 4 magic runes, and the magic golem you have in your hands is temporarily placed in your care for you to practice with. I hope that in the next class you will all be able to master these 4 magic runes. George raised his hand, Professor, what if the golem breaks? There is a point where he wanted to take the thing apart for imitation. Don't worry, I've applied some protective wards. Felix said again as if being kind. Under the protective wards, your magic will only stay for half an hour, so, you know, practice a lot. The young wizards who were still packing up their things looked dumbfounded and turned their heads to look at the friendly-faced professor. But this is nothing for the extremely skilled twins, their focus was on the other side. Fred asked, "Professor, will you be teaching a new magic rune in the next class?" He couldn't wait to craft his own magic golem. "It depends on your overall progress." Felix's attitude is quite ambiguous. "In fact, of course not, the next class and the next after are theory classes, so be a good boy and go translate the runes for me." "Do you really think I would be tending sheep? What about the assessment?" Felix's strategy is to get the little wizard worked up with runes first, then he could do whatever he wanted. "By the way, I will conduct tests, both theoretical and practical, before Halloween. The one with the highest combined score will receive a golem made by my own hands," Felix whispered, "an upgraded version of this. Now, class dismissed." The same strategy repeated over the next few days, and soon the young wizards in the 3rd and 4th years were like they had been pumped up and were feverishly studying the subject of ancient magic runes. After class, there were lots of hand-me-downs and wands to gesticulate at the golem. This enthusiasm climaxed when Fred Weasley gave a public tap dance performance with a magic golem on Friday before the Transfiguration class began. Professor McGonagall wasn't too happy though and gave 2 points off for Gryffindor. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 26, Chapter 26 Duel with Commentary." Professor Hap had a different attitude towards the 5th and 7th year students. He waved his wand and handed out a sheet of tests papers to the students, which were from their last year. Felix stood on the stage without speaking, but a low pressure had been placed over the young wizards. The 7th year students are the ones who had been a schoolmate of the professor for 3 years, especially when they had first enrolled here and Felix was in his 5th year. What did he do in his 5th year? Well, he invited a certain Shafik family to a duel, so these students were all badly shaken by the fact that they had witnessed the most vicious side of this man right from the start. In the eyes of the young, naive first years, is that an invitation to a duel? It's a death notice. And the kind that a whole family would send together. Felix fiddled with his wand, seeing that the atmosphere was pretty much set, and finally spoke up, "Here are your results from last session's test, and to be honest, I'm a little disappointed, quite disappointed." "Marcus." Marcus Flint shivered and stood up, "Senio." "Professor." Felix might not remember him, but he remembered Felix clearly because one of the Shafik was seated next to him in the Great Hall during mealtime. As a pure-blood, his father had asked that senior to look after him, and he had just started school when he ran into a major storm. He still couldn't forget the way that spirited senior had fallen to the ground. Felix walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder, "The grades are a bit poor, do well from now on, I have my eye on you." "Yes. Professor." What else could Marcus say? Go back and study like hell. Felix very satisfied with this Slytherin's attitude, after all, it was his own house, which is still very powerful. "Let's start the lesson, there's a little too much to cover today, so I'll make it quick and you guys do these 3 sets of papers when you go back. After all, your Newts exams are right around the corner this year." Saturday, Gryffindor Common Room. Percy looked exhausted. He had just finished his 12-inch History of Magic thesis on the history of the development of the Crucible and the history of Revolution, but there were 6 more subject assignments waiting for him. He had chosen far too many courses on his plate. "Damn it, if this keeps up, there won't even be a time for a date." Hermione walked out of the girls' dormitory clutching a large volume of books and saw Harry and Ron gathered around a table with 7 or 8 other young wizards at one side, seemingly looking at something amusing. She walked over there and the Weasley twins were there. In fact, they were dancing with their wands guiding 2 golems together. She recognized these 2 golems, which happened to be the ones that Professor Hap had shown in the open class. To the silent music, that is, no music, a pair of half-foot-tall men and women embraced each other, dancing and wandering across the tabletop with lightning-fast steps making it their dance floor. Lee Jordan is narrating the plot, and so, Fireboy and Ice Girl fall in love, and the young couple become the envy of all. But it doesn't last long, and their philosophies clash so badly that they simply fought. And Fred and George matched his narration, with Fred waving his wand first and Ice Girl kicked the Fireboy in his face. Oh! Ice Girl steals the lead and kicks her former lover a solid 2 feet. Is this how a once monolithic vow dissipates? Lee Jordan cried out in pain. Not to be outdone, George flicked his wand one after the other, and Fireboy jumped up and landed a hard punch to Ice Girl's gut, followed by a kick that sent her flying far away. At last, Fireboy isn't seem concerned, love is no match for a battle of philosophies. He had to strike, he moved, he finally kicked. Beautiful. A little witch on the sidelines, boo. Booed. Hermione looked around in amazement, you guys are excellent in this, and with drama too. After a few more minutes, Fireboy used a wave of quick punches to gain the upper hand and then took off with a kick, although he dropped in midair. Next, Ice Girl stood still for a moment in the process as well. Out of power, out of power. Ryan Thomas, who had grown up in the Muggle world, spoke in uncertain words. Fred and George grabbed the golem and ran to the corner and began re-inscribing with the ancient magic runes. Professor Hap is so harsh, only half an hour of activity for a single copy of the magic rune is allowed to be supplied. Many of the young wizards vocalized about a certain professor. The crowd dispersed and the trio refound their seats. Hermione glanced at the twins who were in the distance. They can do that already. It's nothing, quite a few wizards have spent a lot of time on it. Ron explained. Fred said that Cedric, from Hufflepuff, used to get up in the middle of the night and secretly practice in order to win the pre-Halloween exams and get the mysterious prize. There are also quite a few witches that don't move an inch without hugging their golem all day. Hermione nodded. It's true that she had seen little witches hugging magic golems everywhere this week, but that's not Fred's magic golem, is it? Ron said casually. He borrowed it from Angelina, to create a remix of that classic battle in the Great Hall. But they're still pretty close if you ask me. I mean, they've only just finished learning their first set of magic runes, and they need to master 4 more. It's like collecting chocolate frog cards and putting all the pieces together to form a set. Harry, you didn't train today. Harry grimaced. Training is in the afternoon. It had just been 2 weeks, but he is already a bit overwhelmed. Ron suddenly snorted as he looked at Harry and Hermione and whispered, I'm told that Wood has been having a headache with his ancient rune homework, and thanks to Professor Hap, Harry was able to have an easy day. Difficult homework? Hermione speculated. No, Ron's holding back his laughter. The professor's 6th-year homework isn't translation though, instead it's about writing a 1000-word essay called My Summer Holiday Life. Hermione had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This style seemed to be common when she was in elementary school. Professor Hap is also from a Muggle background and did have a lot of life experience there, Hermione thought to herself. The 3 were chatting when Percy suddenly stood up, packed his things quickly, and left without looking back, carrying his school bag. It is time for his date. Watching Percy's back, Harry looked at him thoughtfully. He looks a bit irritated. Ron shrugged. Percy's taken too many classes. He passed 12 owls and tried to continue taking 12 courses this year, but Professor McGonagall persuaded him to drop part of them. The 2 lamented a little and then looked at Hermione in unison. Would this be what Hermione's future looked like? Hermione ignored the 2 and settled down to read her book. Harry looked at the Ancient History of Runes book in Hermione's hand and couldn't help but ask her, didn't you pass the test? Why are you still reading this book? Hermione turned the page. Professor Hap wrote a bunch of annotations on my thesis, all of which were things I had to pay attention to, and besides, I found the ancient magic runes to be quite interesting. Quite interesting. The 2 academic scums looked at each other. Every time they talked to Hermione about their studies, they felt like they were wearing the contraption around their necks that Hagrid had used to plant the pumpkins in the field. So they played wizard's chess on their own. By the afternoon, Wood leads the team out of the common room, and Harry had thought about asking what he is going to do about his ancient magic rune homework, but eventually kept his mouth shut when he thought that even the end of the world wouldn't stop him from training. On the way, he ran into Colin Creevey, who once again greeted him with a warm hello. Harry, to which Harry returned a feeble hello to you too, Colin. He had anticipated that the rest of the training session would be accompanied by numerous flashes and shutter clicks. Inside the castle, Ron is bored, and he had to do his homework. He glared at the blank parchment for a while and finally folded a paper aeroplane with it, which ended up hitting Neville on the nose, causing him to let out a cry of pain. In the evening, after dinner, Hermione arrived at Felix's office to report for duty. 27, Chapter 27, Hermione's Journey Through the Magic Runes. The Ancient Magic Rune Professor's Office. Felix in the middle of grading assignments, a job so tedious it gave him the illusion of counting 1 plus 1 and repeating it hundreds of times. Luckily, he's completely liberated when he handed over this job to Hermione, who had just knocked on the door and is still unsure of the situation. It's mainly Year 5 and Year 7 papers, based on multiple choice and translation of short sentences, and it's relatively easy to mark. You just compare the correct answers and cross all the wrong ones. And Hermione lived up to her reputation as a school tyrant, quickly getting into the swing of it, and, well, she is very good at this type of work. Felix, on the other hand, looked over Hermione's revised thesis. It's going to be submitted to Professor McGonagall for publication in an academic journal, and he had to keep a strict eye over it. But instead of simply and brutally modifying it straight away, he kept making comments and giving page numbers for references. He thought this approach would be more helpful in the case of Hermione. Half an hour later, the 2 had finished their work at about the same time. Okay, let's get to the point. While Hermione had been the one performing her assistant duties before, it's now up to Felix to fulfill his promise. The 2 sat face to face on the sofa with a small short table between them, and Felix used his wand to conjure up 2 glasses of juice. He tried to get Miss Granger to relax, but she still seemed restrained. I can see from your thesis that you already know enough about the history of ancient magic runes, even if you haven't started studying it yet, but I can assure you that your progress will be very fast. Professor, I am reading the easy introduction to ancient magic runes and have also learned how to consult the dictionary of magic runes and the collection of magic charms, including the list of books you gave me earlier, though I do not fully understand most of them. The young witch sat up straight and quickly described her latest learning progress. Felix froze for a moment. Very good, but I won't spend much time discussing how to translate it with you, at most I'll give you some advice. You can begin around the year 900, the point at which Hogwarts is established. The four founders were all great figures who carried on the legacy of their predecessors, and they both translated many of the manuscripts of their predecessors and left behind a lot of research material that left future generations scratching their heads, which dwelled in the earliest library. However, that part of the material is now kept in the Forbidden Books section, with Madame Ravenclaw keeping it mostly intact, while most of the Slytherin material got lost, probably because he took his research with him in a fit of anger after splitting up with the other three. Felix unfolded a piece of history that Hermione kept listening to, but it could also be that what Slytherin researched was not suitable for the library, who knows. I can sign some slips for books if you need them. Felix stood up and gestured for Hermione to follow him, and the two made their way to his workstation. My research is not directed towards translation, but towards discovering the power of the magic runes themselves. Like this. He picked up a palm-sized piece of chestnut wood on the table and injected magic into the carving knife, carving a single magic rune into the surface of the chestnut. When the words were first written out, they quickly glowed a searing red, but soon died out and turned into dark lines. Hermione, seeing this for the first time, watched with awe while she searched her mind to try and decipher what the professor is doing, but came up with nothing. Felix finished carving the magic rune and handed it to Hermione casually. You can have a feel of it. She reached out and took the chestnut piece. Without having to fondle it, she sensed the magic fluctuations on it keenly. A warm touch came to her fingertips as she ran her fingers across the dark magic rune. The magic rune can store magic for a short time, but if left unprocessed, the magic on it will last up to 3 days, and that's with the properties of the chestnut wood itself stacked on top of it. Hermione nodded. Chestnut wood, as a wand material, is quite good at carrying and conducting magic power. There are quite a few solutions for this flaw, such as you can thread them through and form circuits, thus greatly extending the retention of magic. Or you can apply special preservation enchantments. Or add storage and conversion circuits. Hermione's little brain desperately tried to memorize. She couldn't wait to pick up the parchment and write down every single word Professor Happ had said. The process of Felix's explanation is also a process of reorganizing his own knowledge system. Unlike the previous 3 years when he had not had enough knowledge to eat, he now had too many choices to make and had to choose carefully. The lecture to the little witch is therefore incidental, and at the moment he is lost in thought, muttering, but these means will only last 30 to 50 years, and they will eventually decay with time. Why his voice trailed off. Hermione quickly moved closer to the table and stretched her neck to listen harder. Are the heroes and mythical creations just a speculation, or are they real? Were there mighty wizards? If so, those rune creations that have been passed down for thousands of years, how exactly do they manage to be immortal? Watching the professor lapse into silence, Hermione speculated, maybe they can provide themselves with a constant source of magic from their surrounding like us. Felix laughed dumbly. How is that possible? They aren't living creatures. And what about the Sorting Hat? The Sorting Hats have been around for 1,000 years and can communicate with people and has its own intelligence. Hermione tried to give examples to support her speculation, and the portraits of past headmasters in the headmaster's office. I've heard Harry mention them. Miss Granger, the portrait itself is a subtle magical artifact that carries a person's thoughts. And as far as I know, a magical portrait cannot be sustained for long without regular maintenance, although this interval may last for decades. But, Sorting Hat, Felix pondered for a moment. I did overlook it. I don't know much about it. Perhaps I should reintroduce myself to it sometime. Well, Miss Granger, let's stop our brainstorming tour there. Next. Felix took the palm-sized piece of chestnut wood from Hermione's hand. Next I will thread these magic runes through so that they form a circuit. Just watch. This work is quite delicate, and he carefully drew out the lines and connected them to each other, explaining as he did so, this step is important, many alchemical creations have complex functions. 10 minutes later, he handed the chestnut piece to Hermione, allowing her to feel the difference between before and after. I feel the magic flowing, there are fluctuations and ups and downs, it seems to be resisting me, Hermione stated her feelings with some disbelief. It is a little incredible. Felix understood, you say resisting because it is a rough half-finished piece in its own right now, with magical fluctuations spreading wildly, and you felt that. Of course, it also means you are very perceptive, you must have a great talent for the magic spell. Hermione's face turned red. 28, Chapter 28 I have special teaching skills. Hermione inquired, Professor, what does this magic circuit do? Felix waved his wand and the chestnut wood piece floated up from her hand and flew into midair as the two looked at it as it moved. There is only one burst magic circuit on this chestnut wood piece, it is quite unstable, if I guide it slightly, like this. He snapped his fingers lightly. Bang! The chestnut wood piece exploded violently, accompanied by a strong burst of fire and a boom that startled Hermione. Felix then demonstrated a few more magic circuits to Hermione, giving her the most basic understanding of an area of his research. That's all for today, tomorrow I'll truly teach you about ancient magic runes. Before they knew it, it's 9:30. Hermione returned to the common room to see Harry, dirty and tired, flopping across the table, fiddling with a chess piece as the humiliated knight kept jabbing Harry's finger with his miniature lance that he held in his hand. Ron is catching up on his potion assignment, with 3 copies of the reference sheet laid out in front of him at the same time. When he saw Hermione return, Harry couldn't help but ask, "How was your first day as an ancient rune course assistant?" Hermione broke into a smile, "It was fantastic." Ron got slightly curious about what her job entailed. "What did you do? Did you grade papers?" "Well, I'm only responsible for some 5th and 7th year papers, mind it, not many 6th and 7th year students choose ancient magic runes, and they are from all 4 houses together." Ron suddenly raised his eyebrows. "If I were you, I'd be sure to nick Slytherin's paper points harshly." Hermione's face instantly turned serious. "Ron, I have to take responsibility and accountability for my duties." Ron slumped on the table like a deflated ball. "Harry, what about you? How's your Quidditch training going?" Hermione inquired. "Same as ever, especially with Fred and George scouting information from Slytherin and Nimbus 2001 being so fast you can't see their faces." Harry looked pessimistic. There's nothing Hermione could do about it, the whole school had little faith in the first match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff houses were more interested in this match to see the power of Nimbus 2001 in action, so they could provide targeted training after that. The team's morale is not high either, and Wood sneaked up to Harry and said, "Our brooms are no match for Slytherins, but if you're fast enough to catch the golden snitch a bit early." This made the pressure on Harry even greater. On Sunday evening, Hermione once again went to the office of the Professor of Ancient Magic Runes. From a distance, she caught a glimpse of Malfoy's figure coming out of the office and Hermione hastily hid behind a pillar where she saw Professor Hap talking to Malfoy, who nodded his head repeatedly. She instantly had mixed feelings. Inside the office, Hermione sat quietly on the sofa and watched as Felix waved his wand and piled a dozen parchments on the table into the corner. Could it be Malfoy's papers? Hermione's head swirled with all sorts of thoughts, and she's tempted to ask Professor Hap why Malfoy was here, but she wisely kept her mouth shut. As yesterday, Felix sat on the other side of the small low table, and in front of him lay about 10 pieces of chestnut wood, each with a magic rune inscribed on it. "Today we will formally study the ancient magic runes in practical form." He underlined the word practical. These 10 magic runes have different symbolic meanings. For example, this one, he pointed to the first piece of chestnut wood, represents the meaning of connection, which can be specifically expanded to connect other magic runes such as liquid form and flow, or general concepts of relative categories such as burst and stability. In practical application, I have found that its form can be morphed in 7 ways, each applicable to. After an hour of continuous lecturing, Felix's mouth went dry. "Next, let's have a practical exercise." Seeing Hermione pull out her own wand, Felix smiled, "We don't need a wand for our exercises. I had talked to Professor McGonagall and there is a special teaching technique I have." Hermione looked a little confused, while Felix had leaned over and tapped his wand lightly against the young witch's head while whispering an incantation under his breath. She suddenly felt her vision drift off, the furnishings in the office shaking and distorting like water, the colors blending together in a way that made her feel as if she were in an abstract painting. Soon, however, the distorted environment recovered at once. She discovered, to her surprise, that she and the professor were still sitting on the same sofa, but with the small low table between them as the dividing line. The whole room is divided in 2, and the half of the room where the professor belonged is piled high with books of all colors, thousands of them. The books were divided into a dozen stacks that seemed to represent different categories. But the most eye-catching thing of all is the ancient magic runes dancing across the books, which were of various colors, bright red, emerald green, cypress green, and metallic luster. Hundreds of ancient magic runes scurried around half the room like a little pixie. Hermione couldn't help but stand up, and she glanced at Professor Hap, who gave her a slight wave to indicate that she could visit at her leisure. The little witch crossed the invisible barrier and an ancient magic rune flew to her. Hermione couldn't help but hold the little one up and let it bounce around in her hand. It isn't until the little one hopped away that she moved away somewhat reluctantly to view the book. She made her way through the pile of books, browsing through them as she went, while quickly scanning their names. An exploration of the history of ancient magic runes, an exploration through ancient magic runes, an exploration of ancient alchemy, principles of magical spells, explanation of high-level magic spells, selected transfigurations, the Book of Dueling, the Art of Dueling, Ravenclaw's Manuscripts, Volume 1, the illustrated book of dangerous magical creatures, magical abilities, advanced ancient magic runes, the enchantment in alchemy. There were so many, and most of which are so big, that Hermione even saw a 2-foot-tall book that is half a foot thick. Even as a studious child, she couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself, and she secretly resolved to read this many books in the future. She stepped over a high stack of books, avoiding the dark green curtains that fluttered without a breeze, and before her is an astonishing pile of Muggle books, thinking experiments, secrets of the human brain, analysis of mind, a selection of world jokes. She even found a full set of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, a childhood favorite of hers. Aside from these more normal ones, there were 7 or 8 books stacked scattered in one corner of the room, constantly emitting a dark aura in all directions, and if one stared closely enough at them, one could faintly hear the wail of a little wizard. This couldn't be a book about dark magic, right? The young witch gaped a little as she stole a glance over her shoulder at the professor. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 29, Chapter 29 Thinking Room. Felix obviously noticed Hermione's gaze. Oh, those are indeed books about dark magic, but there's an old saying. If you want to defend yourself against dark magic, you have to have some knowledge of it. As far as I know, the aura in the Ministry of Magic particularizes in learning a little about dark magic. But I rarely see. Some wizards don't use dark magic, but that doesn't mean they don't understand it. Felix smiled gently at her. I have traveled around the world for a year and I have to mention that dark magic is indeed more effective when it comes to solving certain specific problems. Hearing Professor Happ's explanation, she thought it over quickly and found the reasoning barely acceptable, but said with a stern face, Professor, I would still advise you to use less dark magic in the future. I read it in a book, dark magic always creeps into you, leaving you unknowingly corrupted. Many young wizards have gone astray in this way, and especially for the young wizards who are underage, dark magic is a poison to the heart that is difficult to reverse, Felix said, following Hermione's words. Looking a little surprised at the young witch, he winked, I've read that book too. But thank you for the advice. Hermione pursed her lips, looking like Professor McGonagall. Seeing his assistant puff up in anger a little, Felix changed the subject without a trace as he praised, I didn't realize you'd read so much, quite an accomplishment for your age. Following the professor's gaze, Hermione then realized that the other half of the room, the side divided by the small low table, near her is surprisingly decorated in a completely different style. The warm sunlight shed a large, bright glow, and the light brown carpet and goose yellow curtains gave it an extremely comfortable feel, with a small round table in the center, on which were 2 pots of green plants. On the wall directly opposite the room is a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf. Inside are hundreds of neatly arranged books, and on the second shelf, from top to bottom, stand 7 or 8 photo frames, both of hers and her family's from her birth. Close to the bookshelf is an ivory doorway. Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. This half of the space, surprisingly, resembled 70 to 80% of her room at home. She turned her head to look at Professor Happ, her mind full of doubts, which only this professor could now clear up. And Professor Happ did give the answer, this is the world of thought, the abode of fantasy, call it what you will. Of course, none of this is real, we are just consciousnesses that exist here. Hermione tsked as she stood at the junction of the 2 spaces, her eyes wide as she kept glancing from side to side, she waved her hand a little hesitantly, so, this place is a joint construction of ours? Half of it represents your inner world and half of it represents mine. Felix gestured over his head, just a partial outer mapping and projection of our inner worlds. And the deepest secrets of our innermost minds are behind the door entirely. He glanced at the ivory door before flicking his wand, and the dark green curtain behind him rolled up high to reveal a tall gateway. Hermione visibly relaxed, she had quite a few secrets that she didn't want to reveal so easily. Harry's Parseltongue, for example. Professor, why have we come to this mindscape? Instead of answering directly, Felix first introduced a part of his experience by saying, after graduation, I first spent a year traveling around the world before settling in London and focusing on Muggle studies. Muggles are no less intelligent than wizards, and in many ways, such as logic, reasoning, and problem-solving methodology, are much better. And the more crucial point is legacy. They pass on their knowledge, accumulating it from generation to generation, triggering qualitative change from quantitative change. Wizards have the same legacy, like Hogwarts, but in terms of inheritance and development, it's far worse. It was by realizing this that I started reading Muggle books, and to be honest, being used to the moving pictures, it was a bit uncomfortable to read Muggle books. Their research on the mind and brain caught my attention, and I discovered that they were way ahead of us in this area, which should have been a much more specialized area for wizards after all. We have a range of memory magic, like the Obliviate, Legilimency, and the Occlumency. But unfortunately, we only inherited the spells, not the philosophies of them. So, I combined the Muggle knowledge and created a magic spell which, although it is still quite far from my intended vision, is perfect for what we are teaching today. What does this magic do? Hermione asked curiously. Thought acceleration. Felix explained, in here I call it the thinking room. Your thinking is sped up, and with the help of this place we get the illusion of time being stretched out. I can only manage to increase it by a factor of 3 to 4 at the moment, any higher would be dangerous. Similar to the Baruffio's brain elixir, although the two don't behave exactly the same, the latter enhances the brain power of the person taking it. Hermione's eyes widened. Professor, this magic is just amazing. Felix shook his head, it's not perfect at the moment. Seeing the professor's reluctance to say more, Hermione began to practice carving ancient runes, using the chestnut wood pieces Felix had provided her with. One of the downsides of this magic, what you can't understand, you can't make it appear. For most of the next few hours, Hermione practiced on her own, with Felix giving some guidance at regular intervals. After 7 thinking hours, Felix noticed that Hermione's face is covered in sweat and her figure is fading, looking somewhat like a transparent ghost. Professor, I can't concentrate, I can't keep attention. Well, it's almost time, so that's enough for today. Felix snapped his fingers and the next moment, the sky spun and the two of their minds were back to the common room once again. Felix's wand is still resting on Hermione's head when he suddenly stumbled and nearly fell to the ground after having been still. He pressed one hand to his forehead and waved his wand with the other, a vial of magic potion flying out of his suitcase. Under the command of his wand, the bottle of magic potion became quite self-conscious, not only opening the lid by itself but also summoning 2 cups and pouring out a portion of the potion. On the other hand, Hermione had it worse. She collapsed straight on the sofa with a pained look on her face, as if she is going to pass out in the next second. Drink it, it will ease your symptoms. Hermione reluctantly drank the magic potion. Have a piece of chocolate. Felix shoved a piece of chocolate into her mouth again. It took 7 to 8 minutes for Hermione to get over it, and she kept whispering, it's horrible, it's horrible. 30, Chapter 30 Professor's Admirers. It took a whole bar of chocolate to bring Hermione back to normal, and although she looked rather tired, at least her intelligence went online again. Professor, is this the downfall of the thinking room? It was as if I hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, and then this exhaustion came rushing towards me all at once. She described how she felt. That's one of the drawbacks, it accelerates the consumption of your energy, and that consumption is constantly stacked. Felix explained, you've just spent 7 hours in the thinking room, but the level of exhaustion felt could be more than 14 hours. With that Felix looked at her thoughtfully, it looks like you will have to shorten your time in the thinking room in the future. I think 3 to 5 hours, twice a week, would be a more appropriate frequency. Hearing the professor's desire to compress her study time, Hermione is about to retort out of habit, but the experience she just had made her heart palpitate, and she acknowledged Felix's arrangement. Her attention quickly shifted to the magic she saw just now, and she asked curiously, Professor, how did you come up with that magic? It's simply amazing. I think the Ministry of Magic would award you an Order of Merlin. Felix shook his head and said softly, this magic is still very imperfect. I originally thought it would give me hours, even dozens of hours, out of thin air, but in practice, I've encountered far too much trouble. The essence of this memory magic is that it makes you think faster, which is currently about, he glanced at the clock, 3 times faster or so. Hermione craned her head to stare at the clock too, with a very mixed expression. I've been in the thinking room for 7 hours and only 2 hours have passed in the outside world. It's like a miracle. How much time one would have been able to spend studying if others were to learn this magic as well. I suppose the side effects of the magic could be tolerated by very few people, though. And one would have to be assisted by Professor Happ. Looks like she's the lucky one, Hermione thought gleefully. Felix went on to explain, the thinking room is not real world, essentially, everything about it is made up from your perceptions. Do you realize what's wrong with it? Felix asked. Hermione thought for a moment, it reflects our own perceptions of the outside world, which means we can't get the right feedback. No, I can obviously practice rune writing in there. The young witch's idea behind the existence of the thinking room is that the wizard's perception of the outside world made it impossible for her to construct something she had no idea about, such as using the thinking room. She can't be able to brew potions, practice magic, or, of course, master magic runes. But again, this is contrary to her experience. Felix watched with interest as the young witch spun her brain around, thinking hard. Professor McGonagall's assessment of Miss Granger was very apt. That child has a great thirst for knowledge, and she has always been able to grasp the knowledge in books faster than anyone else. Of course, she may not be as gifted as you, but I suppose you are an exception. It is true that he is an anomaly, after all, he has a special advantage when it comes to practicing magic spells. And his view of the witch kept changing, from a familiar stranger to a recommended candidate for an assistant, to a hard-working academic tyrant. True enough, as one of the 3 main characters of the original plot, their potential is rarely matched. And what kind of talent did the other 2 have? Felix's mind spun. The clock ticked away. Could it be because of your presence, Professor? Hermione's eyes lit up. Felix revealed the answer with an approving look, I'm the one using the magic, so the thought room is constructed with my perceptions, at least for the most part. And that would mean? It means that your knowledge of ancient magic runes overrides my perceptions. Hermione dawned on her, your understanding of ancient runes far exceeds mine, which is why I can practice ancient runes in your perception. In short, Felix was the creator of the thinking room and Hermione was his invited guest. Hermione followed this line of reasoning, so this magic doesn't seem to do much for the professor. Felix shrugged, it's more or less useful. It has all the books I've read before, which allows me to quickly refresh what I've learned. Or it comes in very handy when I want to have a period of undisturbed reflection. In fact, Felix originally developed it as a form of combat magic, using it to gain superb dynamic vision and reflexes. Combined with his own level 6 apparition and stupefy, it simply slipped through the cracks. This idea came to him in his 5th year, but he had no clue how to do it until he graduated. Compelled to keep a tube of magic potion with him at all times, he improved his reflexes by getting high on drugs. It is only after he read a lot of research papers on the brain and mind in the Muggle world that he was able to make some progress, but unfortunately, it is used for teaching purposes now. A long way to go. Putting those thoughts aside, Felix advised her, the thinking room is still not the same as the real world, and you will have to keep practicing over the next week to turn the illusory sensations into a genuine reality. Hermione is now in a state where she has been playing a VR game in which she has learned the skill called frying. If she started learning to cook when she got back to reality, it would be like having a tenfold experience on, but if she didn't make any extra effort, that somewhat imaginary experience would quickly pass away. Certainly not today, she is too tired. Professor. Hermione bit her lip nervously, as if she had something to ask. What? Nothing. Hermione swiftly said. She had seen Malfoy go out of Professor Happ's office on her way here today. Could it be that Malfoy was also getting help from the professor to train in the thinking room? She wanted to ask the professor, but couldn't find the right excuse. Perhaps Ron might know? Ever since the slug incident, Ron had been particularly concerned about Malfoy, especially the news of his downfall. After a 10-minute break, Hermione still looked a little sickly, but it isn't a big deal, so she'd just have to go back and get a good night's sleep. Evening, common room. Hermione asked Ron about this and is surprised that he actually knew. Ron grinned widely, he's been confined by Professor Happ. It's the 3rd day. According to the story, Professor Happ thought he was disrespecting his classmates, so he punished him by copying books. Copying books? Harry asked curiously, very happy about his old rival's downfall, and couldn't wait to find out more details. That's right, the complete hand-copying kind. I overheard him complaining to Crabbe and Goyle about it. It is 2 huge books, stacked at least 3 inches thick, and he had to spend a month of his time on it. What books? I caught a glimpse of it at the time, didn't really read it, seemed to be Muggle or something. Ron frowned for a while, right. I remember, Malfoy made a comment at the time, complaining that books are written by Professor Happ that didn't sell a thing and is only used for punishing students. Is it how Muggles think and the Muggle struggle, from a million years ago? Hermione blurted out the 2 book titles in one breath. Ron rubbed his head, it seems to be, but how do you know? Hermione didn't reply but stomped back to her dormitory, and within a few moments, she is carrying 2 books over. They were indeed big. Harry thought to himself. Looking at the spines of the books, they were exactly the 2 names Hermione had mentioned. Ron's mouth widened, Hermione, don't tell me that you used this for a pastime too. You have a problem with that. Hermione frowned forcefully. Harry took a book and flipped it through the middle, inside were large passages of text that made his eyes dizzy for a moment. Hermione, do you even need to read these types of books? I mean, we grew up in a Muggle family. Hermione looked amused, it's still interesting to see the Muggle world from a wizard's point of view. And Professor Happ wrote a brilliant book, he discusses issues from a perspective that I would have never considered at all. Then she added hatefully, what a bargain for Malfoy, if it wasn't for Professor Happ, he'd never have read such an excellent book in his life. Hermione didn't mince her words in complimenting Felix, and the 2 boys looked at each other and silently exchanged remarks. Hermione's object of admiration didn't shift from Lockhart to this Professor Happ, right? I am going to open P_Atrian with 31. Chapter 31 Felix's Mental Journey. Felix watched the young witch leave as he stood at the window. He could vaguely see through the darkness in the distance, a pair of young wizards sitting holding hands and enjoying a leisurely weekend. The age of peace. He chewed on the word with slight emotion. It wasn't until he returned to Hogwarts that he realized the effects of war as an afterthought. When the Dark Lord had wreaked havoc, Felix had been leading the older kids in the Muggle orphanage to beat up the punks from the school next door, and it was safe to say he had a happy time. And by the time he enrolled in school, the Dark Lord had been gone for almost a year. It turned out to be a very messy time in the wizarding world. Death Eaters busy trying to escape their sins, ambitious people eager to seize the power vacuum, victims constantly demanding for compensation, and fugitives who were not happy with their defeat hiding in the gutter and plotting a comeback. None of this affected him, of course. It was the young wizards at Hogwarts who affected him. The pure-blooded families of the wizarding world at the time did everything they could to distance themselves from the Dark Lord, and did they discriminate against wizarding Muggle family? Absolutely not, but how they behaved at home, and how they educated the next generation, might have been a different story. It's during the time that he enrolled in Hogwarts and SHH. Keep quiet, look what we found, a Muggle-born Slytherin. Let's bully him. Well, that was the mental activity of most of the Slytherin students at the time. When the dinner was over and Felix was about to make friends with his roommates, a Slytherin said to him with a disgusted look on his face, "Go away, you vile mudblood." Felix didn't understand the meaning of the word until he subconsciously shot the other person with a Petrificus totalis. Whoops. Both sides were a bit confused at the time. Luckily, there was only one head of steel, the other two roommates had frighteningly low knucklehead values, and if you ask one question they answered 10, so by the time he lay in bed that night he already had some idea of what his future held. He realized that this clash today would not be the end of events, but the very start of everything. What followed was as he had expected, but fortunately, in just 1 week he had fought to convince, yuck. He forced himself to make friends with the new students, who have said more than once in public that Felix is a good guy, not only talented but also helpful. He couldn't beat the upperclassmen for the time being, but with the professors and school rules in place, they wouldn't cast a vicious spell on him. After all, a fight in the same year could be described as a frictional clash, but an attack by a senior against a junior would result in expulsion. And by the time he had shown his great magical talent, there weren't many who still wanted to get involved with him. Needless to say, there was no shortage of smart people in Slytherin. But the danger didn't only exist at school. Felix couldn't remember how many death threats he had received during his school years, but he clearly remembered the first one was at his first year's Christmas party. It was an anonymous yelling letter, and he guessed it was probably sent by the parent of one of the new students he had beaten up at the time. Still, he had cautiously stayed in school that year, by bunking a second-year Slytherin, so he was detained and he couldn't be blamed for that. They had made the first move, and he had just made the best out of it. But he didn't expect the death threats to intensify, and at the beginning of his second year, a batch of Red Howler flew at him, filling the Great Hall with "Get out of Slytherin, you filthy mudblood! Or don't let me see you, or I'll wipe out Slytherin's shame with my own hands." The young wizards at dinner were stunned, and Headmaster Dumbledore was particularly serious as he examined the remains of the Howler himself. But it was difficult to trace the source of such things. The owl was rent and the sound was disguised. Frankly, he was in a difficult position. He wanted to study magic in peace, but things never worked out the way he expected. Felix had to continue his plan of making friends, making more friends and fewer enemies. To do this, he had to suffer some misunderstandings. People who didn't know the truth interpreted it as him striking out in retaliation. It wasn't long before he approached a third-year Slytherin, who had developed a particular dislike for him and sent him to the school clinic for 3 weeks under the guise of seeking guidance. He actively visited this friend afterward and was distraught at his mistake, which was, after all, an accident. "Professor, I'm really distressed. You want to deduct my points and detain me during this holiday? Go ahead and deduct them, I can bear it." Felix suddenly realized that if you want to get into trouble with Slytherin, it's really easy, all you have to do is call their family rubbish in a place where no one is around. This fishing tactic was tried and proven. After a few times, the third-year Slytherin succumbed. The most headstrong he encountered was still that roommate, but even headstrong as he was, he happily accepted his friendship after 7 days of lying on the floor. In his third year, he put down the last stubborn 7th-year Slytherin, and when it was done, there was a real sense of enjoyment in beating the odds and passing out with a full grade. But he was still afraid to step out of school. He still had to deal with the annual death threats. That's why he spent the whole year desperately trying to gain 2 level 6 spells when his magic theory was only level 4. But it was worth it, as he was able to use his level 6 full body bind curse and shield charm to take out the 7 idiots who tried to attack him over the holiday in the 4th year, and who are still living in Azkaban. The next time he initiated a family duel at the beginning of the 5th year, it was no big deal to him, and none of the official duels took place. That Shafik was simply picked up the next day. After that, he lived happily ever after until graduation. After graduation, Felix didn't choose the Ministry of Magic or the Wizengamot as destinations. He wasn't interested in working there. Good prospects? Good pay? Well, he could finally justify it by saying, "I'm not interested in the money." He then wanted to stay in school, but unfortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore turned him down. "You're young, travel more and see more, or work in peace for at least 2 years." Felix ended up picking the travel the world option, experiencing the wizarding customs of different countries like clockwork, especially the black markets of different countries, where there was no shortage of old magic manuscripts and alchemical artifacts, which he desperately needed. He also met some interesting, dark, wizards as a result, and everyone covered their faces so that they didn't judge a book by its cover, but rather each took what they wanted. When he meets some particular dark wizards, he happily tests his magic ideas on them, and it must be emphasized here that he hasn't ended any lives personally, but has created a bunch of idiots. Hopefully, some of his friends and their family will take them back for treatment. His thinking room is also taking shape a little at that time. After his travels, Felix applied again for a teaching position at Hogwarts and was politely refused in return. However, it seemed that he was not interested in the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore suggested that he should live in the Muggle world for a while. Felix chose to accept. On the one hand, he thought it might be a test from Dumbledore, as he was not really a professorial candidate after all the things he had done at school, and on the other hand, he wanted to pave a way for himself as a scholar this way, even if the professorial path did not work out, he could still communicate with other famous wizards. He was very confident about this. On Muggle studies, there was one thing he could do in a heartbeat. He could write 10 books on Muggle research a year if he wasn't afraid of shocking the jaws of the wizarding world. But in the end, he decided to be patient and make more sense of what he was doing. In the span of 2 years, his correspondence with Dumbledore had increased dramatically in frequency, with Felix constantly sending him a number of research manuscripts and the two exchanging correspondence on Muggle issues. This gave him hope that he would return to Hogwarts. Although midway through his third job attempt, he failed again, as he looks back on the journey, he still feels miserable. But from the correspondence, he realized that Dumbledore's attitude had quietly changed. The next step is to publish a book and release it. His books received a lukewarm response in the market, but were extremely informative in the eyes of professionals. The name Felix Happ was also given the title of expert on Muggle research. Thanks to this, in the third year of his career, he was able to establish pen-pal relationships with many famous wizards, which benefited him greatly. He was also asked by the ministries of magic in some small countries to be head of their department that dealt with Muggle issues, but he declined. Exactly 3 years after graduating, he finally received an offer of an interview at Hogwarts. It all begins here. Felix stood at the window, watching the sun go down, a glimmer of afterglow clinging to the horizon. 32, Chapter 32 Transition. Time is gradually advancing towards October. 1 month into his career, Felix has settled into the intense teaching routine and has become comfortable with it. In years 3 and 4, Felix ran a few practical activities in the classroom to stimulate their interest, and I have to admit that the young wizards are quite brainy, as they have only learned the first set of basic magic runes, i.e. so they can manipulate the golem to perform basic actions, and able to play with them. The girls' dance group and the boys' blood combat were extremely popular now. Felix also discovered a talent called Cedric, a 4th-year student from Hufflepuff, who developed a wonderful idea to use it, which is passing notes in class. In History of Magic class, the lesson was probably really boring, so Cedric manipulated the golem to wander around the classroom and pass notes to his best friend. Several drowsy young wizards were stunned at the sight, and the golem bounced over to the feet of one young wizard who was asleep and drooling. Cedric gave a small flick with his wand and the golem jumped up with a jolt, knocking its small fist on the little wizard's knee. Thud. The sleepy little wizard suddenly woke up and subconsciously kicked out, and the golem took straight off, passing through Professor Binns' body and smashing into the ground. Professor Binns, the only player at Hogwarts ounce, who had been immersed in his teaching world for decades, snapped in a rare fit of anger. Rembert, for disrupting class, 10 points off for Ravenclaw. The honest Hufflepuff stood up and stated that his name was not Rembert, nor was he a Ravenclaw, and he was then detained. Such gossip spread through the school instantly, and by the next day, there were already those who couldn't wait to try and replicate the feat, which was swiftly suppressed by a cadre of campus mobsters led by Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. The twin brothers were unlucky enough to be deducted 50 points by Professor McGonagall, plus 3 additional weeks of detention, for manipulating a magic golem into fighting with a lizard, a transfiguration prop, in transfiguration class. At the dinner table, Professor McGonagall politely reminded Felix not to indulge his students, which led him to reaffirm in class that they should not practice the magic golem in any other class but his, or he would take back the teaching aids. The young 6th-year wizards were still struggling with their handicapped magic golems. They don't have the same perfect teaching aids as year 3 and 4, and they have to draw out 30% of the runes by themselves. This makes year 6 a very bizarre place to visit, as you can often see the oddball golem with disabled legs, crawling on their hands, and many young witches have to sign a series of unequal treaties such as writing their homework for the younger students in order to borrow their favorite golem from them. The 5th and 7th-year students, however, have the most comprehensive range of golems, although theirs is a trial version, judged by theoretical grades for the experience time, and not everyone can get their hands on one. At weekends, the students meet at various school locations, look at each other knowingly, and engage in a battle with their magic golems. Their moves and tricks were so skillful that they seemed to have trained hard in private. Whenever this happened, a group of young wizards would quickly gather around them to watch and comment on the battle. Some of the first and second year wizards, who didn't have golems but were very keen on the subject, and a few from Muggle families, with serious faces, were analyzing the strengths and weaknesses and trying to predict the outcome of the fight. Who's the strongest? It's definitely Fireboy. Who can stop him when he does his Phoenix transformation move? Ice Girl's Ice Storm is also very strong, right? It directly freezes the opponent into an ice sculpture. Guys, I have to remind you that lightning is strongest when it's in its natural state. Here. But I do think that the slashing type of magic golem is really sinister. A second-year male wizard said, his words drawing unanimous agreement. Sudden flu swept through Hogwarts in early October as the temperature began to change drastically, alternating constantly between hot and cold. The young wizards lined up to check in at the school clinic, and Madame Pomfrey was kept extremely occupied, making a supply of the tonic that exceeded high demand even though it would make one's ears smoke and make them look a little funny. As Halloween approached, the professor's lectures were routinely rubbing off the heat. Professor Flitwick inserted an unscheduled Halloween special in which he taught the young witches a spell to ward off spirits. Professor McGonagall's object of transfiguration in class was a vampire mask, which students walked around wearing that day. Professor Snape's lecture was unchanged, a conventional antidote to poison. However, he hinted in one class that he would accidentally drip expired poison into a student's pumpkin juice at a Halloween dinner. Harry and Ron shuddered. Professor Hap, currently the most popular among the students, was no exemption to this. He presented a new creation to the class, a golem in the shape of a ghost doll, with a large head, a small body, a heavy black eye, and jagged teeth on its miserable white face. It looked ugly and cute. With a wave of Felix's wand, the ghost doll opened its mouth and spat out a stream of black smoke, blackening the faces of the young wizards in the front row. I said at the beginning of the school year that there would be a test before Halloween and that the first place in each grade would win a mystery prize. It can be revealed now, a magic golem from my private collection. It's limited, exclusive, and has upgraded power, so, what are you waiting for? There's still half a month left, work hard. The group of young wizards wailed as they reviewed the ancient runes. Hermione felt a little sorry when she heard the news. She was only in her second year and wasn't allowed to take the test. But the ghost doll was something she had watched the professor craft, and it was the first time she had seen an alchemy product go from nothing to something, from material to finished product. She had to take her assistant work back to the common room in order to earn the right to watch from the sidelines. The young wizards tsked at the sight of Hermione grading a thick pile of papers. A few of the Gryffindor ancient rune scums, led by Wood, begged Hermione with a formal look on their faces to give them a pass. They were sternly refused by Hermione, who had a stern face. In just over a month, the young witch had already gained a certain amount of prestige throughout the school, especially among the senior students who had chosen ancient rune. Her elegant handwriting often appeared on their papers. Professor Hap's handwriting, on the other hand, appeared much less frequently. Harry and Ron looked at the papers in her hand and were somewhat thankful, as they aren't the one who correcting them, as it's by no means easy to correct them, even though most of them were choices and short sentence translations. Hermione is enjoying herself, though, I can learn a lot. She told the pair so, and with her memory, after marking a paper a few dozen times, it pretty much imprinted itself in her head. Is this the school tyrant's realm? The young Gryffindor wizards looked at each other. 33, Chapter 33 Hagrid. In mid-October, the flu that had plagued Hogwarts, instead of subsiding, had intensified, and even several professors had the misfortune of getting caught. Luckily, Felix had the foresight to get 2 bottles of tonic from Madame Pomfrey in advance and took a sip before class to avoid being infected by the untrustworthy little wizard. On Wednesday, Felix had a rare day off from class, so he walked out of the castle and followed a path through the greenhouse and past the Whomping Willow to the Forbidden Forest warden's hut. Just as he approached, a large dog barked, and Felix waited quietly. A man shouted twice at the big dog, "Fang, shut up!" Then turned his head to look at him, a measure with its gaze. "Professor Hap? You want something?" To his eyes, the professor, dressed in fine, well-made clothes, with neatly groomed hair and a clean-shaven beard, is a completely different person from him. As a new professor, I suddenly realized that I hadn't visited you yet, which, I must say, is very rude. Is it? Hagrid muttered, blocking the doorway, clearly not too interested. I learned from Dumbledore that you are an excellent warden of the Forbidden Forest and are very good with magical creatures, and it just so happens that I am also very interested in these cute little guys. Really? Ahem. I mean. Felix tapped his wand on the ring on his left index finger, and a thick book appeared in his hand with a silhouette of a group of animals on the cover. This is my gift. Hagrid's eyes fell on the group of animal silhouettes in various forms, and he stammered a little, you're too kind. I mean, you don't really have to. Hagrid stood frozen in place and waved his thick arm, come in, come in. Felix entered Hagrid's hut without difficulty, A standard bachelor room as far as he could see, it looked disorganized, but everything is in its rightful place. It's only when Hagrid handed him a mug that he realized what a mistake he had made. This mug hadn't been washed in days. It looked dirty. After chatting with Hagrid for a few words and noticing that he kept his eyes on the book, he naturally changed the subject to it. Hagrid, I made this book myself, with a lot of thought, and I hope you'll like it. Hagrid picked up the book and opened it, with his large hand and flipped through the first page, which showed a little animal with a single tiger's stripe in the head, relying on its two hind limbs for support, its body standing upright and its two forearms hanging down over its chest in a wary manner. The next picture shows a scene in which this little fellow is fighting a lion. The little fellow is quite brave, not only showing no fear in the face of an opponent more than 10 times its size but attacking again and again. What is this little fellow? Hagrid's eyes lit up at once. Felix glanced at the picture. It's a species of honey badger that is found in Africa. They are very brave and very intelligent. On the next page, there was a scene of a honey badger sparring with a different animal, and Hagrid was so fascinated that he kept flipping forwards. One novel creature after another appeared before his eyes, and it was as if a new world had opened up to him. Halfway through, he looked up, a little puzzled. Professor Hap, I haven't seen many of these animals, they don't seem to be magical creatures. That's right, you're an expert on magical animals, you've seen more than me in this area. It's a good thing I worked in the Muggle world for 2 years and saw a lot of interesting creatures that may not have magical traits, but still have fascinating characteristics by virtue of their unique physiology and habitat. I have compiled some of these from various Muggle books, films, and videos to complete this magic book. Hagrid, obviously aware of the effort that had been put into this gift, muttered in a small voice, "This is too expensive, too expensive." Felix smiled, "Hagrid, you're welcome, I have a similar gift for each of the professors. And I do have a small favor to ask you." "What is it?" Hagrid asked cautiously. "I need some unicorn hair, not too much." Felix looked a little embarrassed. "Oh, that's it, it's easy." Hagrid relaxed as he leaned forward and tugged a furry, dirty mat over from the side. "Here, I've got plenty of this stuff if you don't have enough. The little unicorns change their fur several times before they grow up, and I help tidy it all up." Felix froze a little as he took the floppy mats, which looked like they were suffering under Hagrid's bum, no less. Hagrid added, "Unicorn hairs, although they contain magic, not every one of them has the kind of magnitude to make a wand. They were picked up by that old man Ollivander, you know, he has a partnership with Hogwarts and will give discounts to new students." The two then engaged in a conversation about magical creatures, and Hagrid discovered, to his surprise, that the professor wasn't telling lies, not like a certain self-absorbed professor at all. Professor Hap knew a lot about some magical creatures, one could even say that he knew many things that he himself is unaware of. For example, the Sphinx can be put into a state of confusion or reflection by saying just 3 riddles before it meets you. For example, when encountering a Nogtail, he can use his magic to transfigure a stone into a white dog, as they are particularly afraid of dogs with pure white fur. For example, trolls are afraid of bright lights. Halfway through, Felix also provided butterbeer and special cakes, and the two had a good time. It's already a little dark when Felix walked out of Hagrid's hut. He saw a small red-haired witch by the path, who seemed to be in bewildered state of mind, and is shooed back to the castle by him. The next day, Felix traded a few branches of whomping willow and a small pot of devil's snare from Sprout, the professor of herbology class. The former is a highly valued material, often used to make wands and very vital in the boiling process of a range of potions, but thanks to Harry and Ron who had driven their car into a whomping willow at the beginning of the school year, it's currently quite abundant. Office. Felix looked at the materials on his workbench, a dirty mat, a few black branches 7 or 8 meters long, a small pot of shrunken plants. He is pretty much very satisfied in his mind. Felix is ready to complete a magical artifact. The method of making it came from a rather old and isolated magic book, which he had recently found in the library. Originally he hadn't cared much about it, seeing as the name of the book, Applications of Alchemy, is no different from many books he had seen before. But he soon realized the difference. The book's cover had been added later, and the pages inside were significantly older. If it hadn't been protected by magic, Felix had no doubt it would have decayed to ashes immediately. Within the slim booklet were the notes of more than 10 people, some messy, some neat, with a mixture of additions and corrections to those who had preceded them, as well as arrogance and condescending overlooks of those who had followed. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 34, Chapter 34 Runic Creation and Halloween. Notes from a slightly chatty Chagas Gunter led Felix to conclude that the book came from a family called Gunter, or at least that it had been in their possession for a long time. The notes that follow are full of praise for their great-grandfather. There was more than one who did that. This gave Felix the pleasure of reading the commentary. The runic artifact that Felix was about to complete also came from this ancient book, runic artifact rather than an alchemical artifact because its internal circuitry is constructed entirely from a series of magic runes, with no trace of latter-day alchemy. Many people would not be able to tell the difference, but Felix is an exception. Rune engraving can be used in ancient magic as well as engraved on objects because it is a language, a magic language. Its essence was an ancient wizard's exploration and summary of magic. Alchemy, on the other hand, is different because it is partly an inheritance of ancient magic runes, which have been developed independently with the aim of leaving magic on objects and giving them a special magical function. So the symbols used in alchemy cannot be called runes, but merely magic icons. But it also had the advantage of being a magical technique, and the many great wizards who experimented with ways to impart magic to various objects have left a legacy of mind-boggling techniques. The French alchemist Nicolas Flamel is one of the best in this field. Compared to alchemy, runic artifacts are considered ancient art. This is one of the reasons why he believes that the notes are quite old. The runic artifact that Felix wanted to create is called Binding Vine, which uses the spreading properties of the magic vine itself to launch a surprise attack, with the advantage of no incantation and a stable and trouble-free launch. But how powerful it is a matter of opinion, or at least a question mark in Felix's mind. But he isn't looking for potency either, he is looking for the ideas contained within, firstly, the idea of making a runic artifact, and secondly, the skill of combining opposing magical properties in depth. Unicorns, which represent purity and goodness. On the other hand, the devil's snare is an extremely aggressive magic plant that is always actively attacking all kinds of small animals and unlucky humans. Hunting is their instinct. It's difficult to combine the magical properties of the two together under normal circumstances, and Felix took a reference from the ancient books to neutralize this antagonism with the help of the whomping willow which, despite its violent behavior, is an unmistakably unbiased plant. With a wave of his wand, Felix breaks up the mat, woven from unicorn hair, and places it in the water to absorb a dunk. Almost instantly, the water becomes pitch black. Felix. He changed the water several more times before the unicorn fur got cleaned, and then he dried it with magic. It's only then that the unicorn fur showed its original appearance, the long soft, and smooth white hairs stretching out to their fullest, the warm light flowing constantly as if it were a solidified mercury build. The other two main materials would take time to develop, the devil's snare needed to be wait for it to grow a little more, and the willow branches needed to be infused with magic and made more flexible to facilitate the transformation. Felix estimated that the preparations would not be finished until at least the end of November. But he could think ahead about how to optimize the magic circuit. Time went by and Felix completed the first mass general examination for all 5 grades, an examination he had promised at the start of the school year. The weekend before Halloween, he is still busy grading exam papers. It's a good thing he isn't alone, there's another assistant working overtime with him. 10 o'clock in the evening. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned, stealing a glance at Professor Happ. "Professor, I'm done grading." Felix looked up. "I have some more here, so go ahead and return. Have a good Halloween party." Hermione said good night and left the office. As she walked, she too had something to look forward to in 3 days. But it isn't a school party she is planning to attend, it is the 500th anniversary of the death of Gryffindor's ghost, nearly headless Nick, that she decided to attend. In the common room, many of the young Gryffindor wizards were still catching up on their homework. Ron let out a whine, still 8 inches short on his potion paper and a foot short on his history of magic paper. "Why do we have to do so much homework before Halloween?" Ron shouted out the thoughts of a number of the young wizards, who looked on with approval, and then continued to keep their heads down and catch up with their homework. Hermione sat down next to Harry and Ron and said nonchalantly, "If you guys had finished your homework earlier, you wouldn't have this much trouble." She is much busier than anyone else. In addition to her homework, she not only had to do her job as an ancient magic rune class assistant, but she also had to additionally practice magic runes taught by Professor Happ. So far, she has grasped 19 magic runes. Professor Happ said she would have the opportunity to work independently on an alchemy item this year. Ron grimaced, "Stop nagging and hurry up and lend me your history of magic paper. You have to finish your homework yourself." "I'm just taking reference, aren't I, Harry?" Harry nodded his head in a hurry. Eventually, Hermione lent them her homework. Over the next 2 days, the festive atmosphere on campus grew stronger. The rooms were bright and cheerful, despite the pouring rain outside the windows and the ink-like darkness of the sky. Professor Flitwick decorated the Great Hall with flying bats, Professor McGonagall morphed huge colorful decorations, and the huge pumpkins Hagrid had planted were finally put to use, carved into hollowed-out lanterns big enough for 3 to 5 people to sit inside. There are whispers around campus circling that Dumbledore has booked a skeleton dance troupe to liven up the festivities. Everyone is looking forward to the party for Halloween Day. Only Harry and Ron were sullen, as Harry had agreed to attend the 500th anniversary of the death of nearly headless Nick, and Ron had stood by his brother and offered his company. But the more they saw the Great Hall decorated with lanterns, the more bitter their smiles became. This bitterness finally reached its peak on the afternoon of Halloween. At 7 o'clock, the three of them walked straight through the doorway, ready to go to the feast. As they passed by the great hall, it's decorated with lights and candles glowing. Huge pumpkin lanterns, each the size of a carriage, were on display, and some young wizards had already chosen their seats and were talking and laughing. As Harry pushed his way through the crowd, he even saw one of the twins guiding the ghostly dolls, catching up with one wizard after another, spraying black air in their faces and making ghostly cackling noises from the magic golems. Just the day before, Felix handed out the results and fulfilled his promise that the first place winner in each grade would receive a customized version of the magic golem, with more power and more tricks inside. The top student in Year 4 is not one of the twins, but Cedric of Hufflepuff, who is a frequent first place winner. When he was picking his prize, he was fooled by the twins and picked the ghost doll. He is now sitting with his friend, but his eyes were on a third-year Ravenclaw girl, and he suddenly felt some regret in his heart that he should have chosen a cute little one and given it to this girl. Cedric's mind wandered 100 times, and the path beneath the trio feet winded and twisted as they made their way down, straight to the basement, the sound of joy behind them growing lower and lower, just as they were feeling at the moment. Through a cold corridor of black candles, they saw nearly headless Nick standing at the door of one of the chamber to greet his guests, dressed up today in a black velvet cloak. "Welcome, my dear friends, it's wonderful to have you here." Almost at the same time, Dumbledore also announced the official start of the Halloween party, and the cheers of the young wizards echoed through the great hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other, their faces eerie in the light of the bluish candlelight, and the three walked in as if they were dead. 35, Chapter 35 Halloween. Great Hall. The atmosphere of the evening was very enthusiastic, and Dumbledore honored his word by bringing in a troupe of skeleton dancers. They played cheerful ditties on instruments made of bones while dancing comically, a style of performance that was, frankly, very memorable. The little witches had a satisfied look on their faces as they sat in their pumpkin lanterns and gorged themselves on the festive specialties. Not that they varied much in terms of flavor, in Felix's opinion, but they were original enough in style to be different. Felix stuck a piece of black, tombstone-shaped caramel cake into his mouth in one bite. There were ribbons and monster masks of various colors hanging from the ceiling of the Great Hall, and he even saw 3 big black dogs. Not that black dogs have a great reputation in the wizarding world. But it took him a closer look to realize that it is actually a 3-headed dog. Felix always had the feeling that the 3-headed dog's fame had been jeopardized. Before he knew it, the time passed 10 o'clock and raced towards 11. One by one, the young wizards put down their cutlery, beaming with the satisfaction of a full meal. Felix wiped his mouth with his napkin and began to discuss the spell with Professor Flitwick, while Professor Lockhart tried to interject, only to be ignored by the two. 2 months after the start of the school year, it wasn't hard for anyone with a lick of intelligence to see what a piece of work Lockhart is. Felix couldn't help but give Dumbledore a reproachful glance. "You've wasted my faith in you, and you've found such a turd to be a professor? Thanks to that, I thought he had real talent." Felix felt unworthy of the time he had given. Finally, the skeleton dance troupe ended their performance with an alternative soothing tune, and the crowd applauded cheerfully in unison until they took a bow and exited in a cloud of black smoke. The evening ended, and the young wizards huddled their way out of the Great Hall. A few professors were left waving their wands and cleaning up the mess. At that moment, a young wizard returned flustered, his lips quivering. "Professors, I think you need to come and see, something happened." Without him having to say anything, the professors heard the shouts of alarm from the young wizards outside the hall, and Dumbledore took a few strides over and the crowd automatically parted a space. Felix and Professor Flitwick looked at each other and quickly followed. They ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Following the line of sight of the young wizards, they turned the corner and came to an empty passage. The first thing Felix saw is Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the 3 of them standing alone with obviously empty space around them, but the next moment his eyes fell on the cat hung on a torch stand. "It's Mrs. Norris." It looked very stiff, as if it had died. Next to it, on the wall, a foot above the floor, is scribbled with some writing that glowed with emblematic light in the light of the burning torches. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Filch yelled something as Dumbledore quickly crossed the crowd and unstrapped Mrs. Norris. His expression turned serious, his blue eyes peering intently through the half-moon-shaped lenses. "Come with me, Filch," he said to Filch, "and you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." Lockhart quickly suggested his office, then followed Dumbledore, followed by Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Felix, while Professor Flitwick is left behind to calm the panicked young wizard. Lockhart's office. Several professors were gathered around a glossy table, surveying the stiff Mrs. Norris. The tip of Dumbledore's long, hawkish nose almost touched the fur of Mrs. Norris's body. He scrutinized it through the half-moon-shaped lenses of his glasses, his long, slender fingers poking gently here and there. Professor McGonagall also bent over, her face almost touching the cat too, squinting intently. Snape, meanwhile, stood behind them, half his body hidden in the shadows. Felix stood on the other side, his fingers brushing over Mrs. Norris's spine. The fur on her body turned unusually hard, then he touched her body gently with his wand and felt a powerful aura of the curse. She's not dead, seemed to be petrified. And almost at the same time, Headmaster Dumbledore straightened up and said softly, "She is not dead, Filch, she's petrified." But the headmaster's words did not relieve Filch from his resentment, and he instantly aimed his suspicion towards Harry, going out of his way to reveal himself as a squib. But his suspicions were quickly dismissed, as it would require the highest depths of dark magic. The trio clearly couldn't do that. What's more, there's spooky handwriting on the wall. Chamber of Secrets. Felix, lost in thought, is such a familiar name. Snape took the main stage next, interrogating the trio in a mocking tone as Harry stumbled over the explanation, causing Felix to sigh from the sidelines. Boy, not even skilled enough to lie, not psychologically strong enough. However, Felix then fell into thought, what were they hiding? After attending the anniversary party in the basement, they were supposed to return to the Great Hall, but they were not. Perhaps he could find a chance to ask his assistant. After the trio left, several professors exchanged information. Potter isn't being completely honest, Headmaster, that's my opinion, Snape repeated his opinion. This was evident to all of them, as no professor retorted. But Professor McGonagall habitually defended her students, we have no evidence that they did something wrong, in fact, they may have simply heard some strange sound. That can't be ruled out, Dumbledore said non-committally, what is your opinion, Felix? The eyes of various people in the room fell on Felix, even the picture of Lockhart on the wall peeked out of the shadows. My opinion. I'm still thinking about the writing on the wall, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, whose Chamber of Secrets? Opened by whom? And who is it that is working against this so-called heir? He threw out 3 questions in a row. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips as she said dryly, sounds like another Slytherin Chamber of Secrets myth, but there's never been proof. Aside from Felix and Lockhart, 2 newcomers, the other 3 were old faculty members, by now, having heard similar schoolyard legends that spread through this small wizarding community every few years and kept popping up with more and more sensational and hunting content. But as far as I know, the 2 most famous names that can be associated with the word Chamber of Secrets are Ravenclaw and Slytherin. And in reference to this attack, the reference is already pretty obvious. A few others could understand what Felix meant, the Chamber of Secrets and Slytherin linked together. Ravenclaw wouldn't do something like this. Fair enough speculation, but unfortunately no proof. Snape stabbed him. Finally, Dumbledore hammered the point home, let's search through the castle for the next few days and see if we can find anything. I am going to open P_Atrian with 36, Chapter 36 Room of Requirement. The next day, Felix arrived at the corridor where the attack had happened last night and isn't surprised to encounter Filch. The corridor had obviously been cleaned by him, and the puddles of water had disappeared from the floor. On the wall with the words Chamber of Secrets has been opened, he laid on an empty chair. At the moment, his back is turned from Felix, and he's painstakingly scrubbing the words on the wall with cleaner, but it seemed to be futile. Mr. Filch. Filch turned back, his eyes protruding, his face plastered with an unnatural flush and his mouth muttering, but when he saw Felix, he greeted him politely, Professor Hap. I've come to look at the scene, maybe I can find some clues left behind. Felix hadn't dealt much with the Filch when he was at school, back then he didn't have Mrs. Norris as a helper, while he himself was completely immune to him with his excellent disillusionment charm. Filch gave way and stood somewhat limply on one side. He had revealed himself as a squib yesterday, and today he didn't want to stay a second longer in the face of this genius professor. Well, then, I'll leave you to it, Professor, I have a little more to do. Go ahead and get busy, Felix responded, oh, right. He waved his wand and the writing on the wall faded all at once. Hey! He is a little surprised and quickly moved over to the wall, looking the writing up and down. It seems to be an obligatory spell, but it's not a permanent adhesive spell. Felix gestured at the wall with his wand, and soon the writing disappeared. Thanks, thanks. Filch turned red, said hastily, and left quickly, without taking even his cleaning kit with him. Felix began to search the surrounding area, and soon, he found a clue. He crouched down and tapped his wand on the ring on his left hand, and a large magnifying glass appeared in his hand. Felix looked closely at the floor, where there is a burn mark. What is this? How did it appear? Felix looked at the girls' lavatory which is directly across the hall and without much thought he quickly pushed open the brass handle and stepped inside. It is a rather dark, damp place, the walls were stained, the floor is full of puddles of water, the tiles on the row of sinks were peeling off, and the only source of light is a few dark candles. Fighting back the discomfort, Felix's eyes darted around. From the innermost cubicle came a sudden voice, who's there? With that, a grim-faced spirit rushed out, her pearl-colored glasses covering most of her face. She looked over at Felix, clearly recognizing this professor. Dazed and somewhat disbelieving, the spirit glanced behind her, and yes, this is her own personal basement, the girl's lavatory. Professor, Professor. Hello, Myrtle. Felix's voice is rather calm. He is here to investigate a case, he had a legitimate excuse, well, that's all. Myrtle looked at him blankly for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a scream and the whole spirit flew back into the flush toilet, he could even hear a loud, crisp splash. Felix. As far as everything goes? There's a question I wanted to ask her, and I can force myself not to be embarrassed for that. Felix said, Myrtle, I know you're here, did you see that attack yesterday? No. Nothing. Myrtle yelled from the cubicle. With that, he heard footsteps some distance away, and with a frightened heart, he hurriedly cast a disillusionment charm on himself and quickly left the lavatory, brushing past a red-headed girl. Being spotted by a spirit isn't terrible, but if a student ran into him, his whole reputation would be ruined. Over the next few days, he cooperated with several professors when he was not in class and searched the entire castle, with the uncolored result that he found nothing. One day in the Great Hall, Felix is still thinking about it as he ate his lunch. It all started with the Dark Lord's Horcrux, but knowing that doesn't seem to help. I don't know who the heir is, where the Chamber of Secrets is, and where the Horcrux is hidden. Chamber, Slytherin, heir, petrified, those are obviously the keywords. But how do you connect them? Felix always felt like he is getting very close to the truth, but yet he just separated by a fog. Slytherin, snake. He tried to remember, trying to lift the dusty memories that had been sealed away for so long. He seemed to remember seeing something, Harry fighting a gigantic snake. But the memory is rather vague, and he wasn't sure if he is remembering it correctly. He is under the impression that Harry had also taken out a large group of Dementors by himself. How is that possible? Even a normal adult wizard couldn't do that. Besides, how could Dementors attack the school? But Felix quickly warned himself that in the world of fiction, anything is possible. Especially with the presence of a protagonist. So, it's probably true that a giant snake caused Mrs. Norris's petrification. Felix went along with this conjecture. But once again, he had a problem. What snake had the power to petrify? All Felix could think of is Medusa, but that magical creature was extinct. Don't rule out that Slytherin performed a bloodline graft. From his surviving notes, he was very deep into bloodline research. He hadn't made up his mind until he finished his lunch. He soon had a new idea, though, gathering rumors about the Chamber of Secrets from Hogwarts over the years and sifting through them one by one. Perhaps the truth is hidden amongst the rumors. 3 days later, Felix stood across a tapestry of trolls beating up Barnabas on the 7th floor of the castle, watching oddly as a silver door slowly appeared. And there you have it, he found it. With a little hesitation, he tapped his wand against his chest, and a light flickered across his wrist, ankle, and chest, and then he stepped inside. It's an oversized junk storage room, with mountains of various discarded items, broken quill pens, old books, damaged sneakoscopes. He also saw the golden snitch with half of its wings missing. He walked around carefully and found a trace of no one. A hidden room. He could hardly imagine that the proud Slytherin would have placed his secret room here. This room is quite hidden, though. It must have some interesting enchantments to study and research for another day. Felix walked out of the room, looking somewhat fondly at the silver door that had quietly disappeared. On the other side, the trio also working hard to discover the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets, and by working hard I mean mostly Hermione Granger. After days of fruitless searching and a 2-week rental list on Hogwarts history of a pastime, the Gryffindor witch finally raised her hand to ask a question in History of Magic class for the benefit of the group and gained valuable information about the Chamber of Secrets. Poor Professor Binns had to go off the curriculum and lecture on myths and legends while the crowd peered at him, much to his annoyance. After this interlude, his slow, dry voice picked up speed, making his lessons even more hypnotic than ever before. The young wizards, who had been in high spirits, once again collapsed, their faces rapidly becoming blank and dazed. 37, Chapter 37 The Trio's Investigation. After class, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked out of the classroom while discussing the information they had just received from Professor Binns. I already knew that Salazar Slytherin was a perverted old loony, Ron said in utter disgust. Hermione, as she still sorted through the information so far, Professor Binns mentioned there is a creature in the Chamber of Secrets, no one knows exactly what it is, but Harry, we have a lead. She gave Harry a deep look. Harry magically understood her words as he glanced quickly from side to side and whispered, "You mean, my parcel tongue?" Ron also looked at the two with a terrified look on his face. That's right. The trio squeezed through the cramped corridor and soon came to the hallway where the attack had taken place. The scene before them had changed considerably from that night, the water had been cleared away, the petrified cat is no longer hanging on the torches stand, and the writing that read "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened" had been cleared away. However, there is an empty chair propped up against the wall. Filch is always on guard here. Ron whispered, he's been very grumpy lately, often finding all sorts of reasons to deduct points, like talking too loudly or being playful. But that's none of our business, we just need to check the scene and see if we missed any clues, Hermione said. A few people moved quickly. Harry flopped down on the ground, his glasses almost on the floor, and soon he spotted the burn marks and Hermione spotted the impressive sight of spiders lining up to escape the castle. What does this mean? Harry wondered a little. Ron stepped away from the spiders with a horrified look on his face. It could mean a lot, like that the spiders are afraid of that creature. Hermione sorted through the clues as usual. So, the one that launched the attack is a snake. Characteristically its attacks cause petrification, and is a natural enemy of spiders. That clue is pretty close to the truth. The little witch said excitedly, give me a week, at most 2 weeks, and I'll find out what it is. Ron, honestly, why do you keep shivering there? So the next thing Ron told is the story of how he was holding a teddy bear as a child and the twins used lame magic to turn the bear with many legs, causing them to giggle. Annoyed, Ron said, you wouldn't think it is hilarious if you had that experience. Imagine you are holding a teddy bear and calling its name, only for it to suddenly sprout many legs. There are no more puddles on the floor, Harry said suddenly. Someone probably cleaned the floor, like Filch, that's what he does, Ron said without thinking. But where did the puddle came from? Harry had a hunch that this might be a clue. Ah! I figured it out. Hermione let out a squeal. What? I thought of something, a possible witness who lives right next to us and may have witnessed the whole attack. Following her gaze, the two boys looked at the sign of the girls' lavatory and gulped in unison. After dinner, they walked out of the castle and made their way down the path to Hagrid's hut. Along the way, they were still arguing about what had happened during the day. If you ask me, we shouldn't have gone to the girls' lavatory, that Myrtle and that place, just a nightmare. And we got spotted by Percy. Ron rambled on the way. But we also learned that she died 50 years ago, and before she died she saw a pair of big, scary yellow eyes, which means what? That's the eyes of that snake. Hermione ignored Ron's muttered not necessarily and continued, your details are also useful, we also know the name Tom Riddle, who won the school's Special Contribution Award 50 years ago, so maybe it's not a coincidence. Harry's eyes widened, you mean that Tom is the man who captured the previous successor to the Chamber of Secrets? Exactly. The trio knocked on Hagrid's door, and he warmly welcomed the trio of little wizards inside. Ron looked amazed, Hagrid, your house looks clean. Indeed, as the trio looked at Hagrid's hut, it had got more than a little cleaner, at least to the naked eye, the black floor had turned into a dark brown floor. Oh, you should say that, Hagrid said casually, the last time Professor Hap came to visit me, he helped me clean up a bit on the way out, it was easy for him, just a wave of his wand. Professor Hap? Hermione asked in surprise. Yes, Professor Hap. Dumbledore recommended him, he needed a bit of advice on magical creatures, and I'm an expert in that field, but he's actually not too bad, very insightful in some cool directions, yes, very insightful. Hagrid served up a plate of brittle biscuits, a jug of pumpkin juice, and 3 glasses. He said rather proudly, Professor Hap is an excellent wizard, I didn't have much contact with him when he was at school, but he pointed to a book on his chair, look guys, that's a gift from him. The trio couldn't wait to open the book, and Hermione noticed that it's somewhat similar to a comic book the Muggles had, with mostly photographs and a short introductory text at the bottom of each page. Are these all magical creatures? Ron asked curiously, it's nothing like the stuff he had seen as a child. No, these are creatures from the Muggle world. Harry said excitedly, look, this is a lion, this is a giraffe, it has a long neck, I've seen it in the zoo, and this one is a badger, somewhat similar to the Hufflepuff's symbol, but there certainly aren't of the same kind. Hermione is no stranger to these animals, she had read the full set of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which had a section on animals. But the pictures in the Muggle books wouldn't move. So Hermione asked, is this the book Professor Hap made himself? Hagrid took a big gulp of butterbeer and let out a crispy burp, yes, it's very heartfelt, isn't it? I feel like I owe him one. It took most of a day before the trio remembered what they had come here for. The Chamber of Secrets? The air? The creature? Hagrid's face went pale for a moment. Yes, we found some clues, 50 years ago. Harry is about to present their findings, but he quickly got interrupted by Hagrid. Listen, there was no chamber, there was no creature, it was just an accident. Hagrid got a little agitated and waved his thick palm, then his voice trailed off, and he muttered, it really was an accident, no one thought it would happen like that, no one. With that, the trio got shooed out of the hut. He's definitely hiding something. Ron said indignantly. That much we can all see. The trio returned to the warmth of the common room and, having to face reality, began to catch up on their homework. When the sky darkened, Hermione suddenly closed her book, startling the two. Who do you think the heir would be? Hermione asked them in a low voice, again seeming to be talking to herself. It's definitely a Slytherin, I'm guessing Malfoy, Ron said quickly. Harry accepted this immediately. There's the possibility that it's really him. You guys, their family has been purebloods for generations, he'd have a reason to do that, and on top of that, he's taken quite a bashing recently. He's been detained by Professor Hap for insulting Hermione. Hermione's breathing suddenly stopped for a moment. Ron also seemed to discover a theory. Harry, your words are so right, he must have done it. Maybe the Malfoy is a certain heir of Slytherin and their family has kept the secret for generations, right Hermione? At that moment the twins came walking over from the distance. I thought I heard you guys talking about Professor Hap. Did he make any more interesting trinkets? The twins sat left and right on either side of Harry and Ron. Nothing, Ron said quickly. Next to him, Fred put one arm around his shoulders and scowled at the trio. Come on, we can exchange information. We admire Professor Hap, too. George next to Harry chuckled. Yeah, very much, we'd love to take him apart and study his head. Fred sighed. George, you sound as if we have some sort of ill will towards Professor Hap. Do you? Of course not. At most we. Trying to imitate his magic golem. The two men said in unison at last, after a word from you and me respectively. Harry thought for a moment. Well, we went to Hagrid's hut in the evening and saw a magic book that Professor Hap had gifted him. What's it about? Muggle animals, and as you know, Hagrid is obsessed with those. Cool. The twins said in unison as they looked at each other. Ron said, it's your turn, we agreed to exchange information. Fred winked, our little Ronnie has grown up. Not a good dupe anymore. George followed up. But who made you our brother? Fred teased as usual, whispering, we can provide information, you know, we're fans of Professor Hap, if any of you want to know his whereabouts, like to start a casual encounter or something. Ron said in surprise, you guys follow the professor. Don't say that, we just got a little help. For example, Professor Hap has been going to the Forbidden Forest a lot recently for some time. Fred shrugged and blurted out a heavy dose of information. The Forbidden Forest. Hermione said in surprise. The trio looked at each other. 38, Chapter 38 Tracking. At night, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were hiding behind the bush at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, glancing in the direction of the castle all the time. Hermione said with some anxiety, I don't think we should suspect the professor. Ron quickly said, Hermione, we've suffered from this before, remember Professor Quirrell in the first year? Who would have thought that the timid, cowardly man actually had a Voldemort glued on the back of his head? But that doesn't mean that other professors. Hermione tried to argue the facts and defend the professor she admired. Think about Lockhart, he may not be a dark wizard, but he's definitely not considered a qualified professor. Harry, you forget you acted as a vampire in your defense against the dark arts class. Harry thought for a moment, and suddenly his stomach turned a little. So Harry whispered to her, we're not suspicious, we're just curious to see what he's doing in the Forbidden Forest. That would also rule out our suspicion on him, and we could even ask Professor Hap for help. Hermione stopped talking. The trio hid in the brush. The November night had a touch of coolness in it, and a thin mist added an extra layer of chill to that. Ron stiffened a little from the cold, and he said shakily, maybe, he won't come tonight, why don't we go back first? Let's just wait a little longer, Harry said patiently. After a while longer, it's nearing midnight. A tall figure came out of the castle. Someone's coming, it's Professor Hap. The trio perked up. After all, they hadn't waited in vain. At the other end, Felix left the castle and headed in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. A cool breeze blew against his face at night, a very pleasant feeling. He reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest and then noticed that something seemed to be watching him. A small animal? Forbidden Forest creatures? But they shouldn't be at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Felix took out his wand and a dozen bright milky white dots of light flew out from the wand tip and then burst rapidly, illuminating the Forbidden Forest in a radius of 100 meters. There is nothing. Somewhat puzzled, he followed his senses and went towards a large tree, examining it carefully. Half a moment later, he laughed softly. Opposite, the three youngsters, cloaked in Harry's invisibility cloak, didn't dare to breathe and looked across towards the professor with nervous faces. Harry could even feel his legs shaking as Ron's rolling hot breath sprayed across his face. But fortunately, the professor didn't suddenly reach out and lift their invisibility cloaks. He brushed past them and walked into the Forbidden Forest. Huff huff. The trio took a big breath. Did he find out? I don't think so. Why don't we go back? Ron backed off. No, let's continue. At this point, Hermione decided to stick with it instead. So the trio held on to an invisibility cloak and took baby steps behind the professor. Felix isn't going very fast, and he fiddled with his wand in his hand, a hint of curiosity flooding his mind. The trio, main protagonists, is there a plot going to happen today? There were too many flaws, misplaced footprints next to the tree, the faint sound of breathing, and a gut feeling that gave him a hint of the trio's location. Still, it was the smell of his assistant's shampoo that really made him recognize the trio. This was the reason why Felix did not unmask them on the spot. As Felix proceeded along his intended destination, he got a little surprised to find the trio still following behind him. Their target is me? Well, it might be a good opportunity to get to know the other two protagonists. About half an hour later, Felix came to a halt in a vacant space deep in the Forbidden Forest. 30 or 40 meters away, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also hiding behind a large tree. What's he up to? SHHH. Felix raised his wand and waved his wrist. 3 crimson spells struck the stones, and to the astonishment of the trio waiting outside the scene, the 3 stones turned into 3 large black dogs. The dogs were half a person tall, and their furs are as smooth and oily as fine black velvet. The 3 large black dogs moved their bodies slightly, then directed their gaze at Felix, their upper limbs lowered, their teeth bared outward, their gaze filled with aggression. Quite the advanced transfiguration skills, you see, they simply look like they're alive, Hermione commented in a whisper. I don't care about his level of transfiguration, I just want to know what he's doing in the Forbidden Forest, Ron muttered, but he too watched with rapt attention. The next moment, however, something happened that took them by surprise. 3 large black dogs rushed towards Professor Hap at the same time and attacked him. They were extremely fast and broke through a distance of more than 10 meters in almost the blink of an eye. Ah! Hermione couldn't help but let out a scream. From her perspective, the big black dog's fangs were less than 3 feet away from Professor Hap. But instead of dodging, Felix flicked out a curse. Hermione is anxious, even if it blocked one of the big dogs, there were 2 more. Harry and Ron's faces were also plastered with horror, especially Harry's, another professor dead in front of him in a year's time? However, they had all apparently forgotten that all 3 big dogs had been transfigured by this professor. In a second's time, the situation on the field changed abruptly. Felix's figure disappeared abruptly, leaving a cloud of black smoke in place, and the next instant his figure appeared 2 meters away, and just as it did, a red light shot out of his wand. His figure disappeared in sync and reappeared in another corner, sending out a spell in an identical manner. In the eyes of the 3, it was as if the professor had transformed into 3 in an instant, casting 3 magic spells at the same time. Bang! 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 The 3 big black dogs were hit by the spell in the sound speed and fell down instantly. Under the invisibility cloak, they watched in awe. Oh my god, what kind of magic is this? Ron's mouth gaped widely, his mind still recalling the scene from earlier. Out of the black smoke, the professor's cold face appeared along with a red light, and in the blink of an eye reappeared in another place with a speed that's too dizzying to dodge or resist. Harry is similarly wide-eyed. And in the center of the vacant space, Felix, who had just finished releasing his magic, shook his head, still not able to do it, off by half a meter. That was only 2 jumps, if he had done it 10 or more times, was he in danger of being hit by his own spell? The reason Felix came out here is to perfect his Trinity Raid, which in his middle of school years he named as one of the instant kill techniques. The principle is very simple, a trinity, that is, 3 types of the spells used at the same time, blending perfectly to create an effect where 1 plus 1 becomes far greater than 3. The speed of apparition, the power of full body bind curse and, most importantly, thought acceleration to maintain his balance and reflexes. When combined, Felix can unleash his spell from a dozen different positions in an instant, forming a magnificent line of cross energy that can make one man into a team. The principle is indeed simple, but the road is extremely difficult. The difference lies in how to improve one's reflexes and how to maintain one's balance in a split second. At the beginning of the school year, he worked out the prototype, or branching technique, of this magic, the thinking room, but it could only be used as a teaching aid. Now more than 2 months had passed, and he hadn't been idle in that time. While Hermione had been practicing the magic runes in the thinking room, he had been in the thinking room contemplating how it could be applied in combat. Luckily, he had gained quite a bit of insight recently. That was why he had gone deep into the Forbidden Forest for several days in a row, escaping the anti-apparition ward that's present in Hogwarts Castle everywhere. 2 hops, barely acceptable. Felix got quite satisfied, after all, it could be enhanced later. He then glanced back, his gaze fixed steadily in the direction of the trio. Come out. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 39, Chapter 39 Punishment. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shuddered as they lifted the invisibility cloak. The trio stepped forward, wincing. Professor. Felix's eyes kept glancing between the 3, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley. Can you tell me the reason for your presence here? Harry gathered his courage and said, Professor, we wanted to visit Hagrid, in case you didn't know, we're kind of close to him. This is not a good place to come around, you are too far into the Forbidden Forest. Felix shook his head, I think your professor should have told you not to trespass into the Forbidden Forest. Ron stammered, Professor, we were looking for Hagrid, but we happened to see you and were curious for a moment, so we followed you. A moment of curiosity, Felix fiddled with the wand in his hand as he looked at the trio, not speaking. A tremendous amount of mental pressure fell over them. Finally, Hermione said, with a whimper, I'm sorry, Professor, we disappointed your trust. It's all right, Felix said calmly, it's in every young wizard's nature to take risks, especially the Gryffindor ones. But I hope you will define the line between bravery and foolhardiness, and know that you only have one life to live. Felix didn't say anything more as he led the trio back to the castle. Let's see, breaking curfew, trespassing into the Forbidden Forest, and stalking a professor. The trio's faces paled as Felix's words rang out, 10 points each and a 1-week detention. The trio sleepwalked back to the common room. Seeing Hermione's sad face, Ron soothed, it's nothing, better than the best outcome I could have imagined. I was expecting us to be docked 50 points each and put in detention until Christmas. Harry's face looked with approval, if they had fallen into Snape's hands tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As he laid in bed, Ron suddenly spoke to Harry, that was cool, right? What? Professor Hap, oh swish, whiz. Can't even see him move, he's definitely much better than Snape if you ask me, even better than Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore is the strongest, Harry said without thinking. That's not necessarily true, the headmaster has not done anything in years. If it had been decades ago, I certainly wouldn't suspect it. Ron muttered in a small voice before drifting off to dreamland. Harry, however, is somewhat sleepless, his mind kept coming up with the images of Professor Hap casting spells, every movement, from Professor Hap casting the first spell then bursting into black smoke, breaking down and replaying in his mind. He remembers it all vividly. The next day, Hermione remained a little sad, but she quickly pulled herself together and even began to discuss the Chamber of Secrets leads with them. The young witch said with a scowl, so it seems that Professor Hap is not the heir of Slytherin. Ron said, don't be so arbitrary, we've just put a temporary hold on the suspicion, although Professor Hap is certainly cool. He admitted that much. Harry hastily changed the subject, feeling somewhat ashamed of their stalking of the professor last night, which had put Hermione, who worked as an assistant, on the spot. I think it's more likely Malfoy after all. Exactly, Ron interjected. But how do we coax it out of him? He's not going to swagger and admit he's the heir of Slytherin, right? Hermione nodded as she whispered, perhaps, we need to make a polyjuice potion. What is it? Polyjuice potion, it can turn you into another person. Hermione peppered them with knowledge. The two of them remained confused. Hermione said, somewhat annoyed, don't you all listen to your lessons? Snape mentioned in class that the process of brewing this potion is very difficult and requires a variety of precious ingredients, and its recipe is recorded in the book Potent Potions. The trio discussed it in small voices. But then, they got stuck on the first step. The recipe for the polyjuice potion is difficult to get hold of because the potent potion in which it's recorded is in the forbidden section of the library. There's only one way to borrow this book from the forbidden section, to get an official seal signed by a professor. There's no reason for us to borrow that book, Ron said, it's not something we should mess with at our grade level. I think, Hermione said, that if we pretend that we're interested in the theory, we might have some hope. Oh come on, professors don't fall for it that easily, Ron said, unless they're stupid enough to do it. Saturday morning. The trio had breakfast and went together to the Ancient Runes professor's office to complete their detention. Harry lamented a little that the first Quidditch game is about to take place, and he is unable to attend training, about which Quidditch Captain Wood had a strong opinion. Knocking on the door, the trio is surprised to see Draco Malfoy in the room. Malfoy is slumped in front of a table with a large, thick book in front of him, looking at the page numbers, having reached the final 10 or so pages. His quill kept scribbling, and the tip of his nose even had a little ink on it. Harry remembered with a jolt that Malfoy had been punished with copying a book. Professor Hap said in a relaxed tone as he closed the door, I was going to keep you apart, but after thinking about it, it was too much trouble. I inquired him, and Mr. Malfoy doesn't mind sharing the same table with you. Ron let out a sudden snicker, the look on Malfoy's face didn't look like he didn't mind and he seems to be looking forward to their detention. Felix conjured out 3 chairs and placed them in front of them, I'll go find the materials you need to copy. With that, he left. The 4 people in the office stared at each other with wide eyes. Harry said teasingly, Malfoy, your detention still isn't over yet? It's taking a lot out of you. Malfoy tilted his head high, Harry Potter. He glanced at the 3 and seemed to want to say something when he saw Hermione, but he hastily held back. he said, slightly condescendingly, at Professor Snape's suggestion. Professor Hap allowed me to take a break in the middle of the session as a way of not having to miss Slytherin's Quidditch training, Potter. I'll beat you at the tournament. Harry's mood soured for a moment. With the financial backing of the Malfoy, the entire Slytherin Quidditch team had switched to Nimbus 2001 brooms, which made them extremely fast, like 7 pale green silhouettes on the pitch. Ron teased, the real game is all about skill, even if you take the back door and become a seeker, you'll just be more the butt of a joke, loser. Shut up, Weasley. Do you even have a double-digit golden galleon left in your family's vault? Ron's face turned red, and even his ears grew hot as he pulled out his wand and shouted, say that again. Malfoy, say it again. Harry and Hermione hastily held him back, leaving aside what would happen if they fought in a professor's office, and even if he allowed Ron to fight, what would happen, another day of spitting slugs all over the place? Felix returned with a thick pile of parchment, and Harry and Ron were in no mood for any sort of fight as they looked at the more than a foot-high pile of material. I asked Professor McGonagall about it, and she had a batch of papers that were too old and required a renewal, so I volunteered to take this job, Felix said slightly perkily. It happens to be related to your behavior, the list of student violations and their penalties. Felix placed the material on the table and with a thud brought up a thick ring of dust. He waved his wand to scour Jiffy and a gust of wind carried the dust away. Let's get to work, kiddos. Felix sat in a corner of his office, 7 or 8 meters away from them. Silencio. He pointed his wand at himself and then flipped open a thick book and enjoyed his leisurely weekend. At the other end, Harry, Ron, and Hermione resigned themselves to their fate and sat down. Ron is strongly repulsed to sit with Malfoy and as a last resort, Harry had to be next to him. Harry flipped open a piece of parchment and began to copy the material with a quill dipped in ink. Malfoy whispered, Potter. You know, you're going to lose. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry yelled in a low tone. 40, Chapter 40 Malfoy. Harry felt awful about this detainment because Malfoy kept muttering in his ear and constantly provoking him. This made his efficiency plummet, and it's nearly noon, but he had only copied 10 sheets of parchment. The thickness couldn't even catch up to one little thumb. At lunchtime, Harry complained to Hermione and Ron about this. He broke down a little and said, I never thought he'd talk so much, and be buzzing around non-stop. Ron offered him advice, you could harass him too. Harry looked speechless, he didn't have that much to talk with Malfoy. Hermione pondered, you could probably provoke him and use the opportunity to ask him if he's the heir of Slytherin. Don't be ridiculous, how could he say, unless it was someone close to him? Ron retorted. Harry agreed that this idea is not plausible, rather it would be easy to spook him. By the way, Hermione, what do we do about the sign? How about you get it from Professor Hap? Ron suggested. That's not a good idea. Hermione sighed, he's not like Professor Lockhart, like that. Like a twat. Ron answered, getting a glare from Hermione. But I can try tonight, just so you know, try. Hermione didn't give a positive response. After lunch, they returned to the Ancient Rune's office and continued their own scribing tasks. And Harry had to endure the provocative looks from Malfoy, as he tried several times to draw his wand and inflict a vile spell on him. One wasn't enough, it was better to do what Professor Hap had done and send out 3 spells in a flash, leaving him defenseless. By the afternoon, Felix looked at the results of a few of them and nodded in satisfaction, not bad, you 3 will be done by tomorrow afternoon. And Mr. Malfoy, you're making even faster progress, just 7 or 8 sheets short. Draco Malfoy nearly burst into tears, thanks to how much he had paid for his slip of the tongue, 2 whole large books, the kind that is copied completely by hand. Almost 2 months before and after, although in between he skipped a lot of detainment to go to Quidditch training. The following, Malfoy wrote so hard that even Harry couldn't be bothered, and finally finished copying the entire thing before dinner. Felix couldn't help but compliment him twice, very good, well Mr. Malfoy, your detainment ends here. Yes, Professor, Malfoy whispered. Seeing him sort out his stationery made Harry and the others very envious, they still had a full day of detainment tomorrow. Oh, yes, Mr. Malfoy, Felix called out to him, startling Malfoy. He isn't going to be given a few more books, is he? Fortunately, Felix had no such thoughts as he waved his wand and out of the corner flew a thick pile of parchment covered in dense handwriting. Under his magic, the parchment split in 2 and got quickly bound together in midair. 2 book covers flew out of the suitcase and wrapped the parchment together, hot gold writing slowly emerging on the cover and looking like 2 books. Mr. Malfoy, here are the fruits of your labor, a present for you. The 2 books landed in front of him, and Malfoy looked stunned. Felix said, although you come from a glorious pure blood with exceptional talent, muggles are not inferior, as I think you have learned. He pointed to the 2 handwritten books in front of Malfoy. Through this detainment, I hope you will remember one thing, weakness or strength is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Malfoy held the 2 books, his lips opening and closing, but he said nothing. When he left, Felix said to the trio who were watching, "All right, you're done for the day, we'll continue tomorrow." Hermione whispered and asked Felix, "Professor, can I continue studying magic runes with you tonight?" Felix got somewhat surprised as he thought for a moment and said, "In principle, I have no objection, but your homework." Hermione said cheerfully, "That's okay, I've finished all my homework." She looked as if she had hit the jackpot. As the trio exited the office and made their way to the Great Hall, Ron looked at Hermione with an incredulous look on his face. "Did you really finish your homework?" "Of course." "When did you write it?" Ron seriously doubted that his own clock is different from Hermione's. Did she have a few more hours in her day than he did? Hermione is in a rather good mood, and she said, slightly condescendingly, "Now that I know I'm going to be detainment for the rest of the week, of course, I have to finish my homework early, isn't that common sense?" Ron mumbled something and Harry looked ashamed. Malfoy returned to the Slytherin common room and put his book bag down. He sat in his chair with a grim look on his face, his eyes looking out the window at the dark lake through the green light of the common room, with a fish or two swimming past the window now and then. Two followers came over. "Draco, want to go for supper?" "Crab, Goyle." Malfoy shot them a serious look. "Never mind, you guys go ahead." Crab and Goyle shrugged and quickly left. Malfoy shrunk himself into his chair, his pale blonde hair and slightly pale face half hidden in the shadows. He is still thinking back to the few words of Professor Happ. Despite his attempts to refute the ridiculous idea, the 2 months of copying as punishment had put parts of the book into his head. It reminded him of the time when his mother had taken him as a child to a pure-blood wizard, and he had run into his aunt. That aunt is his mother's second sister, but had been removed from the family because she had married a stupid muggle. There was a terrible argument between them and his mother urged her to go back and confess her mistake, which was unceremoniously rejected. He remembered very little of it, and the only words he remembered were his aunt shouting at them, "What have you got to be superior to, apart from magic?" That twisted expression he remembered to this day. Somehow, he suddenly grabbed his book bag and pulled out the 2 books, staring at the covers. One, The Muggle Struggle, from a million years ago, and the other one, How Muggles Think. The covers were familiar to him, after all, he had been holding and copying them for 2 months, but they were also slightly different. Underneath the author, a few new words had been added transcribed by Draco Malfoy. Malfoy picked up the book, How Muggles Think, and turned the page from the first. Looking at the familiar font on it, he set aside his prejudices for the first time and read carefully. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 41, Chapter 41 Potion." At 7 p.m., Hermione walked into Professor Happ's office on time, as she had done for the past 2 months. This time, however, she felt a little nervous. Felix looked up and smiled when he saw that our little witch looked a little restrained. "Sit down first, I had thought you would be absent for this weekend, after all you have been here for most of the week." Hermione gathered her courage and said, "Professor, I'm sorry we followed you because we got a lead on the Chamber of Secrets and happened to find you in the Forbidden Forest." Felix was somewhat taken aback, "So I became the subject of suspicion." "No, Professor, you are very good, we are the ones who were too sensitive," Hermione hastened to explain. "We came across a professor during the previous academic year who is a dark wizard and tried to steal a hidden magic stone from the school." "Oh, with an experience like that, it's no wonder you guys are paranoid. Still, I would advise you that while perhaps your intentions are good, you must act within your means, and many dangers are not varied based on whether one is despicable or noble." Hermione nodded good-naturedly. They spent the next 5 thinking hours in the thinking room, with Felix teaching her 3 magic runes. This time was one that they repeatedly compared notes over and over, without being too exhausted or learning much. Hermione even had the extra energy to continue practicing for another 10 minutes when she returned to reality, and she could barely sketch out those 3 magic runes. "Very brilliant." Felix couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. If he had been in a similar position, he wouldn't have been able to outperform her without his golden finger. But he also noticed a flaw in this young witch. The magic she had mastered always seemed to be modest in power, not fluctuating much in terms of ups and downs, which is good to a certain extent. The spell casting is stable and once learned, it's hard to fail. But at some points it is also a disadvantage, as she is less likely to explode and be able to amplify the power of a spell with her powerful emotions. It could be fair to say that she is more suited to being a magical scholar, studying and learning magic, rather than a spell-casting wizard like Auror. Felix thought that perhaps when she graduated, he could ask her to become his research assistant, or as a partner. He couldn't be blamed for thinking this much, it's because there were too few qualified candidates available as backups, and that's what he is so unsatisfied with Hogwarts, and the wizarding world in general. The training methods are too sloppy. How many wizards graduate and still study magic tirelessly? On the contrary, there was no shortage of such wizards in the dark market, but the point is, would he dare to hire such a person? "If I could dominate the wizarding world, a thought came to his mind, but it is quickly discarded, that's not his path. It's early, you could get back early or want to watch a film together. Felix asked the young witch as he glanced back at the time, just a little past 9. Hermione smoothed her hair, "Oh Professor Hap." She stammered, "I think I'm rather curious about a certain potion and would like some kind of background knowledge." Potion? Yes, you know, we learn about antidotes and basic potions in potions class, but I've read in the book about some potions, some of the more advanced ones, possess very magical effects. Indeed. Felix thought about it, it isn't a big deal. Potion, let's see. He waved his wand and taped the ring on his left index finger, and 6 finger-thick vials appeared in front of him. The field of potion is indeed complex and magical, and although I took Professor Snape's advanced class, I have to say that I'm still far from being able to master the field of potion as a whole. Hermione is somewhat surprised that Professor Hap would hold Snape in such a high esteem. First one, Baruffio's Brain Elixir. Felix let the first vial on his left fly to Hermione. It can significantly enhance the brain power of the person taking it and speed up their learning efficiency. In a way somewhat similar to the thinking room. Hermione looked at the vial in front of her, it filled with a light blue liquid, gently swirled with bright fluorescent flashes. Many wizards have become so addicted to the potion that they can't help themselves, and have lost the ability to think altogether because of the misuse of Baruffio's Brain Elixir. Seeing Hermione's outstretched hand tremble for a moment, he added, "But it's still okay to take it once in a while." Second, the Fire Protection Potion. A small vial of purple liquid flew in front of her, although the name isn't remarkable, it's effective against magical fire. Hermione suddenly remembered the question Professor Snape had set during the first-year quest. It was a logical reasoning question, and one of the potions worked as a way to get through magical flames. Third, Felix Felicis. A vial flew up to her, containing the least amount of potion, only a third of it, maybe 2 or 3 milliliters. But it's the prettiest. It resembled a liquid of molten gold that jumped up like swimming fish with the slightest shake, the fluid blobbing. Also known as a liquid of luck, it allows the person who takes it to have all things go well, as if by magic. But misuse leads to vertigo, recklessness, and arrogance. It must be very complicated to brew, right? Hermione asked. Extremely complicated, it takes at least 6 months and one wrong step, and it can turn into a pot of poison. Felix said rather emotionally. Fourth one, the Wolfsbane Potion. It prevents werewolves from losing their minds after a full moon transformation, but of course, it's useless to me, merely used as a collection. Fifth, Polyjuice Potion. Hearing this, Hermione's spirits shot up, and she stared dead at the vial that flew in front of her. It seems you've heard of this potion as well. Hermione whispered, Professor Snape mentioned it in class, it allows the person taking it to take the form of someone else. Yes, it's also a rather complex potion that takes a month to brew. A standard dose works for about 10 minutes to 12 hours, depending on the quality of the potion. What about this one? Mine? Probably enough to transform one person for half an hour. Hermione looked a little disappointed. It seemed that one still had to brew it on their own, and the question is back to square one, how were they supposed to get the professor's seal of approval and get the recipe? Felix's explanation continued as he waved his wand and sent the last vial flying in front of her. The sixth one, Ecstasy. Also known as the Love Potion. Once taken, one will fall madly in love with the person who gives him/her the potion. Hermione couldn't help but open her mouth wide. You'll realize that it's used somewhat similarly to Polyjuice Potion. Polyjuice is added with someone else's hair or body tissue, thus turning them into the other person. The ecstasy, on the other hand, is to add one's own hair or body tissue and give it to someone else to drink, thus making them fall in love with them. The young witch said indignantly, this potion is an abomination. Felix shrugged, indeed, it will only give you false love, as if it were a soap bubble like its odor, which happens to be the favorite smell of your heart. Felix waved his wand and the cork of the vial popped out with a loud bang. You can try the smell of it, don't worry, it's the purest form of the original liquid and not very dangerous, at least not to your sanity. Hermione leaned in close and sniffed gently, it smells like books, sunshine, and her home in the Muggle world. 42, Chapter 42 Quidditch and the Second Attack. The following week passed swiftly and everyone got busy. Felix had to focus more on the 5th and 7th year, which is, after all, a grade where the future of a young wizard lay at stake. Of course, he also sincerely hoped that more people would take up the study of runes, not the old-fashioned translation, but something like his field of study. He also had to tend to the little devil's snare, as well as humping willow branches with a magic infusion that would make or break his first magical artifact. And then there were the instant killing techniques, which could not be abandoned. Many forbidden books in the library were still waiting for him to sort through and read. Everyone else had been busy too. Harry was busy with Quidditch training. The whole Gryffindor Quidditch team became anxious as the first match approached. They used the time in the evenings to practice extra HRS every day after class. Hermione had to find some professor to get a sign on top of her daily practice of runes and looking up information on the Chamber of Secrets monster. She managed to get a signature from Professor Lockhart without any problems, and with slightly exaggerated bragging words, Lockhart signed his big name without even reading the content of the note. That was very witty of you when you caught that last ghoul with the colander. Hermione blushed a little at the thought of what she had said. But luckily, the project of brewing a polyjuice potion went off without a hitch. It'll take about a month to brew it, in or around Christmas, Hermione said cheerfully. Harry and Ron crouched sadly on the lavatory room floor, which had got a bit nasty. The rest of the day went by without a new attack occurring at the school, or an unknown monster popping out and turning the young wizards to stone. The young witches also lost interest in the legends and secrets of 1,000 years ago and even suspected that the last incident was a bad prank, the victim being Filch's cat, the accomplice of the most unpleasant castle keeper. A young wizard already swore that he had seen a sneaky shadow wandering around the second floor before the incident, holding a piece of cake that had been spiked with a petrifying potion. Such rumors spread faster than the truth, so within a week everyone was talking about what petrifying potion could achieve a similar effect, leaving Dumbledore at his wits' end, stuck waiting for the mandrake to ripen to configure an antidote. But the professors at Hogwarts knew what the truth was, and they spent the week searching the entire castle, only in vain. So they could only order the head boy and head girl to undertake the task of spreading the propaganda. Percy then gave an example of his own brother wandering around the abandoned girls' lavatory during a Gryffindor assembly to illustrate the irrational and dangerous nature of such behavior. The scene was so heated that Ron almost got into a fight with his brother. You shamelessly ambitious man who cares only for his own power. I am your brother. Your brother. You're a total power animal. Ron's ears were red as he cursed loudly. I am a head boy of Gryffindor. I have to think about the badge on my chest, understand, dumbass? Percy shouted with the same red ears. And you were there. You also went to the girls' lavatory. I was doing my duty as a head boy. A 10-point minus for Gryffindor. But all in all, there existed harmony and camaraderie at Hogwarts. This peace lasted until Saturday's first Quidditch game of the school year. This Quidditch game is highly anticipated, firstly because it's between two old rivals, Gryffindor and Slytherin, and secondly, because Slytherin had shamelessly received off-field assistance, with the whole team riding the world's most advanced broomstick, the Nimbus 2001. The other two teams wanted to see the power of the Nimbus 2001 in action. Felix didn't bother to go, just stood outside the tower and took a glance from afar. He had little interest in Quidditch competitions, and it wasn't because he had failed his first-year flying class, there was no causal relationship between the two. He just liked to be quiet rather than lively, and didn't really like too much noise. Still, Felix wanted to spit on Hogwarts' curriculum, why were flying lessons only available in his first year? It made it impossible for him to even brush up on his points. He's flying steadily now, okay. That afternoon, he heard the big news that Harry Potter had been injured on the pitch, breaking his arm in a shattered, crumbling kind of way. It was only thanks to Professor Lockhart's presence and powerful magic to extract the shattered bone fragments from Harry's arm that the Gryffindor Genius Seeker's career got salvaged. This is all a load of bollocks. Hermione said indignantly in the evening. This incident completely broke her fanboy filter and Lockhart remained black all her life from then on. The truth is that Harry had simply fallen and broken his arm, something a simple healing spell could have fixed, but with Lockhart's enthusiastic help he had to stay at the school clinic and take a skull GRO to make the bones grow back. Felix shivered at the thought of the sewer smell of the skull GRO. Later that night, Felix dropped the young witch off and was about to watch a film to refresh himself when Dumbledore's Phoenix Patroness flew in through the window. The Patroness appeared before him, and Dumbledore's solemn voice came from its mouth. Felix, come quickly to the professor's common room, there is an emergency. When Felix arrived swiftly, a number of professors had already gathered in this office, obviously arriving in a hurry, a few still in their pajamas. Dumbledore sat solemnly in his chair, his eyes half closed, and Professor McGonagall kept rubbing her hands together. What's happened? Felix asked in a whisper as he moved closer to Snape. Snape glanced at him before whispering, the attack has happened again, a second time. Felix frowned. Who was it? Colin Creevey, that fanatical Potter wannabe. Felix had no recollection of him at all and aside, Professor McGonagall said with a sad expression, he only started this year and has always admired Harry, yes, always carries a camera with him, I recall him well. I heard he's already mailed 3 photo albums home. Oh, dear. Felix picked up that broken camera on the table and a strong smell of charred air hit him. After another 10 minutes, a cheerful, pleasant voice pushed open the door to the room, did I miss something? Lockhart, dressed in gold pajamas, walked into the room, slightly taken aback, so many people. But his next comment made the professors glare at him, what he said was, is everyone having a pajama party? I'm the best at this, I'm seasoned in this. Lockhart winked and flashed his trademark toothy grin. 43, Chapter 43 Discussion. Felix found it hard to understand this Professor Lockhart. He had long since seen through the man for what he is, a businessman who sells books by making up stories and self-promotion. As for his magic skills, he had long ago returned them to his teacher as he graduated. This author's formula is to put his own name to his story and to shamelessly enrich himself under the banner of autobiography. This is not uncommon in the Muggle world, but the wizarding world is not that liberal, and to some extent, it's quite simple. You say it in your book that it's your own adventures and people would choose to believe it, and that's a fraud, and if it comes out, it's basically going to ruin his reputation. Doesn't he know this himself? Why did he jump so much when he knew it? And to jump and perform it in front of the best group of British wizards in the wizarding world? To be honest, Felix didn't understand it at all. He and Lockhart were two completely different people. Silence. With the arrival of Lockhart, Dumbledore presided over the meeting. A second attack took place, just an hour ago, similarly petrified, just like Mrs. Norris, Dumbledore said with a slightly heavy tone. But this one is completely different in nature, the victim being a young wizard, a first year, which suggests his azure eyes looked around with extreme pressure, that the Chamber of Secrets has really been opened. Hogwarts is facing a crisis. All the professors became solemn. Next, Professor McGonagall recounted the information from the last time the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. She pursed her lips and began to recount that part of history. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened once. A student lost her life as a result. Her name was Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, and yes, she remains at Hogwarts to this day as a ghost on campus. Since then, however, the Chamber of Secrets has been closed, until now. So, then, commented Lockhart impatiently, the attack is over? I mean, there's been a student that got hit, no? I've seen a number of similar cases, like the water banshee at Morgan Lake, which appears every 30 years, and since I gave the inhabitants in there my homemade amulet, they've never been troubled again. Professor McGonagall's lips pursed even tighter as she said aloud in an extremely rare manner, I must warn you, Professor Lockhart. Colin Creevey is simply petrified, he has not lost his life. Dumbledore followed McGonagall's words, true, none of us know if the monster will attack again and if the consequences will be merely petrification. If you have any suggestions, you can all make them. Professor McGonagall said, I have currently arranged for the heads of each house to patrol and strictly forbid young wizards from going to the isolated areas, and for the first and second years, furthermore, to group up for their classes and minimize going alone. Very good, Minerva, Dumbledore said approvingly. Headmaster Dumbledore, Felix felt the need to voice the information he had, my focus of concern on the Chamber of Secrets all along. There are 3 keywords revolving around the Chamber of Secrets. He glanced at the crowd, the unknown monster, the heir to Slytherin, and the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Once we know any of those points, we can sort out the truth. Dumbledore closed his slender fingers as if in thought, please continue, Felix. The unknown monster, why don't we associate it with Slytherin? The Slytherin symbol is a snake, perhaps this monster is also a snake, and that solves the problem of how it appeared in the castle with the help of the pipes that are all over Hogwarts. The crowd pondered, and Snape spoke up, saying in his mild, indifferent tone, Felix, the Slytherin symbol may be a snake, but that's only because he's a Parseltongue. If you had researched him a little, you would have discovered that he is a master of bloodline research, and he studies more magical bloodlines than you can imagine. But we can't rule that out, can we? That unknown monster that murdered a witch 50 years ago and 50 years later all it did was petrify. Snape stared at Felix with his stone-like cold eyes, if I understand you correctly, Felix, this isn't the same monster, right? Felix shook his head, I can't answer that, so my opinion is only for your reference. He continued, there are 2 possibilities I can think of for the heir of Slytherin. Active and passive. Perhaps this heir is awake and knows what he is doing, such as carrying on the will of Slytherin and exorcising the young wizard from the Muggle family. But it is also possible that he stumbled upon the Slytherin relic and is controlled by it. Dumbledore looked up, a very insightful observation, you've expanded our thinking. He pondered, we have overlooked this in the past, it seems we need to educate the students more. Felix's manipulation theory drew a number of professors into the discussion, he waited for a little and continued, as for the location of the chamber, I have no way of knowing, perhaps we could inquire the portraits and ghosts of the castle. After a long moment of silence, an older professor spoke with hesitation, originally I shouldn't have said this, but I think Hogwarts is at a critical time and any clue is important. Felix looked at the old professor, his name was Sylvanus Kettleben, he had been his teacher in the Protection of Magical Creatures class when he was a student, but he is rumored to have plans to retire. The professor, known for his preference to study and look after dangerous creatures, had set an everlasting record, experiencing 62 probationary reviews during his term at school. If Felix had to rate him, he is another version of Hagrid. At the moment, Kettleben said, the boy is definitely not a bad boy, but if you ask me if he's anything like me, who made a mistake out of curiosity, he paused and said a name, Rubeus Hagrid. It wasn't him, Silva, Dumbledore said in a firm tone. I was teaching Transfiguration at the school back then, and I know he's innocent, but there's no proof for it, and Headmaster Dippet expelled him. It was a grave mistake, and we didn't catch the real culprit. The meeting ended and Dumbledore divided up a series of tasks. For now, it still had to be mainly about prevention, in addition to conducting daily patrols, and urging the young wizards in the classroom not to trust any sort of magic item bollocks. When Felix went out, he saw that Lockhart is talking to Dumbledore about something. The headmaster's expression is very intriguing. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 44, Chapter 44 Influence. The day after the weekend, word of the Colin Creevey attack spread through Hogwarts. This time is different from the last time, that was just a cat after all, and this time it was a student. If they hadn't heard that it's possible to save him, I fear it would have caused widespread panic. On the other hand, the regular patrols of professors and head students also added fuel to the anxiety on the side, even though it is a necessary act. In the evening after the runes class, Felix spoke to Hermione briefly about what could be revealed. The professors at Hogwarts will keep the young wizards safe, you can spread the word around more often about it a bit with others. Hermione happily agreed. But, Professor, why did you guess that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a snake? Hermione asked cautiously. Felix, of course, wouldn't tell the truth, he could only relate the little story that Slytherin and snakes were compelled with. You mean Slytherin manipulated the snake to do his bidding? Of course, after all, he's the most famous Parseltongue after all, Felix replied. From the few words left behind by the Ravenclaw, it's clear that Slytherin had all sorts of snakes at his side and at his disposal all year round, which made him very famous at the time. Hermione exclaimed, a Parseltongue can manipulate snakes. Her heart thumped. I'm just speculating, after all, Parseltongue is so rare that there aren't many samples to study. But since this ability is hereditary, it means that it is not simply a type of exotic language, but contains magic power. In one corner of the common room, a violent conflict is breaking out among the trio. Harry, I think you should tell Dumbledore, or Professor Hap, about you being a Parseltongue. Don't say it. Ron retorted without a second thought. Ron. You don't know the extent of the problem yet. Hermione glared at him in annoyance. Ron lowered his head and whispered, Harry, I mean, don't make this a public secret, if you expose your Parseltongue in public, you'll be finished and definitely treated as the heir to Slytherin. We could just tell Headmaster Dumbledore and ask him to keep it a secret, Hermione argued reasonably. Harry rubbed his forehead, but it wouldn't mean much, right? You guys know I'm not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, which means that there's still a Parseltongue lurking in the school. If I'm exposed, then maybe he will hide even deeper instead. Harry didn't want to reveal his secret, not only because of the bad reputation of the Parseltongue but also because of some kind of hidden mental resistance towards the strong proposal from the Sorting Hat when he was sorted in his first year to enter Slytherin House. Was that a sign of something? That the Sorting Hat saw him for what he is? Harry said to Hermione, what's more, we can't be sure if the monster is a snake yet, can we? Maybe what I heard that day is just the murmuring of a passing snake, Professor Hap admitted as much. And you haven't found a corresponding snake in all the days you've been trawling the library. Hermione left speechless. The closest thing she had found came from a species called basilisk, which had a lethal gaze, but it didn't petrify people. Ron finally made up his differences on the subject. Let's just brew some polyjuice potion as soon as we can and get Malfoy to talk about this. And that little elf called Dobby, he's weird too. In addition to reassuring the young wizard in class over the next week, Felix made a point of caution, don't trust any artifact that talks unless you can see where its thoughts are hidden. Professor, are you talking about the Sorting Hat? One of the twins, Fred, asked. No, it's been through 1,000 years, we can trust it enough, Felix said seriously, but some sorts of other things, like things you get by chance from library shelves, from old abandoned broom closets, like those, if you find you can talk to them, then you must beware. They can be extremely dangerous dark magic artifacts. I could give hundreds of similar examples. For the next half of the lesson, Felix continued to scare the unreliable little wizards with real-life examples from various countries, and judging by the looks on their faces, he had achieved his goal. By late afternoon, when the twins told others the story they had heard, they all listened with rapt attention. I never thought Professor Hap is so knowledgeable, Fred said to Ron as he and George came into a corner of the common room. He squeezed his eyes and gestured to a moody Ginny. Ginny, I have quite a few stories left to tell, if you want to hear them, No need. Ginny said desperately. The twins looked at each other and began to exaggerate as they imitated an unlucky man who had found a dark magic book and whose eyes had grown on the book ever since. Ginny shivered as she listened. Okay guys, don't scare Ginny. Hermione took the younger girl's hand and said soothingly, the professor will protect us, as long as we don't get too curious. Ginny nodded. The next day at noon, Ginny took a sneaky glance and left the large group for a secluded area where she pulled a black book out of her book bag and threw it with force. In the afternoon, potion class ended, and the trio quietly made their way into the abandoned lavatory to brew the polyjuice potion. All going well so far, Hermione announced happily as she looked at the color of the potion. Wait. Harry looked to a corner of the lavatory where there seemed to be something, but it was too dark for him to make much out of it. He is just about to get closer when suddenly there were footsteps outside the door. The trio looked at each other in alarm. Who's there? Harry shouted. The footsteps quickly scurried away. Gritting his teeth, Harry got the door open and chased after him and, halfway through, he came back. It's Malfoy. He said through gritted teeth, he must have followed us here. So did he find out about? Not sure. But it's not safe here anymore. Harry, Ron, and Hermione agreed to change places, and this time, they chose an abandoned classroom in the basement. It's pretty isolated. The three of them were very satisfied with the new location. In the evening, a young wizard slipped quietly into the place where Harry and the others had brewed their potions earlier, hesitated slightly, and went into the girls' lavatory. Halfway through the day, he stepped out and left quickly, something hidden in his robe. 45, Chapter 45 Guest Psychiatrist. As the Creevy incident fermented, the young wizards of Hogwarts showed an extremely unreliable side as everyone hid from their professors, giggling and exchanging amulets, talismans, and other protective playthings. During this period, such a practice quickly took the school by storm, with Neville Longbottom buying a large, smelly onion, a spiky amethyst, rotting water, and a salamander tail. As a result, the other Gryffindor boys told him he actually isn't in danger, he's pure blood and therefore safe from attack. They went after Filch first, said Neville, his round face filled with fear, and everyone knew that I was pretty much a squib. The professors had to repeatedly emphasize the complete ineffectiveness of these things in class 3 times over. Among them, Felix, with his good reputation and gentle attitude, gained a lot of fans from the young wizards. There were even a number of lower-year students who came in and asked for psychological guidance. Professor, can I have a chat with you? A curly-haired Hufflepuff boy stopped him while he's patrolling the hallways. Sure. Felix sighed inwardly, the fourth one this week, this reputation is wearing him down. The young wizard looked a bit formal as the two made their way to a pillar, but Felix's high favorable rating among the young wizard community helped him calm down quickly. Professor, I'm having some difficulties. Felix gestured for him to continue. My name is Justin Finch Fletchley, I come from a Muggle family. Felix's mind became clear. When I received my admission letter, I wasn't sure about coming to Hogwarts, but, well, as you know, I was originally going to attend Eton, where my parents graduated from. Felix said approvingly, I've heard of that school, it's quite famous in the Muggle world. Yes, that's right. Justin got a little more excited, but I was more curious about magic, and I convinced them to let me come to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's display shocked them at the time. Felix nodded. Hogwarts traditionally has the habit of visiting new students from Muggle families. But it would be interesting to imagine the expressions of the Muggles under the idealistic view, who saw magic for the first time. Justin continued, a lot has happened this year, with difficult times, everyone is panicking, and a lot of people are writing home. Your parents are worried about you too, right? Did they let you take a break from school for a while? Felix asked. No, Professor, Justin said quickly, I didn't tell my family, I'm sure Hogwarts will stay open, Professor, and I love magic. I'm just a little scared, there are a lot of rumors that... Harry, he is the heir of Slytherin. Rumors are mostly untrue. Felix said calmly, do you believe this rumor? I'm not sure, judging from logic, well, Professor, you know the word logical, right? Great, judging from logic, they just appeared in the wrong place, but I don't know much about magic. Don't worry, it's not him, I can assure you of that, the professors have enough insight to separate fact from rumor. Justin breathed a clear sigh of relief. Are there any more questions? And, Professor, I hear you're a Muggle born too? Sorted into Slytherin. That's right. Then you must have suffered a lot of trouble with others, right? Did you hit them back hard? You could barely say that. Justin's expression perked up. Professor, many young wizards, especially those from Muggle families, worship you, you're their idol. I've just become the idol of Muggle wizards? Professor, everyone wants to be as brave as you are. After sending off this young wizard who was initially shy and then quickly turned to a chatterbox, Felix's heart remained somewhat amazed. He laughed softly after a while. This feeling is not bad. December came, and with the tireless efforts of the professors, the young wizards finally abandoned their unreliable amulets and turned to more practical gadgets, such as a pair of faux glass that could detect potential dangers in advance. It was rumored that girls carried a small mirror with them and used it to look around every corner, but this practice was quickly abandoned and not many people were able to stick with it. The devil's snare that Felix had raised for so long also sprouted strong and ready for consumption. There also the branch of the Whomping Willow, under more than a month of diligent magic irrigation, every inch of it is infused with Felix's own magic, which makes its surface shine and still maintain enough vitality. Felix sampled the effect, he drew his wand, Reductio. The 7 to 8 meter long branch shrank rapidly and became a long snake-like thing in the blink of an eye. It's still a little thick. He kept casting spells, and the branch became smaller and smaller, but the process also became more and more difficult. Luckily, the branch was soaked with his own magic power and did not reject him, and with the help of a few more techniques from the ancient books, he managed to turn it into a thin, flexible rope of emerald green color. Without rest, he quickly carved dense runes on the surface to maintain the effect of the magic. It looks quite good. But next, there's a dilemma in his mind. According to his vision, he wanted to rely on Whomping Willow thin rope as a skeleton, the unicorn hair knitted into it, forming a small pouch-like thing. But he's stuck on the first step, how to weave them together in the proper way. I know about this, I learned to knit sweaters with my mother. In the end, with the help of his assistant, Hermione provided 7 knitting solutions in a row, impressing Felix. After 3 days of work, the little witch finished her work brilliantly, even using the leftover bits of material to knit a small beaded pouch for herself after getting Professor Happ's permission. The beads were also ready-made, and Hermione made them out of a block of chestnut wood that she used to practice runes. The final half-finished product is a delicate purse that belongs to Felix, and a beaded pouch, which belongs to Hermione. The rest of the work is to carve magic rune circuit. Let's make the devil's snare mobile in the pouch and mislead itself to think that it is still growing strong, and tweaking, probably need a week or 2. Wait until the critical point, then we can use the magic to motivate the devil's snare to launch an attack. Of course, Felix explained, your beaded pouch material is not good enough and may not be able to hold too many devil's snare vines. That's enough for me. Hermione said happily, Professor, can I complete the construction of the runes by myself? You can't do that for now, but, you can help me with it. On Thursday afternoon, a small group gathered around the bulletin board, reading the words on a piece of parchment that had just been pinned up. A few words at the top sparkled and kept drawing attention to it. It read. Dueling Club. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 46, Chapter 46. Poor Professor Happ. Dueling Club. The word had spread throughout Hogwarts in just a few hours, and learning to protect oneself at this particular time is simply a sore point for all young wizards. Except for the first-year students who are still naive and ignorant, any other young wizard of any grade can bow on this topic with a handful of bitter tears. Hogwarts is unreliable. The original course that teaches young wizards to defend themselves against danger, the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, has been very watered down over the years, but there is still something to learn. This year, it has been recognized as a drama class. As a result, the young wizards have an avid interest in dueling clubs that will improve their strength. Seamus Finnegan looked excited, they finally thought of starting a dueling club. It's about time they finally do that. Which professor is taking this course? Ron squeezed through the crowd, his eyes constantly searching the parchment as if trying to circle the name of a professor or two. A Ravenclaw girl next to him said, it isn't written above, but I hope it's Professor Flitwick, he was a dueling champion when he was younger. Professor Happ is better. Ron quickly retorted, since the night after the trip to the Forbidden Forest, he was obsessed with Professor Happ's prowess and thought he could hang Snape, and about Headmaster Dumbledore he could not tell, but it's at least 50-50 chance. Harry subconsciously also wanted to nod, but when he glanced at the girl who spoke, he could not help but stop and stare. Noticing Harry's gaze, Cho Chang smiled at him in a friendly way, and Harry felt his breath stop. What do you suggest, Harry? Ron asked. What? Harry took an elbow from Ron in the ribs, but it didn't hurt at all, and he said vaguely, oh, yeah, you're right about everything. The young wizards murmured, asking each other what they thought. First gathering tonight. Man, are you going to be there? I'm not against taking some lessons in dueling, it might come in handy someday. I think we could use it right now. Do they think they're going to duel with that Slytherin monsters? Ron muttered, but he also read the notice with interest. Harry, what do you think? That girl does look very, what did you say? Harry suddenly snapped awake. Ron looked at him with a suspicious expression. A duel, yes, of course, I'm going. Harry concentrated this time on reading the words on the parchment. By the time dinner is served, most of the table was filled with news about the dueling club, and someone swore that at least 3 professors would be in charge of the entire club and that they would show a high-profile showdown with no restrictions. It was said to be very wild. The name Felix Happ, once again, appeared in the mouths of many girls, and the rumors of his open challenge to a pure-blood family in his 5th year became more and more outrageous. From the original version of calm and unassuming, to the later sad and helpless, fighting to the death, Professor Hap's personal image, from a cold and powerful genius wizard, quickly turned into a tragic figure waving a wand and rushing to the spinning windmill. Many of the younger witches who hadn't faced Felix were holding doll-like wooden figurines in their arms, and their eyes were filled with tears of sympathy. They are talking too much, Ron said discontentedly as he kept stabbing a piece of potato with his fork. It simply destroyed the powerful image of Professor Hap in his mind. He turned his head, trying to seek approval, only to see Hermione's eyes also clouded with a layer of water. He really suffered too much in those days, the little witch stated very emotionally. Who? Professor Hap. Ron's head hit with a question mark. Are we talking about the same person? Harry ate his dinner sullenly, not saying a word the entire time except for the occasional glance up. Harry, you're not right, Ron said. I'm fine. Not right since you got back, Ron asked in a whisper as he moved over. Did you hear that voice again? No, I'm done eating, see you in the common room. Harry left quickly. Halfway there, Harry lightly hammered his head. What was wrong with him? But he had heard her friend call her name, Cho Chang, how lovely. After a while, Ron came back by himself. Where's Hermione? I don't know, she said she had to leave first and told us to wait for her in the Great Hall. Ron shrugged. By the way, what do you think would Professor Hap teach us if he were to come along? This topic caught Harry's attention, and he quickly went through the scenes when Professor Hap cast spells, and the most impressive one was indeed the Forbidden Forest one. He expressed his opinion to Ron. Harry, that magic is too high level, Ron looked around and said to him slightly mysteriously, I inquired from Fred. No, I did not say out it was Professor Hap. Seeing that Harry wanted to open his mouth to say something, he hastily added. They were both asked by Professor Hap to keep it a secret and not to tell what happened that night. Apparition is quite a dangerous magic, and we can't learn it until we are at least full grown. What? Apparition, allows you to disappear from one place and appear in another place in the meantime. Harry quickly remembered the name of the spell. Professor Hap's performance in the Forbidden Forest that night had given him a great shock, but he had thought at the time that it was the professor's exclusive magic. And, as I learned by the sidelines, this magic is used for traveling in a hurry, and it is rarely used repeatedly in a short span of time, and the slightest slip can result in a splinch. Splinch? For example, your head flies away, the body remains in place. Ron explained with a slight exaggeration, not to mention, having to cast a spell while moving, and frankly when I told Fred about it, he thought I was telling a joke. Harry ignored the danger in Ron's mouth with a look of fascination. Ancient Rune's office. You mean the dueling club? Felix asked with interest. Yes, it's posted on the bulletin board, it's in the Great Hall tonight at 8 o'clock, aren't you aware of it, Professor? Felix shook his head. Hermione's face looked rather disappointed. Then she offered her farewell. Not a few steps outside, she suddenly turned around, clenched her fist, her face red with encouragement, and said, Professor, we all think you are a very good wizard. I read a saying from a book, the hardship of youth is nothing, it will only become your motivation to move forward. You have a long life ahead of you, go for it. Watching her stomp away, Felix had a question mark on his face. 47, Chapter 47 Farce. 8 p.m., School Great Hall. The long dining table disappeared, and in the center of the Great Hall stood a temporary square gilded stage, edged by 3 wooden steps. Hundreds of candles floating in midair, the center of the Great Hall, decorated beautifully. Harry, Ron hurried back to the Great Hall. The whole school is almost here, crowded, they are feverishly discussing. The two squeezed along the gap in the crowd towards the front. Harry inadvertently knocked off a first-year witch's glasses. He hastily apologized sorry. The witch took the glasses and put them back on her forehead, humming something softly that Harry didn't hear. The two of them went to the Gryffindor wizarding area where Seamus, Dean and Neville were all present. Hey! Harry, this way! They sighed with relief, there are lots of people here. Neville Longbottom's round face turned serious. Almost all of them are here, it seems everyone is curious about the duel club. At that moment, Hermione came over from the other direction to rendezvous, and she is holding a newspaper in her hand. You're a little late, where have you been? Harry asked, while stretching his neck to look out of the corridor. I went to see Professor Hap first, then I ran into Professor McGonagall on the way back. Something wrong? Ron asked casually and didn't wait for her answer when he suddenly let out a heavy sigh, and a number of other young wizards reacted the same way as he did, as they saw Professor Gilderoy Lockhart in his magnificent purple robe striding into the Great Hall. Next to him is a stern-faced Severus Snape, and the two were a wonderful contrast, the former warm and welcoming, the latter downcast and solemn, the former brightly dressed, the latter covered in black. Harry let out a groan. His two most hated professors will be teaching him dueling courses. The peacock-like Professor Lockhart gave a graceful speech, starting with a 10-minute account of how he had worked hard to convince Dumbledore to give everyone the chance to learn how to protect themselves, interspersed with the familiar self-congratulatory and book-buying advice. They have become immune to this rhetoric. In the last 30 seconds, Lockhart made a rare introduction of his assistant Professor Snape. Professor Snape, who himself knows a little about dueling, has graciously agreed to assist me with a little demonstration before class, but don't worry, I'll get your potion professor back to you in one piece. He grinned widely. Snape curled his upper lip and pulled out a courtesy smile that sent chills down Harry's spine. If Snape had smiled at him like that, he would have long since scampered away. In the meantime, the school nurse, Madame Pomfrey, stood impatiently at the edge of the field, carrying a white medicine box with her, and Professor Felix Happ also appeared quietly in the corner of the Great Hall. He is quite interested in this so-called dueling course, and deep down he had some ideas, so he decided to come and take a look. If Professor Lockhart messed up, maybe he could take over. And from what he knew about this professor, the odds were great that he would flop. It's a test of his subconscious dissatisfaction with the mediocrity and chaos of the wizarding world and Hogwarts, but being prudent, he decided to wait and see first. The dueling session began in less than 3 minutes, and Felix's eyes twitched as he looked at Professor Lockhart, who had been knocked off his feet by the Expelliarmus, and stood up in confusion, his magnificent purple robe ripped open in a long gash. "You are still a rookie, can't you have some self-awareness?" Professor Lockhart is assisted to his feet by several young wizards as he stumbles back to center stage. "Okay, everyone, see." His wavy curly hair stood up at the roots under the magic spell. He looked rather comical, but it's his next words are the most comical ones. "This is what will happen if you got hit by disarming charm. I hope I just impressed you with my demonstration." He glanced at Snape, "But don't mind me saying this, your intention just now was obvious. If I wanted to stop you, it's not going to take a lot of effort. But the young wizards need to grow their insight, might as well show them." Lockhart couldn't go on any more. Snape is looking at him with a murderous look on his face. Lockhart wisely changed the subject and moved the lesson to the next stage. Without any specific teaching, he pulled out a dozen pairs of young wizards and had them stand in a small grid across the stage. "This is the end of demonstration this time. Let's see what you've learned, Professor Snape, if you'll help me." What followed was a lousy battle, and Lockhart, wishing to avoid a head-to-head with Snape or giving specific magic instructions, shifted his task to critique and instruct, but he overestimated the level of spell casting and discipline of the young Hogwarts wizards. In particular, Snape intentionally or unintentionally arranged for his own house and the little lions to pair up, which is strange if they didn't fight. Although Lockhart repeatedly stressed that only the disarming charm can be used, which the young wizards have never learned if you do not count Lockhart's demonstration just now. So after a few ineffective incantations by both parties, a variety of small vicious jinx popular among the student community emerged. From Felix's point of view, Harry and Malfoy's group was barely interesting, but the two basically had no concept of dueling, using a turn-based system, like here a tickling charm Rictus Empra, oh, then take this Tarrant Legra, while the rest were just watching. So it's a turn-based system. The remaining wizards, Neville and Justin, were both on the ground, panting as if they had battled hard, but they hadn't released a single spell from the beginning to the end. Ron scratched the dead-faced Seamus and apologized repeatedly. His wand is still spewing green smoke. And his own assistant sighed, their wands have long since lost, wrestling with each other. The Slytherin girl with a huge size advantage gained the upper hand. Her arm clamped Hermione's head, but Hermione also has one hand deadlocked on the opposite side hair. "Oh my god, oh my god!" Lockhart screamed, but he had no effect on the field, and Felix had to cross the crowd, waving his wand around to separate the young wizards a dozen times. "Professor Happ." Lockhart is a little flustered and still hesitant, but soon his mind is drawn to the tragic situation of the little wizards. "Miss Fawcett, press hard and pinch your nose, the bleeding will stop immediately, and your nose is broken, A&D." Madame Pomfrey stepped on stage and pulled Lockhart away as the distinguished school nurse Madame quickly cast a spell and poured various colored potions into the mouths of the young wizards. Dumbledore should not have approved. "It's ridiculous, it's just ridiculous, totally incompetent." Seamus took a sip of the green gooey stuff, his face turned even greener, and finally he burped and spewed out a cloud of green gas. Shame on the professor for letting little wizards engage in dangerous activities. Pomfrey kept muttering under her breath, but she quickly solved the trouble and in less than 5 minutes back and forth, the little wizards were back on their feet. Lockhart looked a little overwhelmed. "Well, He froze for a few seconds. "Let us thank Madame Pomfrey for her efforts, she is a strong support staff for our dueling classes. And of course, Professor Happ." He stole a glance at Felix, who is standing on the stage with absolutely no intention of going down. 48, Chapter 48 Exhibition Match. "So next," said Lockhart, stammering slightly, "I thought it's best to teach you how to stop some unfriendly magic." "Yes, unfriendly, as I wrote in my book. Documented personal experiences. Please volunteer to come up as a pair Longbottom and Finch Fletchley, How about you? Professor Hap, Professor Snape, we'd better leave the stage to them. Felix fiddled with his wand absently, a very good offer, Professor Lockhart. But before that, I think it's necessary, to let the young wizards know what a real duel is like, even if it's a demonstration duel. Lockhart's expression froze for a moment. He looked in all directions and found the young wizards off stage so interested in this that he couldn't speak. Professor Snape, what do you think? Felix asked Snape, who had been silent. A certain potion professor measured him with a deep and unexpected look, and he pulled a smile with a wide grin on his lips. Are you asking a duel, Felix? A mere demonstration match. Neither man took Lockhart into account. Snape gave him a deep look, said nothing more, and simply drew his wand. Lockhart on the side awkwardly found himself miraculously detached from the center of the vortex. His face regained enthusiasm. It seems that we have to temporarily add a duel to our course. Let us welcome the two professors. This time the stage applauded enthusiastically. Ron gleefully recited to Harry, honestly, I've waited too long for this day. Do you think Snape will be hospitalized? As a strong fan of Professor Hap, he is naturally on the side of Felix. It's just a demonstration match, Hermione stressed this point, but she still jumped up and down on her tiptoes. Lockhart stepped back to the edge of the stage and applied a sonorous on himself, a spell he was quite adept with thanks to his book signing presentations. I'm going to give you a commentary. Although this is only a demonstration match, the real duel will not be like this, which requires a sharper sense of foresight to detect danger. For more details on this, please see my published works. Lockhart spoke eloquently, but it is still good for you. Following bow. However, neither of the two on the stage paid any attention to him, and instead chatted with each other for a few moments. Felix, what do you want to do? Professor, I just stopped by to take a look and make a contribution in the process. Don't lie to me. The two were very close to each other, which made this conversation only each other could hear. Is it because Professor is only proficient in legilimency? Felix teased. Snape grunted. In his eyes, the former student has a very strong sense of purpose, and now the behavior, which he categorized as Felix ready to seize the power with his first step. The two bowed, each took 7 steps backward, turned to look at each other, and raised their wands to their chests at the same time. As you can see, the two professors hold their wands in the usual dueling position, said Lockhart, fulfilling his commentary duties, one of the 3 common dueling positions. Next I will count to 3, and they will cast the first spell. The students at the bottom held their breath, and the atmosphere is completely different from the demonstration of Lockhart just now. 1, 2. Snape will not be killed in seconds, right? Ron shouted excitedly. I don't think so. Gosh, Hermione just about to say that Professor Hap looked up to Snape, but she is quickly stunned by the dazzling scene on stage. 3. Snape shouted, Expelliarmus. A dazzling red light flashed, and the spell quickly flew to Felix. Felix twirled his wand, smoothly release a protego, an invisible magic barrier appeared in front of his body. Snape's spell bounced off, then he flicked his wrist, the magic barrier emitted a dazzling white light, and swiftly flew forward. Snape sent out 2 spells in a row to break Felix's protego, and the magic barrier quickly dissipated. However, the white light from the protego spell obscured Snape's vision, and when he subconsciously shifted his position, years of habit saved him. Once 3 dull black lights brushed against him, the nearest one, almost against his nose. All this happened in the span of less than 3 seconds, from Snape's strong first strike, to Felix's defensive counterattack, and with the white light to cover the rapid release of 3 sneak attacks. Lockhart. The Little Wizards. The duel continues. Snape does not dare to take it lightly. He has not made a move for almost 10 years, although he has not given up on the exploration of magic, but he mainly focused on the improvement of potions. However, he is quickly picking up the combat experience he once had, and after several rather thrilling deflections in quick succession, finally began to counterattack. Both of their magic spells kept flying around, but both had a tacit agreement not to accidentally injure students. A variety of defensive spells, attack spells, disarm spells cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The distance between the two people sometimes quickly close, and sometimes far away. Their feet keep moving from one position to another in small increments. Lockhart wisely jumped off the stage after a spell grazed his hair, but he still commented loudly, the duel is somewhat intense. See their feet? Move, move, don't just stand there, silly. Lockhart still got 2 brushes, at least eloquent, and through his explanation, many young wizards drifted into realization, sort of saving his image a little. Snape scoffed at this, though, as he dexterously dodged a spell and drew an opening to counter. He felt that Felix's magic spells are gradually strengthening in power, which made him under more and more pressure. Damn, this kid is putting pressure on me. Why does it feel like Professor Hap's magic spell is getting thicker and thicker? Even many small wizards noticed this, but with their knowledge, they could only judge the strength of the spell from the appearance. Snape's wand shook violently, a strengthened version of the Protego blocked in front of his body, 2 hot red lights flew and one by one impacted on it, issued a thud sound, the magic barrier was torn open by a mouth gap. Amazing magic proficiency. The second hot red lights hit the top with a thud sound, and the barrier was torn open. The young wizards on the stage were dazzled, realizing for the first time that the so-called duel was not just a silly face-to-face magic spell, but that there were too many ways to cast spells in terms of speed, timing, means of defense, pace, and awareness. But they do not know, both people did not use their full strength. Felix slightly easily tilted his head to avoid a red ray, using this short gap to turn the wand to send a magic spell. The heart quickly assessed the limit of this potion. Professor Snape's strength shouldn't be like this. The next second, Felix's heart suddenly rose alert, he threw out 3 shield charms in a row, and let it fly far out and in the way of the necessary path. A crimson, powerful spell sliced through the air and quickly passed through the first and second barriers before rushing viciously towards the third one. The young wizard's eyes widened, they might not be able to judge the strength of the spell, but Snape's spell left an ever-burning trajectory in midair, and also pierced through the shield charms barrier in one fell swoop. They could see it clearly. Dang! A violent boom rang through the great hall. Felix's third shield charm worked, bouncing off Snape's surprisingly powerful spell. He smelled a hint of dark magic. The characteristics of dark magic incorporated into the disarming charm. Professor, you are really surprising me. Do you have a much stronger magic spell? Do you still have a backhand? Snape is far from relaxed, he did hide some magic spells, but they are dark magic, cannot be used in public, and looking at Felix's performance, even if he used it the effect will not be great. He has surpassed me. Snape has never been so clearly aware of this at the moment. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 49, Chapter 49 Exposure. The two stopped casting spells at the same time, with quite a tacit understanding. Wonderful. An evenly matched battle. Lockhart's voice appeared at the right time, did you see that? How tacitly they understand each other. I bet they practice together a lot in private, 2 cunning guys. Snape's face turned dark and ugly, and he walked off the stage without saying a word. But he did not leave either, but stood in the shadows. The exchange between them, rather than a duel, is more like a probe. He did still have a few dark magic hidden, but they were learned from Dark Lord, and he never used them since that incident, which meant quite a lot. And what about Felix, his ancient runes? What about his alchemy artifacts? What about dark magic? In the duel, his magic power has been constantly strengthening. By the end of the duel what he showed, is that his limit? Snape tried to make a specification of Felix's strength, but he found he could no longer discern it. Felix calmly walked off the stage, and the crowd automatically made a way out, as the young wizard's eyes flickered in awe over Snape and Felix. To the eyes of the young wizards, the duel ended evenly and without a winner. Although Professor Hap had shown a very relaxed display overall, didn't Snape also pierce 2 shield charms with a single spell? That's the strongest defensive magic available to most minor wizards. Snape is actually so strong. Ron is obviously taken aback. Professor Hap has very high regard for Snape, Hermione whispered, she is now somewhat fretful. To make Polyjuice potion, the odds were they would have to break into Snape's private collection, and if they were caught. Harry didn't say anything, the duel just made his blood boil, he could not wait to replace either one of them. But he realized that he might be able to see each spell clearly, but in their place, he might not even be able to avoid the first spell. At this point, Professor Lockhart returned to center stage, and he gave a spirited speech. It looks like the demonstration went very well, and I think you can't wait to cast spells as smoothly as the 3 professors. But don't be overly ambitious, you're nowhere near that level. You're not even close to that level. Ron muttered underneath. Harry didn't hear it, but he intuitively thought it was a rebuke for Professor Lockhart's words because his thoughts were similar. Next, we will follow the intended schedule and choose 2 representatives to demonstrate for all. As I just said, how about Longbottom and Finch Fletchley? I don't think that's appropriate, Professor Lockhart. Snape regained his composure as he walked quickly to the stage, his robes fluttering like a bat gliding lightly across the stage. Longbottom can wreak unexpected havoc even with the simplest spell, and if we let him up here, Snape's gaze was rather icy as his eyes swept over Felix, we'll just have to keep the remains of the Finch Fletchley in a tinderbox. The Slytherin student laughed. How about Malfoy and Potter? Great. Lockhart agreed quickly, whatever Snape's proposal might be. He gestured for Harry and Malfoy to walk to the center of the stage. Watching Snape and Malfoy muttering, Harry first glanced at Professor Hap at the other side of the stage who didn't know what he was thinking. He could only turn his head to look at Lockhart. Professor, can you show me how to use the disarming charm once more? Lockhart. He came closer, right next to Harry, paused for 10 seconds or so, then straightened up, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, just do as I said. What? Harry asked, stunned, but he noticed that Malfoy is already standing across to him. 1, 2, 3 go! Lockhart shouted quickly. Serpensortia Malfoy shouted, his wand exploded and a cloud of black smoke quickly turned into a single black snake. The black snake hit the floor with a thud as it moved closer and closer to Harry. The small group of wizards closest to the stage screamed and backed away to make some space available. Felix took one look at it, then lost interest, a simple little mischief spell. Snape lazily drew his wand. Don't move, Potter. Seeing the expression on Potter's face, he is so flattered that his bad mood, which Felix had just caused, is miraculously improved. At this point, Lockhart saw an opportunity. He thought he had to do something to salvage the situation. So he stepped forward and shouted, "Let me do it, I'll take care of this trouble." But then he noticed that Harry's gaze became even more alarmed. A spell from Lockhart meant trouble, a plain knowledge Harry had developed in just a few short months, as the bones he had taken from him on the Quidditch field could prove it. Sure enough, a potent spell from Lockhart hit the black snake, and a loud bang sounded throughout the Great Hall, and instead of disappearing, the black snake rapidly expanded and turned into a large python. And the python, as if on steroids, became manic. It raised its head high, revealing fangs, took an offensive posture. Felix and Snape raised their wands at the same time, but the next second, a creepy sound came. It's like a snake hissing sound, but it seemed more horrible and frightening. People cannot help but feel their hair erect. The two turned their heads at the same time, looking at the little wizard who spoke a strange language, Harry Potter. The black python swung and twisted its body as if it had a cramp, looking more and more hideous, but it quickly collapsed on the floor, smashing the floor into a large crater, nearly taking Justin, who is in front of it, in one wave. Although Harry is still confused about the situation, he knew that he had stopped the black python from attacking, so he gave Justin a big smile. But he soon realized something wrong. The hall was suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at him strangely, and Justin shuddered as he shouted, "What are you up to?" Like a frightened rabbit, quickly ran out of the Great Hall. Snape came forth and looked at the black python, which is lying on the ground, and turned back into a wisp of black smoke. His eyes also became extremely deep, which contained too many things, which Harry simply could not understand. The crowd began to whisper and point at him. This is never going to be pleasant, and a chill ran through Harry's spine. Just then, he became aware of someone tugging at the back of his shirt. "Come on," Ron whispered, "let's go." "But why?" "Don't ask, Harry, let's go ahead." Ron and Hermione almost dragged Harry out of the Great Hall with a forceful tug. The crowd automatically parted way for them, and as they walked out of the Great Hall, murmurs exploded behind them. Felix halted in place as pieces of the recent time kept surfacing. Parseltongue. Harry Potter is surprisingly a Parseltongue. The previous places that could not be figured out suddenly one by one coherent, Hermione's several desires to inquire, looking for him to ask about other wizards' inaudible murmurings, after the attack, and a special interest in snake magical creatures. 50, Chapter 50. I want to learn Parseltongue. The trio walked out of the Great Hall and followed a stone path to an open area. It's now a little after 9 p.m. and it's become completely dark. What is going on? Why are you guys acting so weird? Harry asked irritably as he broke free from their grasp. Ron gave him a long glance. "Harry, you're exposed." What? Harry suddenly choked as tremendous fear gripped his guts. "You mean, that Parseltongue thing? We heard you just talking to that big black snake, in another language." Ron's words kept his heart sinking as he desperately tried to justify himself, "But I was trying to save Justine's life. If I hadn't told the snake not to attack him." "Is that what you were saying?" Ron interrupted him. "Of course. You were there. Mate, the look on your face when you were talking, it was a bit scary, like you were giving it some command, goading it to keep attacking or something." Hermione said somewhat sadly. "Harry, I think the possible reason for this is because the Parseltongue just sounded very evil, and your voice at the time was kind of a raspy hiss with a horrible echo that sounded creepy." Professor Happ said that Slytherin was also a dark wizard in the eyes of others because he had no qualms about manipulating snakes with the Parseltongue gift and making them do his bidding. On the other end, Felix approached Dumbledore later in the evening and the two talked for a long time. "Felix, your perceptiveness amazes me. I will inform the portraits and professors of the castle to work hard for a while longer, until the Christmas holidays, when most young wizards will go home. At that time, the castle will be quite empty. We can start a full search." "Sir Dumbledore, have you given any thought about the Parseltongue?" "Yes, perhaps Parseltongue is the key to opening the Chamber of Secrets, but I think that there will be something you can do, Felix." "Sure. But, about the dueling club?" Dumbledore was non-committal. "If Professor Lockhart doesn't object, I have no problem with that." "Would Lockhart object? Then the dueling club is already his." Felix got up with satisfaction and took a few steps out. He suddenly stopped. "With all due respect, Headmaster Dumbledore, haven't you considered telling Harry Potter directly?" He and his friends also have been following the clues to the Chamber of Secrets as well. Dumbledore lapsed into silence. I can't be certain yet, Felix. Harry's parcel tongue reminds me of a few things that I have to figure out. That night, Harry tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He gazed through the gaps in the curtain at the snowflakes drifting across the castle windows, his mind at a loss. He once again remembered the advice of the Sorting Hat to him. I belong to Gryffindor. He once again emphasizes it to himself. Originally, Harry thought this day would be his second most difficult day of this school year, the first being the day when Ron received a howler from Mrs. Weasley, but he found out he is wrong. The next morning the news spread throughout Hogwarts and everyone is looking at him strangely. As if the next moment, he would suddenly open his mouth which is brimming with fangs, and bite their heads off. For most of the afternoon, Harry hid in the abandoned classroom in the basement, watching Hermione brewing ploy juice potion with Ron. Harry watched as Hermione threw bunches of twigs into the crucible, and he suddenly remembered something. Hermione, what happened yesterday when you said Professor McGonagall was looking for you? Ron lifted his head and stopped dozing. Hermione's expression came alive for a moment as she happily announced, my paper is finally going to be published. Harry had nearly forgotten about it. He was full of anticipation, but now more than 3 months had passed, and the thesis had completely cleared from his mind. It's strange that it took so long to get published, Ron said. That's because it took me over 2 months just to revise the thesis, not to mention the time I had to add reviewing it. They sent me a manuscript acceptance letter yesterday, a copy of the Daily Prophet, and a sample issue of Who Will Define Ancient Runes forwarded by Professor McGonagall. The little witch is in a good mood as she poked some leeches right into the bottom of the pot and kept stirring. Why are there 2 issues in the newspaper? Ron asked, puzzled. The body of the paper is in the Who Will Define Ancient Runes magazine, but the Daily Prophet also reported about it, Hermione said, with narrowed eyes. She seems very satisfied with it. Both the Daily Prophet and Who Will Define Ancient Runes have been carefully stored away for her to bring it back home for the summer. After Friday, it's finally time for the weekend. On Saturday morning, the trio holed up in a corner of the common room, Harry's mood growing more and more irritable as he felt that everyone who passed by him would give him a deliberate glance, and even the sound of their voices would suddenly lower. But the attitude of the Gryffindor young wizards really cannot be considered worse. Now when Harry walked out, he has the effect of clearing out a corridor. The deterrent effect is comparable to the castle keeper Mr. Filch. Since the cat he kept was petrified, this gentleman recently adopted a different strategy than before, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the violating little wizards to come to his door. By virtue of his familiarity with the castle, he had caught 3 couples in a row who were hiding and dating against the ban, scaring the little wizards of Hogwarts. Near noon, Professor McGonagall came by to collect the list of students who will be staying for Christmas, as she does every year during the 2nd week of December. The 3 of them found Malfoy's name in it, and they coincidentally chose to stay in school. After Professor McGonagall left, Harry and Ron were bored playing wizard's chess, and sighing from time to time. Just when Hermione couldn't resist saying something, an owl flew in and landed on her shoulder. Hermione opened the letter on the owl's leg, which is a sticky note. It's from Professor Hap. She glanced up at Harry and Ron and said in a slightly odd tone, he invited Harry to join me to his office tonight, saying it's important. Harry is somewhat stupefied. 7 p.m. The 3 of them walked towards the Ancient Runes office, and Ron suddenly asked somewhat uneasily, can I come too? I mean, Professor Hap only looking for Harry. You've asked this for the 3rd time, Professor Hap has mentioned you and said that you are more than welcome if you are interested, Hermione said impatiently. The trio stood in front of the door, and she knocked, then pushed the door open. Professor Hap is leaning over his desk looking at a book, a rare sarcastic smile on his face. This expression is quite rare, and Hermione quickly glanced at the title of the book, Armando Dippet, Master or Moron. The author is Rita Skeeter. The young witch found a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table, with Headmaster Dumbledore's picture on the front page and the headline Dumbledore's Big Blunder. Her curiosity immediately aroused, but Professor Hap had pressed the book on top of the newspaper. Hermione. Professor Hap, good evening. Harry greeted formally. Here, you are, have a seat. Felix sat on a sofa, which is opposite of 3 young wizards. Professor, what can I do for you? Harry got apprehensive. Don't mention the Parseltongue. Harry, you're a Parseltongue. Harry. Professor, I swear, it was never me who opened the Chamber of Secrets. There's another Parseltongue in the castle, and he's the heir of Slytherin. Harry yelled excitedly. He even came close to blowing his own cover about the polyjuice potion and Malfoy. Calm down. Felix summoned 3 glasses of orange juice with his wand. No one said you opened the Chamber of Secrets. Then you were looking for me. Harry is somewhat puzzled, but from across the room, Professor Hap gestured at the orange juice floating in front of him, so he picked up the glass and took a sip. Hermione and Ron also took small sips. My purpose in seeking you is simple, I want to learn Parseltongue. Pfft. Cough cough cough, Cough. Professor, what did you say? Harry felt inconceivable, he would have given anything to get rid of his parcel tongue gift. But now, someone is actually taking the initiative to learn this parcel tongue? I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 51.